guy Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
So apparently Twitch is being wonky. It says I'm only following Rob now. Okay, so that means it's working well. It's working fine, I guess. I thought you all understood that you're only supposed to be following me. I thought that was one of the main rules. You're telling me that some of you follow other people on here? Huh. Huh. Don Dark Zony, thanks for the 32 months, tier 1, and for all the support. Thank you, Don Dark Zony. I see that the sub goal did not update either. What happens if I do this? Nothing. Good. Good. Let me see if I can fix something here. And sorry, I timed this really badly. And I am sorry for that. I timed this really badly, and I'm making
You can count on
right
me.
now.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, I think I saw an automatic update there. Excuse me. I think I may have seen an automatic update. Don Dark Zony, thanks so much for the gifted sub. We may have had an automatic update just now. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I submitted a support ticket to Stream Elements. They may have fixed... They said there was some back-end issue. If one more person could sub, I don't want to pressure anyone. If one more person could sub, we can see finally if the sub goal is working again. Did he give Bezos an ultimatum to fix it? Absolutely. I emailed Jeff and I said, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go to Kick. I'm going to go to Kick if you don't look at this. And lo and behold, they got one of their underlings on it. I had 17 watching, but Twitch only brought over 7 after 3 failed attempts at rating. Okay, that's kind of weird. What's going on here? Sorry, I got my ramen going in the other room too, and I can hear it boiling over. I gotta go tend to that. If one more person, if one more generous hero, though, could gift a sub, we would know, finally, for once and for all, if the sub goal issue had been fixed. Hey, I don't want to pressure anyone. I don't want to pressure anyone, okay? You do what you want. Do what you want. I gotta go tend to my ramen. I'll just be 1 sec, okay? Give me another few minutes here. Let me finish this. I'll run back and forth. Talk amongst yourselves, okay? Won't let us gift subs either, okay? I knew it was some kind of technical issue. I knew it. I knew that's what it had to be. Conveniently, only Don Dark Zony. Conveniently, only Don Dark Zony can give subs. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, 1 sec.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Another chair streamer SMH my head.
Just give me a moment. Sorry. Just be one moment. Loader8, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you, Loader. And I see that the sub goal did not indeed update. I see that it did not. And if I do this, still nothing. Good. Okay. Maybe this is just like a Twitch thing. Who knows at this point? Who knows what's going on? Why is it at 4 now? Oh, Gen X Bushy, thank you also for the gifted sub. Thanks, Gen X Bushy. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Why it's still not updating? This is really something else. This is really something else, folks. The kind of shit that I put up with on here. Kind of shit that I put up with on here is just unbelievable. Okay, just give me one more sec. Give me one more sec. I'm still here. I'm still here. Just a few more moments. Just a few more moments, folks. I've got a very complex ramen going on here. A lot of ins, a lot of outs. A lot of what have yous. Lot of threads going on in old Duder's head right now. It does involve kimchi. You'd better goddamn believe that it does. Yeah. Absolutely. Just a few short moments, folks, and I'll be right with you. I'm just doing an egg. I'm just doing an egg to throw on top of there. And I gotta chop some chives and cilantro as well. Thoughts on new metal band Pulse Ultra from Montreal. I cannot say that I have ever heard Pulse Ultra. I admit that I have not heard the musical stylings of Pulse Ultra before.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Egg time.
Johnny, thank you. Johnny Dialectically, our friend, aka Subversive History. Thank you, sir. For the 2 months of Tier 1, I think it's been more than that, but on this account, I don't know. You got all kinds of alternate identities going on here. One more moment, folks. I'll be right with you. Okay, hello. All right. Okay. No more funny business now. Okay? I'm here now. You don't need to freak out. No one freak out. I do have to get a soda though. I do have to get a soda as well. You know, I was at the store the other day and I usually get green onion and I got chives. I think I've thought for some reason that chives and green onion are the same thing, and I realize now that they are not. How do you do the egg? Usually I just fry it. I mean, it's like, it just because that's what's easier. I think the ideal way to do it in a ramen is to have like the jammy egg or whatever. But it's even more complicated than what I was already doing. So I usually just fry an egg and throw it on there. Here it is. Here's the ramen. It's very there's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff. There's it's the ramen, which is a Korean ramen, jin ramen. And there's bok choy, there's dumplings, there's rice cakes, there's kimchi, an egg, and chives and cilantro as well. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on in there. I really wish the sub goal thing was working. It's really driving me fucking crazy. And they even said, well, there's a back end issue and we fixed it. And it's not fixed. It's not fixed. Although maybe it is some kind of like a Twitch thing. You know, I want to start off today. I'm going to be here all day, first of all. Number one. I'm going to be here all day. I want to start off, though, with what I think is somewhat of a travesty. And I think a unique thing that I haven't seen on social media before. Let's take a look at this. Okay? So, I'm sure that everyone saw this like hugely viral video a few days ago that Kyle Gordon made, this like Eurodance song, which is one of those really unique things that is kind of parodying something while also being a really good example of the thing that it's parodying. It's really hard to get in that spot, you know? It's really difficult, but it's an absolute banger, the song. It's incredible. You know, it's great. And I'm sure we all saw it. This song was the other night when I was sick, when I was like vomiting profusely. This song was just playing nonstop in my head over and over and over again. I was just like, I couldn't stop vomiting. And at the same time, I was like, put your hands up in the air. Come on, come on. Nothing but dreams. I was just playing it nonstop. So let's listen. Yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, Jay. This is a perplexing decision.
Put your hands up in the air. All of the dream. Come on, come on. How does it mean when the rhythm is flat? There is nothing to resist. That's right. That's right. Danger and dance. Come on, come on. Clapping behind when we out in this space on the planet of the bass. Life, it never die. Women are my favorite guys. Sex, I'm wanting more. Tell the world, stop the war. Boom, hear the bass go zoom. Have a body, feel the groove. Cyber system overload. Everybody move, man. Put your hands up in the
So it's just fantastic, you know? And this was like hugely viral. You had 84 million views on the tweet, 274,000 likes, 41,000 retweets. Like, it's just a hugely viral sensation. This song, universally acclaimed. Universally acclaimed. And then today, I've never seen this. I don't understand what's going on. And, you know, nothing against guy. This guy's obviously a brilliant and funny person for creating this in the first place. Okay? I'm not trying to be mean. Then today, he released a new, I've never seen this, a new version of the same thing where he replaced the singer. And it's just like, He had captured lightning in a bottle. He had pure magic. He had totally like captured lightning in a bottle. And I've never seen anyone try and do this. It creates an alternate version of the same song, the same clip, with a different actress, and it's just not as good. It's like you can't. How could it be as good? It's literally you can't get back to that level.
Put your hands up in the air. All of the dream. Come on, come on. How does it mean when the rhythm is flat? There is nothing to be sad. That's right. Nature and dance. Come on, come on. Clapping behind when we out in this space on the planet of the life, it never die. Women are my favorite guys. Sex, I'm wanting more. Tell the world, stop the war. Boom, hear the bass go zoom. Have a body, feel the groove. Cyber system overload. Everybody move, man. Put your hands up in the air.
I don't get it. I don't know if there's some bit that's going on here where he's like replacing her with a different singer that has more of an overt sexual thing. I don't know if it's all part of the same bit. Maybe. It just strikes me as a strange creative decision, though, when you have this hugely viral video to a few days later release a exact same but worse version of the video that everyone was like loving. Everyone was like song of the summer. Just keep releasing new versions in different locations around the world. I mean, women are his favorite guy. But it says it filmed in Zagreb, Croatia, so maybe that was the thing, but like it's not actually filmed. It's filmed in like another part of New York. It's not actually filmed in Zagreb, Croatia. You know? Concerning looking into this. We should look into it. I don't know. It strikes me as just a strange thing, which I've never seen. If you have a huge viral video like that to a few days later,
You can count
an
on me. You're
exact
gonna
same
have good
version
old Rob to talk you through.
that's
all
not
this.
as good. I think it's a commentary on the sexism of the 90s pop scene. Very deep, high-level ideas. That may be it, King Window. That may be it. But maybe it'll work for him. But look at the comments, though. Look at the comments. Every single comment is like, what the fuck? What is this? What did you do to her? Where is she? What are we doing here? The OG was magnetic. Where the fuck is Bilyanka? Wrong way. If you delete this, we'll all forget. The European state of Roosevelt Island, New York. You gotta delete. Bring her back. Bring her back or we riot. You're not my real mom. Sequel's never good as the original. Where is she? Every single comment is people freaking out. You know? So if it is some kind of bit, I mean, it's like, I feel like it's having the wrong effect, even if people just aren't getting it, maybe. This has confirmed my opinion that he had no idea how popular this would be, and the original video was all he had written, recorded at the time of posting. That's an interesting theory, Jay. That's interesting. He had to do a full-length version, but he had to now recreate it with someone else. It's just not possible, though. It's just not possible. He just needs to post the third one and everyone will be fine. I don't know. It's like... Also in the vein of the 90s, it turned out the replaced band member had some very questionable political views. Well, if it was one of these like Eastern European former Soviet states, maybe for that reason. She had some troubling connections, perhaps. I don't know. Hey, Pelicans, thanks for gifting a sub a few moments ago, which still didn't update properly. For fuck's sake. Thank you, Pelicans. I really appreciate it, though. Now it's not doing it like that. What the fuck? Oh. I'm gonna fucking lose it here. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm not gonna ask about the blonde European woman's political views, as you shouldn't. I agree. I agree with that. This is like, I think this is the most complex ramen that I've ever made. There's so much shit in this. There's too much fucking shit on me. It's really good though. That's fantastic. The two singers do a version of the video without him is the only answer. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. But people are freaking out though. People are not happy about this. People are so upset, and rightfully so. I think the theory that I find most compelling is that he hadn't done a full-length video. I think that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I don't think it's a bit. I think it's like, oh shit, I got to do a full-length video now. Everyone's freaking out and wants this. And you've got to try and recreate the thing that millions and millions of people just like immediately loved, which is just not possible. Tough to be around. Tough situation to be involved in. Here's something to cheer you up. At the World Police and Fire Games, there was a bike marathon race, and one cop bumped into another, and the entire group of bikes fell. And two are in critical condition. Please tell me there's video net locked. Please tell me there's a video. I need to put on some kind of video while I eat this, because it's like, otherwise it's just like us staring at the screen of just me slurping on some noodles.
Running through Algoma country, just north of Lake Superior. Thick bush, lots of deadfall, swamps and rock. It's tough on foot, especially when man-tracker's on your tail. Man-tracker's armed with real-life experience and an eye for reading terrain. Sandy's his local scout and ex-cop who lives around here. Together, they're targeting these two. Mike and Luke, local boys who just met. Mike is a living action figure, extreme athlete, experienced rock climber, out to control this wilderness. His partner, laid back, lets nature take over.
Mushrooms. Not really overly fond of cowboys, so I think it's kind of like it's a challenge. It's calling out to me to do this. Show them what people from.
Oh, we're watching Man Tracker, all right.
All my sports are football, basketball, hockey. Anyone who knows me knows I don't want to lose. I'm gonna.
Interesting that that's also Marina's nickname as well, which is a funny coincidence.
Beat this guy.
An hour ago, a starter flare marked the beginning of a 43-kilometer overland stretch. Only the prey know the destination. They have 36 hours to get to this county line without getting caught. The prey's jackrabbit sprint gave them a good head start.
There, we got a track right there.
No map, no compass. Man Tracker rides a patient search pattern toward the flare point in search of a clue. The pair are after bragging rights. Man Tracker has stepped into their backyard.
Hope your map reading skills are better than your personal hygiene skills.
They both stink, buddy. They don't really hang out with a lot of jocks, you could say.
To me, he looks a bit like a shaggy hippie.
I'm surprised he doesn't have one of those giant foam fingers and cheering a lot.
If he can't keep up to me, he's gonna know it, because I'm gonna be burning a fire on his ass for sure.
I'll try and speak a little slower for him.
Come on!
On the way, jockstrap.
Let's split. You go that way, I'll go this way. We'll make 2 trails. I'll meet you back up there.
Sounds like a plan.
It's basically Slave Patrol, yeah.
It's rained for days. The ground is sloppy. Covering tracks is near impossible. Creating fake tracks to throw off Man Tracker is their best bet.
That's what I'd be doing.
How you doing over there? Luke, how you doing?
Yeah, great. Yo, let the guy know.
This counter-tracking tactic is called bombshelling, where the prey split up and rejoin to confuse their direction of travel.
It's not making sense.
So far, it's working.
It might take me 2 minutes, it might take me 20 minutes to figure it out.
After 15 minutes, the footprints look suspicious. Too perfect. The least obvious details are telling Man Tracker the real story.
And what they're doing right here, they're running down the side of the road. You know, there's mud on top of this leaf. Very, very wet mud.
It's my second time seeing this, Tyrell. I had never heard of this show, but we watched a bit of it yesterday.
It came out of that hole right there. What they call
As I've got
negative
ramen
imprint.
dripping down my
That's
chin
actually
while I'm
making it
talking.
easier for me.
It's very
If
attractive.
they ran down the middle, it's harder ground. It'd be a lot tougher to track.
It's not just the footprint. It's the pattern of clues that forms a psychological profile of the prey.
Smell horse yet?
No, I keep hearing things though, that's for damn sure.
Vic, I've got a footprint right in the middle of that mud. I just saw something move in the bush up there.
You go this way, they get some rocks, which are really hard to, I hope really hard to track on.
If we're gonna hit rocks, try not to step on the lichen.
This would be a great new React meta. Has anyone watched it on here? I think I'm the first. I'm pioneering this shit on Twitch. First ever Man Tracker React streamer over here.
Forgot completely about Luke, my partner, and just busted my ass, knowing horses don't like the wobbly footing.
I can't believe they're that close.
Looks like we're walking from here. It's just a little too dangerous, so we're gonna duck back in.
The chase is on.
Mike and Luke head to a high rocky outcropping of Canadian Shield. This surface acts like ice for iron horseshoes. Man Tracker has to circle around.
We went around, we probably cut them off.
We get ahead of it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's try it.
What does Man Tracker turn into when he catches them? A man eater. Yeah, exactly. He captures them and then consumes them. And survives off their essence. Probably sees the fucking camera guy up there.
Just saw something up there.
These clips are bullshit. I don't want to watch a full episode. I have no interest in watching a full episode of Man Tracker. Oh, here we go. This looks exciting.
We've got 2 sets of footprints. There's one there, there's one there.
One when I was carrying you.
The only way you'd get these marks is if they were crawling. See where they've gone from here. You can see here where they've climbed up over there. There's a good footprint just in front of that kind of flat rock. Claw marks where they've got up onto the moss. I guess we have to figure out how the hell they get up there. It's not gonna be easy.
There's a road up there. Probably headed down it.
There's just a giant turning maw of teeth like Charbidus in the Man Tractor's chest. I can't say I understand that reference, but that sounds cool.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We're
Mbok
right on
Choi.
top of them again.
The prey have fought their way up the riverbank and are pushing to make good time on the road.
Thank you, Magyar guy.
Trackers are stranded, struggling with the treacherous
Thank you,
terrain
Magyar
that's
guy, for
putting
the 8 months
horses
tier
in
1.
danger.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Follow some of their side routes, and there was one trail that we could have used, and I took my horse in there. He usually takes me through tough areas, and this was just one of those tough areas that I shouldn't have tried.
Come on. Just walk him ahead a few steps, make sure everything's working.
I checked my horse out. He seemed to be all right. We're gonna take it pretty careful after that. That was a hairy situation. So we had to do a lot of detouring. These guys we're using the bush to their advantage.
We're gonna go back across the river and try to get up in these next pine trees.
Oh,
There's ditch. Let's ditch.
that was spicy.
Even though the prey are
Really,
still
really
far
good,
from
but
the
quite
finish,
spicy.
They want to move, and they want to move fast. They're
Kind of
best
sweating
bet.
now.
Ditch the weight and travel light. But this is a gamble. They've got 18 kilometers of brutal bush to get through.
Oh yeah, it's dandy, isn't it? Holy shit. Boy, this stuff sucks. Not made for horses.
Feeling nervous on the open trail, the prey decide to head into the dense bush below. It will be slow going, but easier on the nerves.
You got a track right there. But it's going backwards. Starting to get mad at these guys.
It's got a size that bone. Bet you some wolves got it.
Look at that knuckle. That could be its brains. Look at all the little cells in there. Brains or lungs or... Smell it. It's not nice.
We haven't been following any tracks here. The tracks bugger off back there a ways. But this is way too steep to take a horse down. We've already had one wreck today. We don't need another one. We're just going to keep going and hopefully this trail hits the river. See if we're ahead of them, behind them, beside them. It's got to be one of the three.
Gourmet meal.
Dustin. Dustin. What are you gonna do about your pretty pink backpack?
I'm gonna
Oh,
take this shirt off, this green shirt right here.
Looks like you're going to a rave in Tokyo.
what are they drinking there?
I'm gonna put this backpack under the shirt. So I think it's gonna get intense in the next couple hours.
Hey,
Just drinking a big jug of pee.
take a look down here. We might get a good view of the river.
Let's try that. We just come in off this trail here. We got a reasonable, decent spot to look at a bunch of the river here. They could be on the moon for all I know right now.
Playing it safe has run its course. Dustin and Ian want to pick up the pace. They head for flat ground, but make an escape plan.
We are in sort of an unsafe zone on the road at this point in the day. Well, we've got a steep embankment there, and we've got a huge embankment all the way down to the river. So ultimately, pick up some case, and then when we see him, we know he's here. We go down, we cross the river. He's on this side. We take him to the finals.
The prey are now on a collision course with Man Tracker.
It is very Canadian, yeah.
You go back to the horses and just watch and make sure they don't come down the trail. Because if they steal our horses, we're screwed.
I thought I heard something back there, like something scurried.
Come on, buddy. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Watching Man Tracker, Doc.
There they are.
Oh, they're fucked now. They're man-tracked.
They're into that bunch of poplars there on the bottom. This is our lucky day.
A lucky break. The prey are heading into a forest of poplars. Tall, well-spaced trees making for great visibility. But even with the odds on his side, Man Tracker wants to set up an ambush.
Came right down the damn trail behind us. If we were a little better.
It's so funny how they refer to him as Man Tracker. Uh-oh.
Just as we're coming up the ridge on the other side of the river, cramp, real bad, as bad as I've ever had in my life. Both hamstrings go, straighten them out, both quads go, drop them on the ground. My hamstrings and quads are both cramped. My quad won't relax. If Man Tracker would have come up, he just would have hit me. I would not even be able to get on my feet.
They replaced Man. They tried to cheap. Tried to hold out on Man Tracker. That's why you pay Man Tracker the big bucks. Here's some nice propaganda to Canadian military. It's Man Tracker versus the Canadian military. This is like a manifestation of like that classic tweet. Who thinks that if the troops put together a football team, they could dominate the NFL? Remember that one? Well, it's troops versus Man Tracker in this one. I can't watch an entire 42-minute episode of Man Tracker, though. I think I'm going to skip ahead. Yeah, I don't care what Man Tracker was asking. You pay him. Exactly. I mean, Jesus Christ, what are you expecting to happen? New guy lasted one show, one season. Rookie move. Rookie mistake. You know, one of those execs floated a woman tracker special. Some troubling connotations to that, even if it was suggested in the spirit of innocence. Some troubling connotations if you're going to try and do a woman tracker. That's his quote. That means you have to pay him even if he does a bad job. That's right. The real underpaid tracker was the native guy. Absolutely. He was just in it for. They were like, you get a lot. You're gonna get so much exposure from this. I can't be the only one who thinks if the troops wanted to, they could put together a team and dominate Man Tracker. Well, we're gonna find out.
They are strong, silent, and proud. They are settlers, ranchers, and riders. Hard-working heroes.
Settlers.
Countrymen and women with respect for the land, its bounty, and its beasts.
I think the indigenous guy should be tracking them, the settlers.
Cowboy with a simple mission: track and hunt human prey. Teach them that even in the 21st century, cowboys know a thing or two about delivering the goods.
The Settlers is very loud. Yeah, no wonder the show is popular in Canada, despite me not ever having heard of it before yesterday.
That have kept cowboys respected and iconic figures in the age of science and high tech. Man Tracker's latest challengers, Ben and Daryl, better be up to the task. This fight may not be to the death, but few prey escape without wounded egos.
We've seen what he's capable of, but I don't think he's taken on the prey of this caliber yet.
I don't think we have seen what he's capable of, actually.
Take him very seriously.
Man Tracker's loved by the Canadian Forces. He's kind of looked at as a authority figure. You know, he's the kind of guy who likes to put the bad guys away. That's the kind of guy we want to beat.
These two guys, they're Army reservists. They're in pretty good shape. I think they're going to be very
reservists.
tough competitors.
I've been with the Army Reserves now about 10 years. I'm almost at the rank of sergeant.
Oh,
I've
no.
done a tour in Afghanistan. I've taught recruits, and I think I bring a wealth of knowledge here. I'd say that I have a reputation of being intense. I'm a joker, but I like to get the job done.
I did a good tour shooting Afghan farmers.
Man Tracker is up against a lot
I'm
of
ready
fun.
to take my
We
skills that I
are
learned in
very
Afghanistan,
intense guys.
shooting
Yes, we have a lot of
civilians,
fun, but
to
we
this
wanna win at the
game
end of the
show.
day. Daryl and I take our workouts very seriously. We got to be in our top-notch physical shape in order to do our job, and that is to defend Canada and Canadians.
Canada's military trains men and women to protect and enforce. You'd better be fierce and focused.
Protecting
and you'd
Canada.
better be ready to
Jesus
sweat
Christ.
For your country. Ben and Daryl knock off a week's worth of workouts before breakfast.
Take us to the liver.
This mission takes place in the deep, dark, and wet woods.
Man, that
of
ramen was
Temagami,
really good.
Ontario.
I don't think it was very
You go in there,
attractive
and
to
you
eat it
never
on
find your
camera
way
as
out.
I did, but
It's a
it was
Canadian
really
jungle
good, though.
full of sticky swamps,
You got to be in
dangerous
top-notch
deadfall,
physical
and
condition to
impenetrable
run over an
bush.
Afghan
Good
child
for
in a
bears,
tank. That's
not
right.
for humans.
Who threw her fucking
But
rock
Gary
at you?
Kewen is on Team Man Tracker.
Okay, Hart, here we go.
A longtime local and fellow cowboy. If anyone is going to negotiate the tricks and trails around here, it's this guy.
This is one of the toughest places you're going to find in the Canadian.
Hey, we protected Canadian mining assets in Afghanistan.
Man-made trails, but you want to stay on the trail. That's
These dudes haven't even left Canada if they're reservists. Well, that's what I thought, but the one guy said he did a tour in Afghanistan.
He's good with horses.
I wonder if that just means he did like a tour, like he went over there to check it out and then came back. And he's kind of fudging the words a little bit to give himself some unearned credibility. He's stealing valor.
The target, a marina 41 kilometers away. Equipment, one basic map and one compass.
Take the trail and make some time at the beginning. Then we're getting in the woods. We're gonna get a little wet.
He's like
We're gonna
Pete
get fun
Buttigieg,
with
exactly.
people laugh.
Just went on there on vacation.
Man Tracker's location, 2 kilometers from the flare site. He has no map or compass, only his local guide and tracking skills in this battle of cowboy versus soldier.
I feel like the local guide is doing a lot. Like it's not just your tracking skills. We've got a local guide that's there. Someone has to tour the poppy fields, exactly. Got to prevent the Taliban from shutting those down.
Temagami, home of the giants, the world's densest concentration of old-growth pine. With ATV, horse, hiking, and game trails crisscrossing the terrain, there's no direct route for horse or human.
Let's give her. Don't step on any flowers.
Yep. 50 paces.
Give me every 100. Just be careful here. Try not to disturb too much.
Yep.
There's lots of dirt moved around here. A few little skid marks here and there. You got a boot print right there. Let's take a look up here.
We're up here. See this?
Yeah.
Right there?
Okay, we gotta hit that.
These military guys are stripped down. No techno tools allowed. This mission is analog.
You sure these maps are correct, eh?
That's true.
Do any contestants ever set up traps for the man tracker North Vietnamese style? That's what we were wondering yesterday, yeah.
In this tough country, the tracker really needs to dial into every subtlety of the terrain.
Not much to go on.
They should.
It's gonna be tight, man.
This stick right here is really, really fresh. Pure white. Somebody stepped on that,
What's that?
very, very recently. The mud is stuck to the back of it.
Small signs, but sure signs.
They've definitely gone down here. This trail
I'd
here
wear a
is
bear
fairly
costume with
grungy.
realistic paws,
Is there
track
another
those
trail
footprints.
close to here,
Well, like I
Bear?
was saying yesterday,
Just
I
over
would
this here knob.
I would
Oh,
simply
it's
cover
tight.
myself
They
with
took
leaves
off on
and
this
dirt
grungy
and
little
sticks.
trail and buried
And
it
then
at
when the
100
man
yards away
tracker
from a real
passed
big trail,
me,
so we took it. That's it right
believing
there.
that I was a mere shrub or a
There
piece
was a
of
trail
moss
farther
or
from
grass,
where we were on that would bring them back to
I
that
would
one.
then hunt
So we
track
went to
the
that
man tracker.
intersection.
I'd turn the
This
tables.
path is turning out to be a
That's what I would
lot more
do.
hard to travel than we expected.
Just keep the noise down, though.
He ain't coming in here. The guy don't even get off his horse. Tell him he's coming in here? Yeah, right. He's here to collect a paycheck, have a few laughs.
Still no sign of the prey at the
Bungee
intersection.
sticks and
Man
really
tracker
harsh
is beginning to doubt
reality
their direction
TV.
of travel.
Yeah. Putting bamboo under the fingernails or something.
There's no trail on this map intersecting south.
Are you sure south is this way, though?
Dude, I'm not gonna dump this, right?
Just creep by them with them Scooby-Doo style.
You're in the middle of it all.
When he turns around, you're just
Everything
like,
looks the same,
We're going straight, dude.
and the map did not have
disguise
all the
myself as a
trails
tourist
in
at the big
area.
maple,
This map that we
scratching my
have,
head and looking around confused. Exactly.
completely outdated.
Disorient him.
None of the roads
Big
that we're
map.
crossing are even on this.
Now, we weren't sure how far away we were from.
In the final
pretty much
episode,
from
Man
anything.
Tracker's head is exploded by one of the
I don't
giant
see
log
any sign
traps.
here of anything recent.
That's what he
We
signed
knew
up
they hadn't
for.
crossed the road
No,
we
it's,
were on.
it's,
They
no
hadn't
one said it
come
was
up
going to be
that
a walk in the
intersection.
park.
So that kind of eliminated two different directions for us. Let's go back to the main road and down there, see what we find.
So the question is, do we want
Actually,
to
now
go
that I think about it,
around?
my warrant officer in a reserve infantry unit got turned into chunky marinara in Afghanistan by an IED a bunch of years
Go
back.
to the road. Go to the other side.
That's a shame.
I smell trouble here, buddy. You gotta get out of here.
The prey's movements seem very erratic. Fearing he's been tricked, Man Tracker heads back towards his first point of reference, the flare site.
Until I get proven otherwise, I'm gonna have to assume these guys are pretty good at navigating and stuff. It's starting to piss me off a little because they could be behind me and making ground.
Yeah, filming this must have really sucked. Lugging all the camera stuff. I mean, it would be easier maybe now with like a GoPro or whatever. But yeah, for sure, they've got a rig that they're lugging around.
Let's go, trail. Let's go.
But it's like, how are they? Like, these guys are apparently like good at navigating. Okay, I'll accept that. They're good at navigating. But like, are the fucking camera guys good at navigating? Like, they've got to go along with them and film all the shit. Are they like clanking stuff around? They're using handheld cameras, super low tech. Well, still, I mean, like,
Now we're at the starting point. Back to the same
and they're
point.
making more tracks. This is what I'm saying.
We did a big
I'm
loop
sure they
for
leave easy tracks.
Let's give her. He ain't coming in here. The guy don't even get off his
Bouncing
horse.
the boom mics off trees.
What's up there?
We're going straight, dude. Let's go back to the main road and down there.
Now we're at the starting point. We did a big loop for nothing.
After bushwhacking in circles for more than 2 hours, Ben and Daryl are back at square one. Man Tracker is also heading back towards the start, rethinking his initial sign analysis.
Down. Safely.
It's like wrestling. Stop thinking too hard about it. Just enjoy the spectacle.
We were obviously very
I just
anxious.
feel like
We
you're
were
tracking
heading
these camera
north.
guys.
Realized that we got to come back. down
These
south.
people's
It was very
relative
tough to
survival
navigate through
skills
thick
mean
bush
nothing.
With landmarks that probably weren't there, or landmarks that seemed to be there weren't the right ones. It did throw us for a loop. It was definitely a challenge to nav through this country.
We did have some problems. Yes, we did have some problems with the compass. We were confused at the beginning of it. Horse tracks. Let's get it.
Coming into this chase, our morale was super high. It was actually way above normal. So the amount that we got knocked back really wasn't that bad.
You can't rely on that map too much.
This map is...
Get your compass.
Is Twitch working again, or is it still messed up?
All right, Sparky. We know we're safe here.
How much of a head start was there? They got a 2-kilometer head start.
I just heard a snap. There, I just heard another snap.
My spidey sense is tingling right now. I feel him out there, man. I honestly do.
Just keep going along nice and slow. We'll stop every once in a while and listen.
I still don't totally know what we're doing today, by the way. That's why we're now watching Man Tracker. I should have just bit the bullet early on and just put on a 40-minute episode, because now it would be like close to being over. I put on 2 clips and then a full-length episode of fucking Man Tracker. This is what we're doing on the stream today, I guess. I'm hoping to have Aaron, a.k.a. Cosmic Slop, a.k.a. Posadist Trap God, a.k.a. Afro Cosmist. He's supposed to be coming on the show hopefully today, but I'm having a hard time reaching him right now, so might have to postpone that. We're going to see. I'm going to be here all day, so maybe I'll get him on. That's kind of up in the air at the moment. So kind of just improvising today. But I am planning to be here till like later tonight. So whatever we do, is we're going to have a good time. Okay? We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to have some good, clean fun out there. And that starts with Man Tracker. That ramen was really good that I made, by the way. That was really good. I'm really good at making ramen. You know, I got to admit. Having a good time roasting these boys. Yeah, it's fun. I guess that's what you have to do when you do stream 6, 7, 8 hours. You got to react to reality show content as well. I guess that's just something I need to embrace. Call-in hour? We could think about that, Doc. Is there anything in particular you want to call in about?
There it is again.
Okay, man. I'm gonna send Ben to head first. I took his pack so he's nice and light. So I want him to get out there and get a good look. If we get in trouble, he can run back. He's light. I got his pack. We're good.
I don't know what it is, but it's coming out.
Man Tracker heads for cover. He can't risk being spotted and lose his advantage.
Wouldn't want that.
Whatever was making that noise.
We have become a Man Tracker channel. There's no use struggling against it.
I don't see any tracks.
I just heard another snap over there.
Okay, Doc, we'll see how things progress.
Still making noise, whatever it is.
Has this show been going on for 17 years? I only heard about this show yesterday. I've never once heard of this before in my life. I don't watch a lot of like
They're on the road now.
regular TV though. I only do streaming.
Those guys are using some kind of tactic because they got right around behind us. Let's go say good morning to them.
This is awesome. I love it.
I don't see nothing, Ben. I don't see nothing. I don't even think he's...
Oh, there he is. There he is. In the bush. Into the bush.
7 seasons of Man Tracker. Okay. I would like to start getting back into Survivor. We mentioned Survivor yesterday. I used to be a big Survivor head. Like when Survivor first started, I absolutely loved it. And there's been like multiple decades now of Survivor that I've just had not watched at all.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dimitri, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that, Dimitri. Thank you. And I got the video you sent me based on the Wretched of the Earth. That might actually be a good candidate to watch today, so I appreciate that. Thanks, Dimitri. Survivor is honestly still so goated. Could I be a Survivor React guy as well? There's whole seasons of Survivor that I have not watched one moment of or paid one amount of attention to. Could I watch that? It basically is just slave catcher LARPing. That's right. Or it's Canadian, so maybe it's like runaway indigenous person LARPing. But yes. Rob reacts to epic Boston Rob moments. I do remember him. I vaguely recall Boston Rob. That could be something. Or I could rewatch Survivor Season 2, which I watched every episode of in 2002 or whatever it is. 2001. That was great, though. I think we have watched it a couple times on this show.
Looking for you all morning. We hiding?
Cocky little, aren't they? I wonder what kind of tactics they've got for having two horses up there.
He's coming good. He's coming good. He's on no spin.
It's about as far as I need to get. I don't know what he ran into there, but it's way too thick in there, man.
Charge is over.
Yeah, let's work our way back to the road here.
I wonder what's going through his head right now, eh?
Well, we finally got a general direction. When we saw them, they were kind of headed south here. Can they get around that lake the other way?
It's going to take them a lot of bushwhacking to get around that lake. That's a big lake.
I guess it's time for the gloves to come off, eh?
It's going to be a bare knuckle fight now.
Well, let's keep wandering down this way and keep them in there for a while. See how much they like it.
I think he's chilling. He knows we're in here busting our... He's gonna wait for us somewhere out there. He's taking the easy way.
Well, in about 600 meters,
We should hit that lake, yeah. I'm getting tired of the bush, to be honest. We're gonna get some trails, but if every time we step on the trail, that guy's right there. Not even as much
I'm trying
choice.
to troubleshoot my sub goal while streaming at the same time.
Ben and Darrow may be
Rupert,
safe in
hell
the
yeah.
forest, but they are heading for a trap between a lake and a hard place.
Yeah, he does, Johnny, he does lasso
the terrain
them.
ahead. Man Tracker predicts that the prey will be forced back onto the road. And when that happens, he aims to be in place.
I'm gonna take a walk out to that lake.
I don't know, Ben. What do you want to do?
I can hear voices over there.
There's a lot of ground to catch up there, man.
We got them on the shoreline over there.
It looks a little narrow over there.
Boys look like they're pretty well built.
A dart gun would be nice as well.
We're gonna have to take some risks.
If you're in the bush like that, you should use one of those poison dart, like you get the poison from the poison frog.
We're gonna come back out to the trail.
Get them in the neck.
The road shouldn't be too far away. We gotta quiet down.
They're right on the other side of this little puddle.
Or just give him a real gun. I don't think that kind of content is coming until at least the 2030s. Give America till the 2030s, and then you'll see a man tracker with full realistic violence and death. Give America till the 2030s, and you'll be able to see that kind of thing on pay-per-view or whatever.
Get in a little deeper so they can't see us.
Yeah, it's already essentially cop shows. That's right.
Hey, do you see any tracks?
He's all over here, man. The only way they can get us is ambushing us. And they're gonna be hiding, and they're just gonna jump out on you.
Now they're tracking the man tracker. This is my idea.
Really thick inside the woods.
I'm still not convinced by the role that the cameramen are playing
So
there.
we're forced to take some chances here on the tracks. But we know he's ahead of us, so contact's coming. Watch for it.
That puts us in a bit of a high alert. Daryl, they could be in the bush, so be careful.
No, let's keep making time here. Our morale's high. We know he can only catch us a certain way. Like
They
right
did
here
steal
with
my
this
idea. This is bullshit.
river on each side. This is danger. We have nowhere to go.
Hey, this is a trap.
This is a trap. This smells like a trap. Feels like a trap. Probably is a trap. Let's go. I'm not afraid. I smell it. That's for sure. We got tracks all over
Congratulations on your shimmering golden sub
here. We're
badge,
here. We have 10 meters
Mondo
to get to
Michel.
this tree.
And I'm fully committing to this now because we are getting some people that are getting close to the 3-year mark. Not quite yet. There's still a few months away, but get ready, folks, because there's a new badge that I am going to create. We've got the gold badge. Get ready for the beautiful silvery diamond shimmering diamond 3-year badge. Get ready for that. Watch out for that. Watch this space.
Keep 6 once in a while, Ben.
Silvery pearl. Exactly.
I hear horse. Let's go. They're right here. They're right here.
I'm just leaning into this one.
There he is. They're standing right there.
Diamond doesn't top gold? I think it does. In like the Minecraft sense, it does.
Should have been 100 frickin' yards down the trail. I didn't want to spook those pair of nitwits now.
Man tracker. That would be improved so much if you had someone doing that voice in those moments. Man tracker. Man tracker. This time on Man Tracker.
I can see them. They're on the road now.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Looking for you all morning. We hiding?
I hear horse. Let's go.
I didn't want to spook those pair of nitwits now.
After setting up an ambush, Man Tracker jumped the gun, and the prey slipped through his
This
fingers.
is React
He
Rob,
needs to
that's
come
right.
up with a new strategy to
This is
lure
my
them
new
back
thing.
within his
I'm
reach.
pivoting. I'm pivoting hard, talking about like imperialism and geopolitics.
Why, they're in the thick stuff now.
It's not quite the level of Bunsen that I'm looking for. This is where the real
We have no other options.
cheddar. This is where the real cheddar's at.
So hard. Bush on the right. And a road in the middle that he's been traveling on.
When you have your weapon on you, you know, it gives you a lot more comfort.
Strong pivot, that's right.
Hail to the C8. Ready to move, brother?
Yeah, absolutely.
After those guys bailed into the bush, I needed to let them back out. I needed those guys back on the trail. I can't follow anybody through bush like that. Well, we'll just kind of wander down the road and listen for them and see if we can keep track of them.
Let's get to the road so we can see them, dude.
And then what? Get caught?
You want to keep going in the woods? You feel safer? Let's do
They're gonna shoot him. They're gonna literally shoot him now. That should be legal, I think, if you shoot someone in a reality show. You shouldn't be charged, especially a show like this.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Larry, hello. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm Rob. Thank you for joining us. I hope the Leap and Larry stream was great. Please smash the follow button if you can. We're tracking some men right now. Hopefully we'll talk about some substantive issues later. I'm going to be here all day, though, so we're starting off with some man tracker on YouTube.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, 2023, more like 1984, for the gifted sub. Very kind of you. We were reading Red Skin, White Masks, and other things. That sounds interesting. I'm glad you had a good stream. Some Far Cry City got a puppy. What kind of puppy we talking here? What kind of puppy we talking?
They weren't that far away when we chased them in there, so it shouldn't take them that long to get back out here.
Any guys on horses back there? Nothing? No. Thanks, guys. Be safe, right? They didn't see nothing, Ben.
Well, let's go up this way, Barry.
We are making some time now. We're kind of seeing the bigger picture here, what he's got and what we got. You sit down at a poker table, you're dealt your cards, you can do your best with them, right? Right now we're looking like a pair of fives, and we're going to try and steal the pot on them.
With the intel
Are
from
they
the
going to spear Man Tracker's horse? I mean, it should be legal. That should be a legal maneuver.
But these sportsmen are Man Tracker fans.
Are they running?
I lied. Okay.
Perfect.
No puppy. Alrighty.
The sun's starting to go down a lot.
I know.
Man Tracker is gearing up for a big assault.
No, you
He
didn't
wants
miss
to
that,
capture on
Crab
day
Babes.
one.
It's just I wanted to eat my lunch, and I wanted to just put something on the screen while I was doing that, so I wasn't just like slurping up noodles in front of everyone. So I put this on, and now we're stuck looking at this, I guess.
The only reason we're beating them right now is we seem to be one step ahead of them. We're smelling them, we're feeling them, we're in the game here.
1 sec.
I'm gonna fill up for some water here. Okay, let's go have a closer look. We'll see if it's clean.
I think I just heard something in there. Why don't you hang back right here? I'll ride ahead a bit.
Okay.
The riders split up to better their chances of finding the prey in the woods beside them.
Yeah, right here will be fine.
Oh, those things are bubbling away there, right?
The horses, however, are not fond of this plan.
Did you hear that, Ben?
Well, any chance we had sneaking up on them just disappeared? Well, if that was them I heard in the bush, they sure enough heard us.
Yes.
Well, we might as well keep going.
We froze. Bags open, water bottles open.
We're a little bit unprepared to really book it into the woods if we had to. So we just remained quiet, stayed calm.
I mean, this is when, our skills came into play.
Everything in the outside world was irrelevant. It was just these guys on top of us, and how were we going to deal with it?
Oh, we gotta get across the road quick. Quiet.
We made sure that they went down the road and we got out of there as soon as possible.
You can't catch us in here, Ben.
I tell you, that horse's sound is like Satan. My horse gave a little bit of a peep, and then the other one answered him with a roar. I figured the jig was up once they made that kind of a noise. It was like somebody blowing a siren.
It's one of those things horses do. So at that point,
horse.
our goose is pretty much cooked.
Ben and Daryl 3, the old bearded guy, none. None.
If they've just gone in the bush and let you ride by, you're not going to find any tracks. Well, I don't have their tracks here anymore. Do you keep going? Do you keep looking for tracks? Do you go back? It's a big gamble no matter what you do.
Thank you, Swamp Guy.
You've either gone onto the road back around that little puddle or just jumped across and gone up from here.
The prey take the most treacherous route possible to guarantee their safety, while the trackers comb the area for sign that will point them in the right direction.
The horse is narking on the trackers, it's true.
Swampy water. It's okay. It's all right.
I guess.
The marsh was the first line of defense, but it was getting late, and we knew that we just couldn't stay in the middle of the forest.
Don't go back there.
We haven't seen him in a while, so...
Yeah, there's still plenty of light. He could be out here.
Yeah.
There's trails where we came from, trails he could be on.
On the map, we knew there was a mine. We knew the mine was very close, and thankfully we finally got to that mine.
This is creepy. This is creepy. Okay, Ben, you run ahead. I'll cover you.
There's another old trail back there. Where does it go to?
Now it heads towards the dump site for the old Kenichi mine there.
Oh, okay.
She looks like she's clear. Exhausting day one. Let's try and find a place that we can hunker down and get some rest.
Yeah, I really don't know if these guys are trying to outwit me or maybe they're just a pair of nitwits. I'm flipping around like a bumblebee all day.
We're hearing a few weird noises, to be honest. You know, it may sound cheesy or whatnot, but it could be a guy with a hockey mask standing in the corner somewhere. didn't see nothing, Ben. We were trying to steal a pot on him.
Not an abandoned mine.
She looks like she's clear. Exhausting
Watched
day
this a lot many years ago. We called it ham slapper or graham cracker.
The abandoned mine for the overnight and are up early, fueling their bodies.
If they referred, because they keep referring to him like not by his name, but as man tracker. It'd be funny if like ham slapper sees the two prey escape into the bush. What will ham slapper do next?
They want a mission complete, but Man Tracker has a hunch about where the guy spent the night, and he's almost there.
How far is it back into them old buildings?
About 300 meters. This is a military hot pack. You fill it up with water, and then you put your meal in there, 10, 12 minutes, and cook.
Got some MREs there.
Canadians are probably one of the best fed militaries, eh?
Yeah.
Food is a higher priority than sleep. But you need energy to fight. You need calories, which is these meals have a lot of calories in them.
So once we're done eating, we'll be out of here before he comes in.
Smells like smoke.
You fools.
Leave all the inessentials back here. Because
You fools.
He wants a piece of us today. Ready?
Let's go, buddy.
Let's do it.
This place looks like Armageddon.
We're gonna follow this main road for a while, eh?
Oh yeah, look at this.
You've given yourselves away.
Can't be
You've given
very
everything
close
away.
behind these guys.
And they just leave the
When
fire
you come up
burning.
and
That's
see their campfire
unsafe.
still burning. There's one of two scenarios. They're either complete idiots. Least they could have done is put the thing out. Or
Seriously,
I surprised them
that's
and they
dangerous.
grabbed their kit and they ran. There's no other reason for being, that stupid and leaving a fire burning. I don't care if it's on a gravel pad beside a building. You don't leave your fire burning.
I agree. Red Wizard, it's Man Tracker. We're watching Man Tracker.
We're gonna be traveling a lot lighter, eh? Oh,
That's what it is.
Let's bring it home today, Ben. We've got a great
Starting a
day on
fire
our
would
side. We're well
surely
fed.
assist in the escape.
Right here.
Or a Man
We got
Tracker
the
starts the
sign,
fire like
the
Michael
right front
Caine
boot.
in Michael Caine in the Dark Knight. We burn the jungle down. He had a sapphire the size of a tangerine. I'm doing all kinds of quotes from Dark Knight lately. I was doing the Joker monologue yesterday as well. Really keeping up with the times with my references here.
There's another really good pattern right there. Gotta be a trail over there somewhere.
Oh, for sure, Man Tracker doesn't like the
Try not to
booby
leave any
tracks at all.
tracks here.
No.
1 kilometer on this road.
He considers it an insult.
Check this out down here. Oh, there's one right there. Lots of them.
We want to stick to the main trails. The bush is too thick. We don't want to lose time like yesterday.
We gotta head that way.
Yeah, I know. I know which way we gotta head.
Got one right there. There's another one. There's another one. We're definitely on it. Let's go. Up.
Lost valuable time lecturing when he could be tracking. That's what they were counting on.
Pretty rocky.
He's gonna get so offended by their
Kinda lost their tracks here
haphazard
for the last 100 yards
fire
or so.
safety
Taking the main roads is a lot better right now.
abilities.
The woods are too thick. If I had a GPS, I'd be able to get
He's
across
going to lecture
waves,
to the
replot
camera
my
for 30
bearings.
minutes and they can use that
Take
time
a
to
chance when you get in there.
put some distance between
you're
themselves and
losing
the Man
mega time.
Tracker.
Somebody's put that there fairly recently.
What the hell? Just when we thought we lost the trail.
Thanks for telling me where you are, guys.
We probably got him so right now that he's not even thinking strategy. He's going to try and outmuscle us now. He's going to get a good beat on a path, and he's just going to come running us down. Bring it on, old guy.
There.
There they are. Let's go.
Trick the Man Tracker to soapboxing about fire safety, exactly. He's getting at the lasso.
He can get through this. Let's go get him. Come on, hard angles, hard angles. Hard right angles.
You caught me monologuing.
Zap. Just as we're talking about keeping your head in the game, huh? Wait a couple minutes.
Hey.
He can't get through here.
ASMR.
There he is.
Come on in. Let's go.
Slow down. Ben, he ain't coming in here, buds.
We having fun yet?
Is this pronunciation of lasso a Canadian thing? I'm probably just saying it wrong. Man Tracker.
catch one right here because of all this.
He can't get through here. Man Tracker proceeds to easily get through there. Yeah. Man Tracker.
Could have done flip the thing out.
Let's bring it home today, Ben. Oh, he's getting off his horse at least.
Diego, come on. This is entertaining.
There they are. Let's go.
Come left. Ben, he ain't coming in here, buds.
This is entertaining.
Fun yet?
You're entertained.
It was a close call, but Ben and Daryl once again dove for safety into the bush. Unable to make a clean capture in the thicket, Man Tracker is calculating their next move.
Did you see him over there?
Yeah, I saw them. Both together.
Well, let's go back out to the road here. Kind of wander down that way. Whew. Starting to warm up.
I lost my hand in the bush.
The military men know they have to head for the trails and hit them hard to finish this chase without timing out. And Man Tracker is going to patrol those trails to prevent them from doing just that.
They like their bush.
I don't see any tracks, Ben.
We got him up ahead here.
Let's see Man Tracker wiggle his way out of this jam.
So, when I say move, you move.
It's kind of a good spot to jump him.
You gotta watch your back.
I got 6.
They're about a quarter mile in front of us, but if I jump out now, they'll see us. Bail right back in the bush. I gotta know where they're going first.
We seem to be ahead of them again. There's no tracks.
Oh, gosh.
They just looked back, but they didn't see us.
Let's see if we can get some water here.
Do you have taps?
Before I lost my weed pipe running from Man Tracker, we gotta go back and look for it. That would be my actual strategy. Would be to, instead of bringing food, just bring a bunch of meth.
Let's water up here.
You just don't eat or sleep the whole time. You're just moving the whole time.
Jump in the water.
Fueled by dangerous amounts of crystal meth.
We might have enough cover to be
You don't
able
need to
sneak
eat
down.
or sleep. You just have unlimited energy reserves.
Not exactly Bobby Boucher style of water here. Gotta take what we can get.
That would be entertaining. That would be an interesting wrinkle if they did like a theme season where Man Tracker was only hunting people that the only resource they had was they didn't have food or water. They exclusively had crystal meth.
Big rocks.
And just whatever happens, happens. You captured on camera.
I thought I heard something.
I don't want to jump out too soon like I did last time.
Let's go, Ben.
Oh, for sure, yeah. The Nazis, they were all hopped up on that shit. Hitler himself, right up until the moment he blew his brains out.
That corner and get closer.
Whacked out on fucking
I think we're okay. Let's
crystal.
Danger. Noise. Don't go too far, Ben. Ben, slow down. Don't go too far.
Leave tobacco pipes laying around for Man Tracker to smoke. We put meth in the bowl and cover with a layer of tobacco. No, for Man Tracker you put PCP. You put PCP. Leave some PCP pipes for him to find and smoke. You get wet? Like Denzel in Training Day? Yeah, exactly.
We gotta make time though, Ben. He ain't coming from that side. I was watching down the whole road.
What can you say?
Get back on the road. Let's make
No,
some
no,
time.
I got it, Doc. Don't
grab that
do
bridge,
meth
hold
or
it right
PCP.
down, eh?
No, yeah, gotcha. I got it. Loud and clear.
There he is. He's here. Watch out. Oh, we're good, Ben. We're good. Relax. Hold on, Ben. Ben.
A lucky break for Ben and Daryl. Man Tracker didn't spot them coming out onto the road.
We were playing with guesses before. Now
Is he still there?
Oh yeah, they're off their horses and they're just chilling. So we gotta make
I was
time.
bitterly disappointed when I smoked PCP for the first time and it was nothing like Training Day. That is unfortunate.
He's got something.
In my medical opinion,
I'm looking at the scenery around.
you can
so
do a little meth.
If you didn't see us, we'd probably go
Just
right
as a little
past.
treat, okay?
It's okay. We rise to the challenge on this one.
Just a little small amount.
I
It's
feel
harmless.
much better when I'm a little panicky. So we'll wait here 5 minutes.
It's a standoff. Who will fold first?
I heard some crashing, but these guys are looking for.
Never heard anybody.
Time's an issue.
I know.
He's ready to move.
He's got something, man.
Ben,
park way down there where the horse is looking. The left side in the trees.
Something out
Daryl,
there.
come on. Too dangerous.
Past
too
them
dangerous.
trees.
Come on. Daryl,
There's something out there hunting us, and it ain't no man.
this way, I'm going.
It's a man tracker.
Let's walk. We'll be careful. Exit left.
Because he's an expert tracker, he doesn't spot them in order to know they've passed that way. Exactly. That's how you fall into his, right into his trap. Man tracker.
Gotta take what we can get.
We're waiting for them to get around the corner.
Hey, he's not coming that way. There he is.
He's got something.
Time's an issue.
Oh, there they are. With less than 3
What, Diego,
hours
this is
to
a
reach
crazy story. Oh my goodness. Back in the 2000s, a couple of American A-10s on a training mission in Italy flew into some ski lift wires and cut them, causing a bunch of people to plummet to their death. And Italians were outraged, and even more so when the base commander admitted their pilots had been on performance enhancers. 20 people were killed. I've never heard about this. 20 people were killed when a United States Marine Corps EA-6B Prowler aircraft, flying too low and against regulations in order for the pilots to, quote, have fun and take videos of the scenery, cut a cable supporting a cable car of an aerial lift. God damn. That is wild.
The marina, the prey put themselves directly in the line of fire in order to make time on the road. They felt they had to take the risk, but the cost might be too high.
Cut back this way, Ben. Okay. He's right behind us. Keep moving. No, he won't that way. We'll go the other way, bro.
I don't think he's coming in here, brother. He hasn't done it in 2 days.
He is. I'm sure he is.
Let's go.
Daryl, let's do this.
We can't deviate off our compass now. Map and compass don't work like that, Ben. You don't take wide berths around like that. It's a direct point. You start walking around, you're not going to find your way back over.
Daryl, calm down. I don't want to run.
Yeah, and that's totally true, Diego. You comrades know there are so many stories about American soldiers stationed in Europe and the rest of the world where they kill or rape or do other atrocious shit. It really sucks having American military bases on your country's soil. It's amazing. We were looking at the map of Africa yesterday and all the the U.S. military bases there. It really is amazing that that's just been like where America does that, builds bases all around the world. You know, we've talked often about the bases in like Okinawa, where the Okinawans are like constantly agitating to get them out of there for that exact reason. And like really, we don't like America doesn't frame it like this, obviously, but you don't think about it as being like this is a military occupation. You know, when you've got U.S. military bases just on your soil. Like I think about Seoul, South Korea sometimes, how there's just this massive like 6-block radius American military base just right in the center of the main city in South Korea, and how disturbing that would be. You know, if there was like a foreign military base like in your city that you had to live in for decades and decades. It's really strange the way that that's totally normalized. And even when the people like in South Korea, in Okinawa, in Africa or Latin America or whatever, like, get the fuck out, we don't want you here. America's just like, shh. There are literally hundreds of
This is
Chinese
some guy,
military
Rob
bases
Russo,
in
some
Canada.
leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found
Hello,
this.
Majority Report. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, Majority Report. Hey, just if you could really quickly just smash that follow button. I'm trying to see something. Twitch has been acting kind of funny today. It's not really working properly, or it's being weird. If you could just really quickly smash the follow button, I'm kind of trying to just see something. See if that still works. We're tracking men today on the channel. That's what we're doing. Twitch is funny every day. Well, that's true as well. That's true. Thank you for the follow, Carpe Pax. Press follow so we can track you. You know, there's a lot of like interesting and important political stuff going on right now. What I'm doing though today, for right now anyways, I am going to be here for the next few hours, is watching the reality show Man Tracker. I had never heard of Man Tracker until yesterday. And I think I ironically watched a few clips from it yesterday. And then today when I was eating my lunch, I just put on an episode so there was just like something playing while I was slurping up my ramen. And now I'm kind of like unironically enjoying it. We're laughing and making fun of it, but I do find it kind of enjoyable. Man Tracker. You say it like that. Why though? I don't know why. I don't know. This episode of Man Tracker is about the Man Tracker trying to get these like Canadian Army reservists. And we're going to see if the troops can outsmart Man Tracker. And who's to say? There's only a few minutes left, so maybe they are. Maybe they're going to escape Man Tracker's clutches today. It's hard to say. Anyway, thanks again for the raid. I hope people stick around. I hope people follow the channel. My name is Rob. Again, thank you for joining us. A lot of the time here on Twitch, I'm talking about news and politics and geopolitics and imperialism and theory and all kinds of interesting stuff. We also like to have a little goof off, a few goof offs every now and then. We like to get a little silly sometimes. Sometimes I'm just a silly little guy, in addition to doing the important stuff. I try to have a nice balance on this program of being a silly little guy and also having some serious discussions and analysis going on. Do you think that Trudeau is going to go down the divorced dad manosphere pipeline? I don't think so. No, he's too wedded to the woke branding. I don't doubt that he's still got a couple more weeks for a nice hot boy summer, so I don't doubt that he's going to go down that road. That's for sure. Subscribe to the only two-dimensional trickle-down cloud system, the Friendship Triangle. Exactly. Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle strip. Normally I'm able to do it. Normally I'm able to do it really well. Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped trickle-down clout and friendship access tiered reward system. Yeah, we've seen the cop going down the slide. We saw a number of variations of it. I really laughed my fucking ass off yesterday watching again the clip of the cop coming out of that slide. It's just funny every time. Every single time. Every single time. It even gets funnier in a way. Because like I was saying yesterday, I'm still surprised. No matter, even if I've seen the clip 10, 20, 50 times, I'm still surprised every single time he comes out of there. You know? Who polished the slide? So prior to that, they were sprinkling some fentanyl on the slide, and that's what happened. The one I sent you really made me laugh the hardest. I think I've got it saved up here still, up the Reds. I'll finish this episode of Man Tracker, and then we can put it on. Or was it a greased pig? I don't know. We can watch it. Yeah, we can. We watched it about 50 times yesterday, but I think we can do it a couple more. And by the way, folks, if you can, subscribe to this program. Did I mention that? Did I mention that it really helps me out when you subscribe to this program, TRRS? I know Twitch is being kind of funky today. I don't know if people are able to subscribe or give subs in the way they normally do. I'm not really sure. It still seems to be kind of like messed up for me. But if you can, please subscribe to this program. It's really helpful. It's the speed with which he's ejected from the slide. It gets me every time too. It's unbelievable. It's the speed. He's upside down. He's doing the rail slide. It's the way he slides down the it's not pavement, but whatever it is. Like it's one of those like mushy playground surfaces.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's the angle. It's the giggling before he comes out. It's the sound of the rattling around in there like an ice cube machine. Everything about it. You haven't seen it, Swamp Goth? Oh my goodness. We have to finish this episode of Man Tracker, and then we can do that. Diego, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, fuck, at the end. Just everything about it is just you could never script that. Ever. or try to recreate it in any way. Just not possible. Yeah, I saw that someone else did a POV of the slide, and the velocity is even more baffling. Like a reporter, she just like slides down there, and it's totally normal. Like, it's not that crazy. Perplexing, very concerning. We're looking into this.
He's there in the bush.
It's become like a national landmark now. And I slipped him through the slide yesterday. That's true.
What's going to happen to him? Well, in just a few miles, he'll be playing with the bears at the dump.
And if they go south?
They go south, they'll run into a long lake. They're going to have to get around it.
So we're probably better off coming back out to the trail.
We're not making it, Ben.
I know. Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Let's get our water and we'll continue on our bearing straight to the water. Let's fill that water. Ready to swim, buddy?
Yeah.
Down but not defeated, the determined prey take the plunge.
I like the theory. I like the theory about the cop's clothing material being very frictionless. I guess the cop was wearing his tactical acceleration uniform. Jesus. Okay, we gotta finish this because now my mind is getting into cop slide mode.
Listen. I can hear him.
Yeah.
There they go, right there.
They are determined. I got to give that to them. There was no quitting these guys. It's the same old story. They're nothing stopping a soldier but a bullet.
Lake was cold.
Or a child throwing a rock.
Lake?
Yep.
Is there any trail coming back into them?
Yeah, the industrial road will go to the dump.
It's okay, Sands. It's alright.
Bottom. Not good times. Come on, Ben, let's give her.
Stonewalled by woods and water, Man Tracker heads for the only road that slices through the forest. But it's a long way around. Team Tracker has to move fast.
Get here. Been dehydrated. That's okay.
The reservists came up empty on their last water stop. Now they are running on fumes.
I'm so thirsty, it's ridiculous.
Severe dehydration is becoming a major issue.
Let's start sacrificing our bodies a bit to make our time. We've got a couple hours before we have all the water and beer we can drink, plus showers, whatever. Honestly, Ben, I can do the rest of this on adrenaline. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
We came out of the woods. We were seriously dehydrated. We really wanted to lighten our loads.
Let's drop them here, buddy.
Let's drop the packs. Let's make some time. Let's show our fitness here. Let's start running. Let's do this. Let's go, Ben. Let's make some time.
I don't see them. Exit right if he comes. Let's go, buddy. Go.
This is that road that'll take us into where they are?
Yeah.
It's the Tracker's only hope. A clear line to cut off his quarry's advance to the finish.
This ain't good. Got a backpack in here. Two of them. It's not good, Barry. They're making a run for it.
Let's go this way.
Quickest way into town from here. On foot.
You want to take the tracks? Take the tracks. Where? Right there.
It's a break we needed, Ben.
We actually ran into a guy that was standing there. How are you? Anybody going in?
It would be cool to see a streamer
And
tracker
he
show.
said, yeah,
You get all the
a couple
different
guys
Twitch
went by
streamers
here.
on there.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Like a battle royale type thing.
Come on. I think that's them.
No, I think you get like it's like a Hunger Games or a battle royale where you drop a bunch of streamers onto an island with some kind of goal, and then you have a man tracker type figure hunting everybody down. And I think we wouldn't want to like go full Running Man, but I think he's got a taser. You could tase the Twitch streamer. I think that would be the show. Would you watch that? I feel like people would watch that. Jeff Bezos himself for his own personal amusement. The winner gets healthcare benefits. if you win, that's what you get. You get some basic labor protections if you win the Running Man style battle royale Hunger Games, Steve Austin and Vinnie Jones movie, battle of wits and physical endurance. Jeff Bezos has to tase everyone, and the last person standing gets basic labor protections. It'd be like Lord of the Flies. Well, that would be a different show too. It's like where instead of the man tracker element, you just drop a bunch of Twitch streamers into a survival situation. People have no clue how to even like live normal lives in a city, let alone survive in the wilderness.
From what I've seen on the show, horse don't like rocks. He's got to be really sure-footed through this.
Let's go. Come on, bud.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
2023, thank you so much for the 500 friend coin. Thank you.
Let's go. I see civilization, brother. We're gonna hand this right to him.
Ben and Daryl are 2.2 kilometers away from the finish. They
You
have
can count on
16
me.
minutes
You're
to
gonna have good
complete
old
this
Rob
mission.
to talk you through all
Dehydrated,
this.
exhausted, with man tracker at their backs. The town marina
They can get
is
donos
closed.
from chatters. That's
So
very
is the
Hunger
tracker.
Games.
Right through here. There's the track we want right there.
I think man tracker's fucked.
When we came out onto the paved road, I could see my chances starting to dwindle immediately. Paved roads leave no sign whatsoever. Urban search.
I think you're screwed. The troops have got him.
A real warm and fuzzy feeling about this.
2023, thank you for the gift sub.
I think we got railroaded.
Thank you very, very much, 2023. Appreciate it.
Dehydrated like that.
Maybe they can hook us up with some water.
Hey, buddy, you got a garden hose we can fill up with? Sir, we owe you one. Thank you dearly.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's come down to a matter of seconds. A sprint for the finish line.
This is it, Dennis, Dennis, it's Get on, get on.
Okay, guys, okay. I know you're in the military, but usually man tracker had placed his landmine at the finish line. They get their legs blown off.
And then you push through. And you learn something new about yourself. That maybe you got a little bit more in the tank than you thought you did.
As soldiers, we go through, very difficult terrain and very difficult situations. What makes us shine at the end of the day is our ability to deal with the stress and to deal with harsh conditions.
There was more at stake than us just winning this. There was a lot of people here that we're representing, and I saw the people that we...
All the boys and girls.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. I hope we did you guys proud out there.
Well, I'd call you a pair, but I got too much respect for you. Good job, guys.
Because these guys were trained by the Canadian military, it certainly helps to take the pain out of losing. Having the experience of following these guys and seeing their determination makes me awful proud of the Canadian military.
Everybody knows I hate losing, and if I have to lose to guys in the service, that's the way it goes. They put it all on the line for themselves and their honor and their pride, and I got to commend them for that. They're an awesome pair of guys.
Of course, he turned it into some lame troop worship bullshit. I would have been like, fuck, I hate the military. I hate that I lost, and I hate that I lost to these two imperialist fucking clowns, too. They're a type of Precious Michael. It's right. Was either one of those guys named Michael? I didn't catch that, actually. Okay, let's check this out. Was this Up the Reds, I think, sent this? We better look at the original first. Just to, get oriented here. Let's look at the original first. I can't even find the original now. Now everyone's visiting the slide. Everyone's visiting the slide like it's a fucking landmark. Okay, here's the original. Here's the original, which... Here's a child. Just a normal slide.
Here comes Daddy. Okay,
And a larger
get out of
guy.
the way, because he's going to come down really fast. Stand to the side. Here he comes. Here's Daddy. Why was it?
The sound adds so much to the anticipation. It's just like I was saying. It's just everything about this video is just perfect. You could do the same thing a billion times and never recreate it to be that perfect. It's becoming clearer and clearer that the car was targeted by Antifa. Exactly. They sprayed cooking oil all on the inside. It's like fucking Clark Griswold in Christmas Vacation.
You know that metal plate in my head?
How can I forget?
I had to have it replaced because every time Catherine revved up the microwave, I'd piss my pants and forget who I was for a half hour or so. So over at the VA, they had to replace it with a plastic one, and it ain't as strong, so... I don't know if I ought to go sailing down no hill with nothing between the ground and my brain but a piece of government plastic.
You really think it matters, Eddie?
Well, see, the plate runs right underneath my part here. And over here, it's, nothing. But here, if this gets dented, then my hair just ain't gonna look right.
Feeling. Well, I better try this first, see how it works.
Well, you be careful there, Clark. That's
Nothing to worry about, Eddie. Going for a new amateur recreational saucer sled land speed record, Clark W. Griswold Jr.
Some like really, I would probably do this if I had the time. If I wasn't streaming right now, someone should edit the sound of this prior to the cop coming down the slide. You want it like free viral tweet if you want it. All right, you edit the first couple seconds of him talking about the world speed record with the cop clip. Easy, couple hundred likes. Easy. Maybe you're getting into the thousands on that. Free idea. That's for me to you. Okay. I don't want it. I can donate the clout to you.
Kids are going for a new amateur recreational saucer sled land speed record, Clark W. Griswold Jr. Remember, don't try this at home, kids. I am a professional.
Easy. That's an easy viral tweet. I'll even retweet it.
Let her rip. Hang pen.
This movie rocks.
Hey, hey, hey! Ow! Wait, I'm dead! No, not! Come on! Ooh, up! Ooh! Ah!
You know, I was first of all, this movie has a fucking amazing theme song that I don't think gets enough play as like a Christmas classic. I think it should be like a Christmas holiday song, like a standard rotation, the theme song to this movie. It's so great. But I was watching The Bear a few days ago, and they used the theme from National Lampoon Vacation, which I hadn't heard in many years. Holiday Road by Lindsey Buckingham. And it's such a fucking great song. It is such a great song. It was in The Bear, and I was like, man, I've only ever thought about that as like the theme song to National Lampoon's Vacation, which I hadn't seen in many, many years. And it's like, man, this song absolutely rips. It's so good. In the Christmas episode, no, it was the one where the main song that I remember from that one was "Got My Mind Set on You" by George Harrison. This was in the one where the pastry chef goes to Copenhagen. I can't remember all the names of the characters, but they play Holiday Road when he's like sightseeing around Copenhagen, and it's Marcus. Yeah, it's so great. What an awesome song. Denmark mentioned, exactly. Well, it plays a large role in The Bear, Diego, because Carmi, the main character, like spent time at a restaurant there, and then he sends the pastry chef Marcus to go hang out in Copenhagen to learn how to make really fancy desserts. I really enjoyed that second season, and actually, I watched the pilot. I watched the first episode of the first season last night, because I think the second season kind of it fills in a lot of gaps that. It makes you kind of appreciate the first season a lot more when you have that information all about his family and his brother and everything. Like the first time I heard Billy Joel's My Life outside of Bosom Buddies, setting aside for now the implications of the premise for Closeted Trans Femme. Great song as well. I don't think I've seen Bosom Buddies, though. Been wanting to watch it, but was worried about PTSD from being a kitchen slave for so many years. It does seem extremely stressful. Weenus. I was a busboy for a little while, like, I guess like 6 months. And yeah, watching that, I was just like, I never like really lived that lifestyle the way some people did it for years and years and years. Like I worked in a restaurant for a little while. It wasn't really for me. And I was like, I got to do something else. I got to work in a call center. This is too much for me. But yeah, I think a lot of people that have worked in that world watch the show and are kind of triggered by how anxiety inducing it is. But you might also appreciate it on that level as well.
Clark going for a new amateur. Careful there, Clark. Nothing to worry about, Eddie. Go.
Okay. I'm going to just try and do it myself. I don't know if someone like took me up on my suggestion here. I'm going to do a live version though, okay? You ready for this? You ready for this? I'm going to do a live version. Here we go.
Going for a new amateur recreational saucer sled land speed record, Clark W. Griswold Jr. Remember, don't try this at home, kids. I am a professional.
Later, dudes. Let her rip, hang pen.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We did it, folks. I didn't even need to. I gave you the idea, but now I'm taking it for myself. I'm taking it back. I'm sorry. I'm taking back the idea. Oh man, that worked out even better than I was imagining. Did someone clip that? Let's see the clip. Sometimes it trickles up. I mean, the important thing, Emily, is that like the trickle down clout system, there is still like a top part of that, right? There's the elite tier, but then there's the top point as well, which that's my area. So, I mean, that does come with certain benefits as well, just as there's different benefits in the different levels, right? Thank you, Doc. Man, that really worked out even better than I was imagining.
Going for a new amateur recreational saucer sled land speed record, Clark W. Griswold Jr. Remember, don't try this at home, kids. I am a professional.
Later, dudes. Let her rip, hang pen.
Going for a new amateur recreational.
That's good. That's very good. Now clip that, exactly. Now we can have some kind of Inception kind of stuff going. Anyway, Let's see. I'm gonna post it on the TRRS account, just the clipped version. Really, I think the higher potential for virality would just come from the actual clip, right? This is gonna have to do for now, though. We're doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Holiday Road, Holiday Road. Such a good song. Oh my god. I listened to it a bunch of times after that. Okay, it's posted. It's posted, folks. Loyal TRRS soldiers, retweet. It's got a lower potential for virality because my big mug's in there. Re-X this. Re-X. The best part is you smiling. I posted it on the TRRS account. I'm going to give it a retweet right now. Let's see. Let's see if the X gods are smiling on me today. This is fun. It's like we're doing some live social media stuff. That's cool. Right? Hey. Okay. Well then. I'm going 2 hours already. 2 hours, 17 minutes. This has been eventful so far. I made a delicious ramen and ate that. We reacted to Man Tracker. We're creating some content, looking at x.com live on Twitch, the website that everyone knows, x.com. We all love saying it, and we all agree that that's what it's called now. So what else? I mean, I guess I'm going to have to probably talk about, real stuff eventually. Or do I? Or do I have to do that? I don't know. I am planning on being here for another quite a while, so definitely started compulsively closing the x.com tab because it looks too suspicious. It's so annoying. Like, I keep looking through my tabs to be like, where's Twitter? I can't find it. And it's like, oh, this
you can
very
count on
suspicious
me
and fucked up
Rob
thing.
to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for another gifted sub. Diego, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I can't believe the man actually degraded the design and familiarity of his brand. Because that's the business genius move when you have this globally recognized brand and all these terms that everyone knows regardless of whether they use the website or not. They all know the terms tweeting and retweeting and all that stuff. And they know exactly what it means, which is something that any social media would like fucking kill themselves to have that kind of like brand penetration. And Mr. Business Genius is like, let's just like throw that in the ground for this generic, boring,
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
cyberpunky bullshit.
Wretched of the earth. If we move on to real-world topics. Let's go. I am ready to decolonize. TRRS Sankar I Dan Kwame.
Thanks, Dimitri, for the 200 friend coin. I definitely think I would like to watch it either today, but I'm going to keep it on the docket for the future, even if we don't get to it today. I do want to talk a little bit more about the ongoing stuff going on in Africa. There's a lot of Ukraine stuff that I would like to get to that I haven't gotten to as well. I got tons of stuff saved for that to take a look at, so I don't know. But also I'm just feeling like I'm feeling kind of silly. I'm feeling like being kind of a silly dude at the moment, so it's hard to know what to do. I can't believe how well that worked, though, the cup thing. That was beyond my wildest expectations. Do what feels right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We got lots of time. But remember, folks, I am just coming back on a little vacation. My subscriber numbers took a little bit of a hit during that time. But I also, the time off was much needed, and I spent some quality time with my family and my son playing around in the ocean. But I'm just coming back from that. I'm just coming back from like a fairly serious illness that I had, which was really unfortunate as well. That caused me to miss a couple of days. So if you can, folks, subscribe to TRRS. Subscribe to this program. It's very helpful. It helps to keep the show on the air. I'm going to be here all day. Hopefully we'll get up to the sub goal again. But if you can, folks, please subscribe to this show. I think whether you like serious discourse and discussions about news and politics and capitalism and socialism and imperialism and all these things that we talk about all the time, decolonization, as well as silly bullshit as well, reality shows, talking about food and snacks, eating lunch. We cover all the bases on this program. And if whatever part of that you identify with, if you want to support this content, please just subscribe. Subscribe or gift subs. Help me make the little number go up that I have to do every single day. It's very helpful. I appreciate it a lot. And then we become friends. We become friends afterwards. And it's real. Okay? That's real friendship. And normally they say things like real friendship are not, you're not able to put a price tag on that. But you can, actually. You can put a price tag on it. $5. Which is nothing, really, in the scheme of, like, that's for a friend.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's invaluable. Best $5 per month friendship I've ever purchased. Thank you, Dakadude. And thank you, Chaos the Gardener, as well, for the 3 gifted subs. I'm trying to remember the riddle that Joker tells Riddler at the end of the Batman, which I really like that scene, by the way, the final scene in Arkham, and you can see the Joker just in like this vague outline. That's really cool. I really enjoyed that. Do you cover local news? Sometimes. I'm here in Montreal, and when there's things that are pertinent to talk about, I try to, yeah. Come for the news and goofs. Stay for the parasocial relationship. Remember to subscribe, folks. Thank you, Comrade Cauliflower. No, I'm trying to remember the riddle he tells, though. It's like, what's more valuable the less you have of it? And the answer is a friend. A friend. And for a measly $5 per month, you can be friends not just with me. Remember, it's not just about me. You can be friends with not only me, but literally hundreds of other community members who will now become not even your friends, but your family. And in fact, if your family asks difficult or uncomfortable questions about how you're spending your money and where you're spending your time, that's what's called a toxic person. Okay? You don't need that in your life. You don't need that in your life. You have a new family now. If you subscribe, you have a new family now, and you don't need those people. So, just food for thought, I guess. Food for thought. This is the Somali pirate meme, exactly. I'm your family now. Look at me. Look at me. We're your family now. I see trending in Canada right now is the hashtag Russia is collapsing. Somehow I don't believe that. Somehow I am almost certain that that's false. Such a weird wish, too. Do you really want the country with the most nukes in the world to fall apart? Because I do not. That was the very alarming thing, I think, when that whole Wagner coup thing was going on a few weeks ago, and you had these liberals openly celebrating. The idea that if that did materialize the way that they were all preemptively celebrating over, and there was some kind of a coup of Putin with the Wagner guys, people not understand that would be not good. That wouldn't be good for people in Ukraine. It wouldn't be good for anybody. It certainly wouldn't be good for people in Russia. Not that they care about what actually happens to Russian people, because they seem to just hate all Russian people, regardless of what their politics are or what the government is. That would be a really bad situation, though. And the way that people are cheering that on, openly cheering that on, I think is pretty remarkable. Yeah, the same people that called the Wagner Group all Nazis a couple months ago. Exactly. Russia collapsing is the new China collapsing. Yeah, exactly. They've been saying that's been going on for years now. A nuclear standoff between mercenaries and the government sounds like a definite improvement in the situation. It's quick question. How close is Ukraine to Russia? Yeah. I don't think they've thought about that. They've flip-flopped on Wagner every 2 minutes. At first they're bad, then they're good because they want to topple Putin, then they're bad again because of Niger. Yeah. Some interesting, I noticed something interesting about the coverage of this Niger thing. I think for me, the telling thing, or Niger, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it properly. I think you're going to do the French pronunciation, even though they're dispelling all these French diplomats, so maybe they don't want to be that anymore. But I saw some coverage. I saw some coverage from The Intercept.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This next group of Nazis that America will work with are actually good this time.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Pac-Man Trinity, for the one entire year of Tier 1. Thank you, Pac-Man. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're complaining about, they're saying, oh, the Wagner Group guys, they're Nazis. But it's like, that's usually something that America finds appealing in terms of people that they want to have military or diplomatic relationships with. Niger and that whole area still literally have Islamic State and Boko Haram fighting the government, and the Americans and French are out there planning to weaken those governments. Yeah, and with Burkina Faso, like we were seeing, you have people volunteering to like fight these terrorists in their nation, and then they're being framed as being like militias by and kind of demonized by Western politicians and Western media. The Intercept is kind of tricky, isn't it? I think The Intercept, especially starting off, did a bunch of really important coverage, and now you see how they've kind of pivoted to being a tool of like these sort of Western security state while still trying to maintain this kind of like edge on that, despite initially kind of reporting on some of the things that the security state was up to. Like Jeremy Scahill, who I have a lot of respect for, who covered Obama's drone program and drone assassination program extensively. And built up a lot of credibility like that. But now here's their top story is from Cole Stangler. Cole Stangler. White people love to be named Cole Stangler. A pro-Putin Facebook network is pumping French language propaganda into Africa. So now they're covering that as these West African nations are like expelling French journalists and French media, and now you have the intrepid journalists of The Intercept being like, oh, there's these Putin propagandists that are now taking over. As we've seen, these people are just, these nations are making alliances with Russia. It's not like this secret disinformatia campaign. Like, these nations are openly saying, we like Russia and we want to have an alliance with Russia. Like, they're not being like ambiguous about that in any way. But I saw something else. Yeah, here's the story about this mutiny in Niger. And the main thing that I'm thinking about this mutiny is that Boko Haram, not Boko Haram, but Burkina Faso and Mali both said they're trying to defend this coup. And both Burkina Faso and Mali have said if the US goes in and tries to restore the government militarily in any way, we are going to consider that a military provocation. And look how this coup is framed by Jeremy Scahill himself on this podcast, by The Intercept. Niger Mutiny, another US-trained military officer-led coup. So they're kind of framing it as being like, oh, the US is backing this coup, even though the US is out there saying we want to restore the government. We don't agree with the coup and we want to restore the government. And I think The Intercept is kind of trying to, like, without explicitly saying this, suggesting that America is benefiting from this coup somehow. And look how it's framed. Troops from Niger ousted the country's democratically elected president, Mohamed Bazoum, last week. One of the coup leaders had previously received training from the U.S. government, becoming the 11th coup in the region by U.S.-trained officers. This week on Intercepted, Nick Turse, investigative journalist and contributing writer with The Intercept, joins Jeremy Scahill and Murtaza Hussain to discuss the unfolding events in Niger and the Sahel region. Nurse outlines how Africa has seen elevated conflict and instability as the U.S. has increased its military involvement on the continent over the last few decades. Don't you find that kind of interesting? The way that's being framed? That really, stuck out to me. Take care, Jay. Thanks for hanging out. That really stuck out to me, the way The Intercept is framing this as being like a U.S.-backed coup. Despite the fact that the U.S. State Department is saying we want to restore Mohamed Bazoum. Bazoum wasn't democratically elected either. There was voter suppression, plus leading anti-corruption and human rights activist was sent to jail by Bazoum. Yeah, this is one of those things, Worldy Bong, where I try to do my best to analyze the information I have without trying to suggest to anyone that I'm an expert in African regional politics or election integrity in Nigeria? Like, I don't know, and I'm not pretending that I do know. I'm trying to do the best I can to have an analysis of this with the information that I do have. But yeah, I mean, that's a very specific framing, though, democratically elected, to suggest that, like, you know, the idea that elections in Nigeria, I can't attest to how above board that entire process is. We know that many of these nations in Africa are incredibly corrupt and not democratic whatsoever, especially when this is a US-backed regime that was there in the first place. That's the whole thing I don't get about framing this as being this, like, US-supported coup, framing it as a US-trained military officer ousted democratically elected president. You know what I mean? It's trying to have that kind of, like, security state critique while simultaneously basically backing what the US State Department's viewpoint of this is, which is that the coup was bad and they need to restore the previous government. You know? Isn't that kind of strange to you? The Sahel is still de facto French colonies. Yeah, and that's what we were saying as well, is that the explicitly, like, decolonial nature of some of these previous coups that have happened in the region with Burkina Faso and with Mali, the way that they're getting rid of the French troops, they're getting rid of French journalists and newspapers and radio programs, and both of these nations, both Burkina Faso and Mali, are both backing the Niger coup regime and suggesting that if the US does try to get involved, that they consider it an attack on them. But then meanwhile, you have The Intercept framing it as being this, like, US-backed coup. Very interesting. It's the best part of blowback. Previous military investments justify the next investment. Exactly. It's just an endless money printing machine. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I think it's a little strange. It's a little suspicious to me. That's getting my tinfoil hat tinkling. Is that an expression? If anyone could do it, the U.S. could be involved in both sides of the coup attempt. That's true. Yeah, you could have different factions within the State Department and the CIA just working against each other. There's been no shortage of examples of that exact scenario happening. You're tinkling in your hat. That's exactly right. Yeah. Well, tinkle my tinfoil. It's exactly like when the CIA Syrian militias fought the DoD Syrian militias. Exactly. What's the goal of The Intercept framing it this way? I think the goal is to frame this in the way that the U.S. State Department wants it to be absorbed. Right, which is the coup is bad, and that the previous democratically elected government needs to be restored. That's the sort of viewpoint of the U.S. State Department on this. But then when an outlet like The Intercept writes a piece or does a podcast that frames it this way, those same goals are being advanced, but through this more like critical of the security state perspective. You know, they're saying, oh, the coup is bad because it's US backed, you know, but really they're just promoting the exact same viewpoint of what the State Department wants. They keep their anti-imperialist bona fides but also push State Department line. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like to me, but who knows what's going on there. Again, like, who knows? we've talked about Mali and Burkina Faso and the sort of decolonial or revolutionary aspects of those coups. Who knows if that's what this is? But the thing that makes me think that there's revolutionary potential in that, or decolonial potential, is the fact that Mali and Burkina Faso are both trying to protect that. It is cynical. Yeah, it's very cynical. And you see that a lot in like anti-imperialist commentary, throughout this kind of like independent media space. You see a lot people that view themselves as anti-imperialists or view themselves as people that are critical of the U.S. security state, who do advance through a different angle the views of the U.S. State Department. Like, look at China. Like, look at the way The Intercept talks about China as well. Well, they'll criticize China, but not because we want to make war on China, but because we're criticizing it from the left, from this human rights perspective, or the way all these like social democrats or anarchists or Maoists or ultra leftists or whoever do the same kind of thing. I haven't read the article, probably will.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Ellie? Fried comrade. Thank you. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate that. How's it going, Ellie? I thank you very much for that. We're just trying to read some geopolitical tea leaves over here, I guess. Sometimes you got to look at these outlets and try and glean the real truth from it. And it's not even an article, it's a podcast. I mean, I guess we could listen to the whole podcast and maybe that would be expand on it more. Again, it's like, even though sometimes I think The Intercept does do this kind of like routine, Jeremy Scale is someone that I respect a lot. I mean, Jeremy Scale did really, I think, brave and important reporting on Obama's drone program, which shone a light on a lot of the horrific crimes of the Obama administration. So someone that I do respect a lot. But there is a case also of some journalists or people that build up a certain credibility, and then they use that credibility to steer people in a specific direction. We got to watch out, folks. We got to watch out. You don't trust anyone. You can't trust anyone except one person, one man. Me. Because I can't be bought. And I would not ever lie to you. I probably could be bought. I mean, to be clear. To be clear. But if I ever was bought, I would find a way to signal to you so you would know. Okay? That's my deal. If I ever sell out, I'll find a subtle way to send you a signal so you get the message. And then you can just do the opposite of what I say. Everybody's got a price, folks, okay? Don't pretend that you don't have a price as well. Yeah, Red Wizard and Part Ian and Kijiji Genie and Emily and Dakadoon. You all know this. You know the signal. You know the signal. When I stop slurping down noodles. I'm always posting nudes here on twitch.tv. Do I know? That's the question, Dakadoon. Do you? Do you know indeed? I don't know. If you don't know, be mine now. I really enjoyed watching The Abyss last night. The Abyss, that was fun. I hadn't seen it for a really long time. I think The Abyss, I would say it had some third act problems if I had a criticism of it. I really enjoyed it. Great cast. Just an incredible practical effects achievement. Revolutionary special effects as well. Great score. To me, the third act doesn't quite live up to the first act, the first couple, you know, when they're exploring the old derelict sub and it's all that shit. I thought that's fantastic. I think when it gets into the kind of big ideas, sci-fi, 2001 kind of stuff, it's cool, but it didn't quite click for me, the whole ending. It didn't quite click. Speaking of having a price, did you see Mark Jackson, who was just fired from ESPN, was offered $1 million to do play-by-play for adult webcams? I didn't see that, but I guess, like, he would be good for that. Mama, there goes that man. That's a good catchphrase. I don't think ESPN is firing a lot of people. It's kind of strange. I don't think Mark Jackson was a great coach. He's not even that good of a commentator, but he did come up with an iconic catchphrase, and I think you should reward someone for that. Or the grown man move, exactly. Yeah. So you're talking about the Intercept, GG Allen Dulles? They've had James Risen working there since 2016, going hard on the Russiagate stuff. Yeah, and we see them now. It's not just about this thing in Niger, but this story as well that they just posted. A pro-Putin Facebook network pumping French language propaganda into Africa. Now I've got to join the newsletter to keep reading. But I think that's kind of interesting as well. Like we were talking about, a lot of these Russian countries are making alliances with Putin. It's not this like big secret thing. They're very open about it. Okay, so I should go with Niger. Niger. That's what I saw Ben Norton saying it yesterday, but I thought maybe because that was more of the French style of pronouncing it, maybe we need to move to something else. That's all. They're expelling all the French diplomats and they're severing themselves from the French Empire, so maybe we should stop pronouncing it in the French way. I don't know. Just bending over backwards to justify my own ignorance. Well, listen, I think this could be good to watch. Like, while we're on that subject,
we want to turn our
Breakthrough News just put out this video about myths about Russia-Africa relations and the Ukraine grain deal. So when we're talking about this idea that, like, oh, Russia is promoting Russian propaganda in Africa, or what's going on with this grain deal, or is it for another form of imperialism, or is Russia controlling these things? I mean, I think that's an interesting, probably a good segue to watch this video to talk about that. Like we've talked about before, a number of these African nations are just, they're not being manipulated by Russia. They're just making deals with Russia. They're making security deals with Russia. They want to be part of the Russian, Chinese, Iranian anti-Western alliance, and they don't want to have anything to do with the French or France or the United States of America anymore. They want nothing to do with the sort of Western imperialist empire. It's not this big like secret. Like they're very open about this to suggest that there's some like nefarious thing going on. I mean, it's not nefarious. It's these places are recognizing the way that they've been deliberately underdeveloped, the way that they've been overexploited over the last several centuries by France, by America, by all the other Western countries that are still part of the rules-based international order today. And they're choosing to make deals with Russia instead, who they do not have this history with. And we can call that Russian propaganda, or we can say that they're being manipulated by disinformation or whatever, but like they do not have the same experience of exploitation and neocolonialism with Russia than they do with these Western nations. And in fact, Russia, when it was the Soviet Union, was time and time again standing up for these anti-colonialist movements and helping to arm and fund them and supporting these movements. So that's what I've been saying. It shouldn't become as a surprise to anybody that these African countries are choosing to sever their ties with these Western states, or at least readjusting their sort of diplomatic relationship, if not severing ties altogether, and making deals with Russia. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone, and I don't think we need to suggest that there's some kind of nefarious Russian scheme going on that are convincing these places to do that. It has a very understandable grounding in basic materialist history, you know? People freak out when I show them Africans praising Russia. Well, again, in this moment, they completely take away the agency of the people that are doing that. And they're like, how could they do that? They must be being manipulated by disinformation or disinformation or these shady, underhanded Russian tricks. And it's like, it's not complicated to understand why people in Africa would rather make a deal with Russia than the United States of America, or are going to back Russia's, or they're going to be neutral at the very least when it comes to the Russian-Ukraine conflict, or they're going to back Russia, you know? I know it's in our discourse or whatever, it's been framed as being just like a completely out of bounds position to say like, no, I support Russia on that. But like, it shouldn't be surprising that these places in Africa are not only making deals with Russia, but are backing them in the Russia-Ukraine conflict if they're not neutral. You know, it's genuinely perplexing to me how people don't understand this. Yeah, Americans believe their own bullshit, so I have a hard time accepting reality when it doesn't suit their perspective. So on just with that little setup,
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
They are being brainwashed. White proverb.
Exactly, Dimitri. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. And as always, they're pointing the finger, claiming that they're being brainwashed, and they got 3 fingers pointing back at them. The most brainwashed nation in the history of the world, the most sophisticated, advanced, non-stop propaganda machine that's been inundating people with pro-Western propaganda for their entire lifetimes, are the first people to say they're being brainwashed when it comes to Koreans or Chinese or people in Africa who don't immediately go along with their neocolonialist designs. Anyway, let's watch this clip then. Here's breakthrough news, myths about the Russia-Africa relations and the Ukraine grain deal. And please, I'm going to post a link here. Please, if you're not subscribed to Breakthrough News, please do subscribe and support their content. I know when I'm here on Twitch and I'm trying to get people to subscribe to this show, it's probably a bad business move, but Breakthrough News needs your support as well. So I think they do a fantastic job. This channel has, I think, really helped give me and us in this community a lot of clarity when it comes to Ukraine and Russia and a lot of these subjects over the last year and a half or so. So please support the work that they do. I try to make sure that people do that, so I'm not just using their content, so I myself can profit from the hard work that they're doing. But Breakthrough News, it's really fantastic. So please, if you can, at least subscribe to the YouTube page. If you can, support the work that they do. I know they need it as well. But also subscribe to this show.
We want to turn our attention to another major issue this week. Really,
I got to get Eugene on the show
this week, and that is the temporary end of the Black Sea grain deal that was negotiated between Ukraine and Russia, with the United Nations and Turkey also participating to facilitate the flow of grain out of Ukraine into the world market. And of course, this has been presented as, really in a very one-sided way, I think, Rania, which is basically that Russia, who decided to end the grain deal, And they decided to end the grain deal because one of the conditions they had placed on doing it in the first place was that there would be a relaxation of sanctions on the sort of main bank in Russia that deals with agriculture. And so that did not take place. It didn't happen. They weren't able to get it together at the last second, so they pulled out of the grain deal. But the way it's being presented as if somehow this is, deeply undermining, and the pictures you see there on the screen of the Russia-Africa summit happening today, that is deeply undermining the food sovereignty of Africa, that Africa is being starved because of Russia. And this, of course, has been a meme pretty much since the beginning of the conflict. And, there's just so many different things that one could say here. But I think the most important thing for me, Rania, is that most of the grain coming from Ukraine was not going to Africa. And it was also not going to developing
I'll be right back,
nations.
folks.
Now, part of the thing, what we think of in developing nations, because it's the WTO definition. So, China is still considered a developing nation because vis-a-vis the West, it has not caught up from a GDP perspective and other things. Turkey is considered a developing nation because vis-a-vis the West, it has not caught up. So I don't want to say it's a totally false designation, but of course, when we think about like poor countries that need food, you don't think about China or Turkey. Well, those were the top two buyers, more or less, of Ukrainian grain. And I just want to give a couple other statistics about this, Rhonda, that I think are very important. The 8 least developed countries in the world, all of which I believe are in Africa. One of them might be Papua New Guinea. Someone can fact check me there in the thing. But of the 8, basically the 8 poorest countries on earth, essentially, they got 6.8% of all Ukrainian grain exports. Spain, developed country, high-income country, got 19.4% of the Ukrainian grain. And just to put a finer point on that, Ethiopia, 120 million people in the country, definitely a low-income, developing country, got from Ukraine 282,760 metric tons of grain, while in the Netherlands, they got 1.92 million metric tons of grain that they mostly use to feed pigs. So I could go on and on this level, but there's other things that have to be taken into account here, which is that the sanctions on Russia have also increased the cost of food around the world because it's harder to ship, to get insurance, to do different things like that. So that increases the cost. So the sanctions are also playing a role in addition to the war in and of itself. And prior to this conflict, there was already a major crisis of hunger in the developing world, especially in Africa, due to inflation, due to high prices, due to poverty. And then there has been unbelievable droughts in Somalia and Kenya and Ethiopia, basically linked to climate change that have also made, the poverty-induced hunger even worse because those countries are not able to produce as much in terms of grain as they are supposed to. So anyway, a lot more that could be said, but I mean, just the fact that you've got the Netherlands getting more Ukrainian grain than Ethiopia, but somehow it's Russia who is stopping the Ukrainian grain from getting to Africa is just amazing to me.
So the population, it's worth repeating. The population of Ethiopia, 120 million people. Population of Netherlands, a little over 17 million. And I can't believe I didn't know that most of that is going to feed pigs. That says so much. On top of the fact that, yes, what we're being told in the mainstream, where it's all Russia's fault and Russia caused the breakdown of this deal because Russia's bad and Ukraine's trying to help and Russia's making it impossible.
So I see once again, people foolishly fell for the classic muted mic bit that I love to do sometimes to trip people up. And here you are like fools, like sheep, falling right into my trap and falling for yet again the muted mic bit, which I did intentionally in order to drum up engagement. Like, guess what? That's how the Twitch algorithm works when you have a number of people chatting at the same time. And then it boosts my algorithm. And like fools, you've fallen for it yet again. To my benefit. And now my content is going out to even more people, which bring more people into my sphere of influence or my triangle of influence. You fucking marks. Exactly. We all know and love the muted mic bit. It's so well known in the TRRS lore. Lodane replicated it when subbing for Rob. Good. Good. I am glad that Lodane did that, also intentionally. Also intentionally. Anyways, what I was going to say after I finished fooling you with the muted mic bit, which caused you to send more chats, which increase my presence and boost my algorithm, the trickle-down muted mic bit. I do have this Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Strawberries and Cream, which is not available in Canada. It's only I got it in the United States of America when I was there, and I enjoy it. It's nice. It's a nice little treat. Would not, I don't think, be a part of my regular soda loadout or rotation. I would go with just a Diet Dr. Pepper if I was gonna get a Dr. Pepper product at the store or whatever. It is good though. It is nice. Like it's a nice little treat. I don't think it would crack my regular rotation though. What out of 10? I'd give it like a 6.5. I'd be interested to know if there were more flavors. Like I think it's too sweet to really be like a regular soda that I'm going to drink if I'm thirsty. Like it really does taste like a float. It tastes like an ice cream float, which is nice. You know, ice cream floats are nice. And the soda, it tastes good. It tastes like a little treat. But I don't want to drink an ice cream float when I'm thirsty and I want a nice cold soda. It's like a cream soda, but the notes of strawberry are very strong. I would be interested to know if there was other flavors. I'm generally not a huge fan of that kind of artificial strawberry flavor. I would be very interested to know if they did something like this with like a cherry and cream or raspberry or, you know, then I would be interested in trying some different variations of it. Does it taste like Dr. Pepper still? Not really. It doesn't really. It really just tastes like a strawberry cream soda. It is brown. It is brown, but I guess it's just got the coloring in it. It's good. Like it's nice. It's nice, but I wouldn't drink this regularly, I don't think. Anyway, now that I've done my little beverage review, and I'm hooked on Starry. Isn't that the rebranded Sierra Mist? Didn't they change Sierra Mist to Starry? I don't know if they changed the recipe or anything. It's a little different? Okay, interesting. Maybe I should try that. A few months ago, I drank orange soda for the first time in many years. I don't otherwise drink soda. A nice orange soda is a nice treat as well. You know what? I really like the Diet orange soda as well, but I don't often see it. Like the Diet Sunkissed. I remember when I was a kid really liking like the Lime Crush and the Grape Crush. Remember the Grape Crushes? I don't see those either. I would love to get a Diet Grape Crush or a Diet Orange Crush. It's really not... I don't see it often when I'm at the grocery store, though. A Diet Orange Crush is nice. A diet slice. We just don't. We don't get that. I don't ever see them in the store. Now that I've grown up on my Juaritos Lime Man, I mean, those are really good, but I don't think they make diet versions, right? That's that pure, like, cane sugar version. It's very good, but I try to avoid the real sugar in my drinks because then it really adds on to my caloric intake. Some strawberry flavoring comes from beaver butt secretions. You know what? I actually knew that. And you know how I knew that was from my online friend, Diana Thirst. Who briefly had a podcast. I don't know if she's kept up with it, but I know on Diana Thirst's podcast, she did, that information was revealed, I remember. So I did know that from Diana. We used to go to the Coke Museum and all the time when I lived in Atlanta. The last room was like every soda ever. Worth the price of admission. That sounds great. She was such a good Twitter follow. Still is. She's still on there. But yeah, it is made from beaver butt secretions. That's not a joke. Like, that's real. I would love to go to the Coke Museum. That sounds great. Some trapper cooking up beaver being like, I'm getting notes of strawberry. Yeah, I don't know how you learn that. You know, I don't mind drinking beverages that have been flavored with beaver butt secretions, but I don't know how you figure that out for the first time, though. Apparently, they rebranded Lilt as Fanta Pineapple and Grapefruit. Lilt. As you all know, I'm a big Fresca guy. Love that Fresca. Very, very refreshing beverage. Well, the beaver is so close to it, sometimes you slip. Jesus Christ, Marty. Come on. Come on, man. Do they have to kill the beaver? Is it more of a milking thing? I don't know. I mean, I don't even want to really look into it further because it's really going to impact my enjoyment of these beverages if I really start digging into this. My dad used to drink Fresca. It's a good dad drink for sure. Yeah, that's definitely how I first experienced it myself. The Wuhan beaver milking factory. Exactly. What dystopian heights are being reached now, today? Candy liquor emote right now. Oh gosh, you people are just freaks. Just freaks. My dad drank Clamato, and that's a great dad drink in my view. I mean, I enjoy a nice Caesar with Clamato. I don't think I would just have Clamato just on its own. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes the tomato juice is nice. And Clamato has got that weird, spicy, clammy vibe to it. I don't know. My kids are going to say I used to drink Starry and DC all the time. Yeah, same with my kid. Yeah, he always sees me drinking diet soda. V8 is very dad coded, exactly. So nice spicy V8. Marty comes in to confirm the dadness of the whole thing. Should we continue now that we've taken this little sidebar, this little sojourn? We can go back to this important business now that we talked about a good 15-minute beverage discussion. Let's see.
Possible is missing a lot of context. And I think it's really important what you said about sanctions, because on top of, I mean, sanctions are so multifaceted in terms of the consequences of them. And technically, there are these so-called carve-outs in Western sanctions for agriculture. That said, it doesn't matter. We know that the carve-outs and sanctions like this
Low
don't
sodium
matter
club soda. That's
because at the end of the
grandpa
day, you
coded.
mentioned insurance to get insurance for ships that are going to be shipping it. Not just
We're doing
that,
a great job today.
Russia, like an agricultural sector, requires a lot of industrial sized machinery. And we know that sanctions make it much more difficult, not just to import machinery, but for these kinds of things, you need a constant flow of spare parts. And obviously, a lot of these Russian companies now are not going to be able to purchase those spare parts because Russia's under crazy sanctions, and no international company that makes these kinds of parts or these kinds of machines is going to be willing to risk the financial penalties that come from violating sanctions. And we've talked about sanctions on this show before. So the West needs to take responsibility for that, but of course they won't. Furthermore, I think that the issue of financial speculation is really important, because when we talk about, obviously, the breadbasket of one of the biggest breadbaskets of the world is Ukraine and Russia, right? In terms of not just importing grain and stuff, but also fertilizer, which you need for agriculture as well. Well, it's like when we talk about food security, I mean, of course, it's important that there's a war that's making that more difficult and all of the policies that go into that, Eugene. But you mentioned financial speculation. And it is really crazy. According to this one report that Vijay Prashad, who wrote about this, mentions in an article he recently wrote about the breakdown of this grain deal. According to this one report from the World Development Movement.
I wonder what Vijay is saying about Niger. I'd be interested to hear his viewpoint on that.
Like 60% of the world food market is in the hands of financial speculators. Like, they dominate the food market, 60% of it. That's insane. And it actually might have risen because that report is from a while ago. And you're better at this kind of stuff than I am. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about why that's so dangerous in terms of the financial speculation connected to the food market around the world.
Yeah, well, it's a huge issue. And again, it's one of these issues that, irregardless of any war in Ukraine, has always been an issue. I mean, one of the main actual places where, this speculation is happening is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, CME Group, one of the largest groups. But to help people understand, so if you think about food and grains, right, the number one thing we all know is that you grow certain crops over certain times. They grow over the season, they're harvested, then you have to plant them again. So basically, you have a demand for food that is not directly matched to how food is grown. You have a lot of different things that are happening in the course of the world. So the price of what you could sell something for when you plant, let's say, wheat, and what you might be able to get for it when you sell the wheat could be vastly different based on the different realities and different pieces. So a lot of food, a huge amount of food, is actually sold on the basis of something called futures, right? That essentially you pay up front a certain price to a person, like, I'm gonna get engaged in a deal where you're gonna pay me X amount of money so that when I harvest it, that you're going to get it for that amount of money. So essentially, you're locking in the price, which is locking in a certain amount of certainty, which is really the only way to keep agricultural markets going, because if you don't have certainty, then you won't plant, and if you won't plant, you won't have food, and so on and so forth. But since the food market is so huge, these futures are one of the major things that become traded on financial markets, and the values of futures can also be used and traded against different assets and things like that. So it becomes a big part of the overall kind of Wall Street casino atmosphere that I think we all know about. And, you hear about it with mortgage-backed securities. You hear about it with other forms of derivatives and things like that. Futures, agricultural futures are a part of this. So there's a lot of speculation. Anyone who's seen the great movie from the 80s, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, Trading Places, what's the price of orange juice in Florida? That's exactly what it's about, right? That people bet on what the prices are going to be. They bet on different things that are going to happen, good and bad, and they try to manipulate these futures markets to make money. But that ultimately means that
how is this our
the
system?
price of food is not just
Our
dependent,
economic system
on
is so
atmospheric
stupid.
conditions, on trade conditions.
It is so
on
stupid.
The weather, on all these different things, but it's also dependent on how these traders in these markets are trying to manipulate these different factors to keep the price as high as possible, or to bet on the price.
How is
to
this our
fall
economic
so that they
system?
can reap
The most efficient
windfall
economic
from
system
that.
in the
So
world,
just
folks.
like every other part of the financial economy, we see with grain prices and other food
Jesus.
prices, a huge amount of manipulation that goes on by these speculators to drive up prices or to capitalize on the failure of certain crops and so on and so forth. So the number one factor is not making sure the most people have the maximum amount of food at the lowest possible prices to have food security on a global scale. It is how can we make the maximum amount of money, even if it means that a lot of people will go hungry.
No problem, Lodane. We're
No,
holding
that's
it down.
so important. I also, Eugene, I wanted to go back to the issue of you mentioned the issue of like how much grain is going from Ukraine to these African countries, and then you also had mentioned that there's the Africa summit that started today in St. Petersburg, and I did see that Putin has promised to give free grain to 6 African nations after the collapse of this deal, and it's just interesting to see the way that it's portrayed in the Western press as something like nefarious to cut Ukraine out. That's how it's portrayed. It's an attempt to cut Ukraine out of the grain market in Africa. But that's so like, it's like from what you explained before with how much grain is actually going from Ukraine to Africa versus other countries. It doesn't even make it sense to say it that way. And I actually wonder if the irritation with giving free grain to 6 African countries from Russia is more about like undermining the food speculation you're talking about.
Well, I think that could certainly be some of it. And I think some of it is also anger that they have not been able to break the long-running agricultural ties between Russia and Africa. I mean, in the first 6 months...
I did just adjust a few things on Stream Elements according to the help person in my email. Who knows if it's going to work? I don't know anymore. When someone else subscribes, they will see that'll be the moment of truth.
Months of this year, Russia has exported about 10 million tons, I believe, of grain to Africa. It was 11.5 million tons in 2022. Over the past 5 years, there's been a big increase in the supply of fertilizers from Russia to Africa. Russia is also one of the biggest producers of fertilizers. 12% of fertilizers in Africa are, coming from Russia. And I just want to also mention parenthetically here that the largest ammonia pipeline in the world, which runs from Russia to the port of Odessa, and ammonia is a big part of making fertilizer, was exploded. Now, the Ukrainians say it wasn't them.
It is
but
insane that
certainly
Africa
they were
needs
blamed
grain
from the
imports. It
Russians, and
is,
seems
yeah.
Only the Ukrainian government would have benefited because it hurt the ability of Russia to make foreign
Someone
exchange
subscribe quick
income,
just so I can
but
see
it also
something. That's right,
was
yeah.
one of the factors that Russia was saying they want to return to the grain deal, but they want to ensure that pipeline is working so that they can get more fertilizer out. And so ultimately, when you look at countries like Egypt, you look at countries like Ethiopia, many countries across Africa, they have long-running pre-war in Ukraine relationships with Russia in terms of providing food. And I think one of the things that was sort of hoped for perhaps by some in the West with the original grain deal was that maybe they could displace Russia to some degree with the combination of the sanctions and the grain deal, and that has just not happened whatsoever. And you've got countries like Egypt, for instance, that even when they've been offered Ukrainian grain, have actually, to purchase, not to be given, have chosen to stick with their long-term partners in Russia because of these relationships. And now we're seeing those relationships continue to evolve. The foreign minister of Uganda raising this today at the Russia-Africa summit, that one of the things they're hoping to see is for Russia to help them set up their own fertilizer.
It is a crazy
production
coincidence,
more
all these
on the
pipes and
continent
trains
in
that are failing.
There's countries like Eritrea that has one of the largest potash reserves anywhere in the world, which is an important part of creating fertilizer. It was almost 400,000 tons of free fertilizer was given to Kenya by Russia, and they're allegedly going to start cooperating more on this front as well. So I think one of the things that the West is angry about is that African countries want to collaborate with
Hudson
Russia.
talks about this a lot. They make grains a loss leader for the empire in order to coerce them to grow cash crops based on their market needs. Interesting. Interesting and incredibly fucking evil.
They have good relations in terms of commercial relations on agriculture, and now they're putting pressure on Russia, but I think Russia has been somewhat open to this, but let's see what they actually do, and I think it'll be an interesting measuring stick to help develop the agricultural capabilities of these African countries from the point of view of technology, from the point of view of production, and so on and so forth, to make it easier for them to do that, and they haven't been able to break that.
Yeah, don't
despite
waste
the
that land
sanctions,
growing
and I think
grains. We'll
that's
hook you
something
up. You
that
should
is very
grow kumquats.
upsetting to many Western countries, and why they're presenting so nefariously the fact that Russia has in fact announced, I believe, 25 to 50,000 tons of grain they'll try to send in the coming months to, I believe it's Mali, Burkina Faso, Somalia, and Eritrea. Russia also forgiving about $600 million in debt to Somalia. It's old debt. So in some ways it was semi-symbolic. I don't know if they were trying to collect on it, but nonetheless, Somalia is a country that does not have a lot of resources to buy things on the global market. So any debt relief helps them in terms of their ability to act in that regard. But yes, I do think that some of what's going on here with the perception that Russia is somehow doing something nefarious is really about trying to break these links that are long-standing links between the Russian agricultural industry and many African countries.
Absolutely. And of course, in the meantime, all you have is you have these US officials going over to African countries and just like lecturing them about how they shouldn't be buying anything from Russia, and like finger wagging and trying to bully them. And
get a lecture.
it's like, is it any wonder that so many countries across the third world are rolling their eyes so hard at all of these American and frankly European officials who are just all like, no, do what we say, but we'll give you nothing. And then Russia's like, no, we'll give you free grain. And then they're supposed to all hate Russia. Like it's actually quite incredible, the level of arrogance and just, pure like collective narcissism on behalf of these Western countries.
Well, Rania, sorry,
They're just
I did not hear the
scratching
last
their
part of
head
your
why Africa
question
would make
here.
these
My
deals.
sound
I
died
didn't
a
ask
little
you.
bit, so
Well,
I think you're just making a
I didn't
comment.
ask you a question.
So
if
you wanted my
can you
answer
hear
to
me now?
something, I can't give it to you.
Well, I was just calling the West narcissistic. That's all. And arrogant. I mean,
Well,
I
I
think we do
can't
that
hear
every
you,
show.
so-
Oh, you still can't hear me.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay,
sorry.
I don't know how to help you. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you.
We gotta
I'm trying to
edit
read
this
your
part.
lips to see if I can find a way to do it, but I can't ultimately at the end of the day.
Stealing the muted mic bit.
But,
Classic.
yeah, I'm sure whatever you're saying is
Okay.
very smart, super intelligent, exactly what everyone wants to hear. One of the most important elements of anything that could ever be said. All those positive things. Okay, sorry, my sound is back. I'm sorry, Rania.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank God. That was like really scary. I felt so silenced.
Everyone but me could hear you. Don't worry.
They're silencing
I was always
Rania
okay,
again.
but if you can't hear me, then is it
I'm
never,
stealing their
am I really
content and they're
here? It's
stealing
kind of
my
like
bits.
If a tree falls and Eugene isn't there to hear it, did it
Thank
really
you.
happen? No, I was just calling the West and all Western officials basically like arrogant, narcissistic, like self-obsessed, obnoxious people who run around bullying and lecturing the third world and telling African countries they shouldn't be, purchasing anything from Russia. But meanwhile, they offer nothing in return. Like,
Yes.
are you going to give these African countries?
It's the same
grain?
thing with Latin
No,
America
you're
and or
actually
Africa
just
and the
gonna
Belt and Road
continue to
Initiative as
enforce
well.
policies that
Don't
make
go
it
with the Belt and
impossible
Road Initiative. Go with
for these
us.
countries
But
to
why?
afford food.
Yeah.
I mean, meanwhile,
Are you
Russia
offering us
wants
a
to
better
give people
deal?
free
Well,
grain. I
no.
mean, it's like how no
No,
wonder
we're
the
not.
third world is rolling their eyes at the Americans. Even some of the closest countries to the Americans are like, "Are you serious?"
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, you have even basically even America's closest allies on the continent.
No one respects my
have been
creativity, it's
heavily
true.
criticizing the sort of new Cold War atmosphere. I was looking for a quote and I can't find it here from the president of Comoros, Comoros is the presidency of the AU this morning. But I mean, he's been
Oh,
making
for sure,
points vis-a-vis
Daka,
this
dude.
Russian
Yeah, the
African
railroad
summit that
map
they
is
consider
wild.
Russia a priority
You see, the
partner,
rail
that they're
that's
moving
been
towards
built
a
over the
multipolar.
centuries is purely just exploitative. It's purely just to facilitate the theft of Africa's resources. That's the only reason that any infrastructure has been built, any rail infrastructure, by the imperialist or the colonialist or neo-colonialist countries. It's really remarkable. And that's what we were saying yesterday as well. It's like if Africa is going to stand up and become a global superpower, which it could and should, Africa should be possibly even a most dominant global superpower compared, like when you talk about the resources, the land, and the people population that they have, should be. And in order for that to happen, though, there needs to be investment. There needs to be infrastructure being built. That's how Africa is eventually going to be able to stand up and be sovereign. And that's why I reject this analysis when anyone talks about the Belt and Road Initiative or China's role or Russia's role in Africa and saying like, oh, it's just this other form of colonization. I reject that, you know? Because that's through that kind of development and investment, capital investment.
You're gonna have good
that is
old
the only
Rob
way
to,
that
talk
it's going to
through
work.
all this.
That's the only way that it's going to be able to eventually be economically independent. Thank you, Lamport. Thanks for the 8 months of Prime. I appreciate you, Lamport. Thank you for that. Still not working. Just driving me crazy. Just driving me crazy. And I'm so fucking annoyed that that racist troll broke my channel. Not only did this piece of shit come in here and use text-to-speech on my tip alerts to say a bunch of racist shit, all I did was adjust afterwards the security settings of the text-to-speech on Stream Elements tip alerts, and it broke my entire channel. I have not been able to fix it now for weeks. That's so fucking annoying. I really hope that person gets hit by a car or something.
World, Africa, that is, the African Union is driving in this direction. They're trying to become their own pole in a multipolar.
It is wild
world
for Westerners to talk about colonization.
They want to work with everybody, but you've
It's
seen
amazing.
everyone from President Museveni in Uganda, President Ruto
Lecturing
in Kenya.
people in Africa or Latin America about what being colonized is. Don't you know you're just being colonized now by China, the Belt and Road Initiative? It's like, they don't need to know. They don't need to know. They don't need a lecture from you, like a random, like, academic ultra-leftist living in the United States of America or Canada about what colonialism is and is not. They have lived it. They've lived it for centuries. It's just so arrogant. It's incredibly arrogant and chauvinistic. It gets at the heart of sovereignty, exactly, allowing people to make their own decisions regardless of we, the West, think. Yeah, the sovereign countries make alliances with the West, and the authoritarian colonized countries choose not to do that. That's basically how that goes now. If there was an African Union, it would be among the largest nations with 1.2 billion people. A nation is a shared cultural group, not geographic, so it seems like a far shot. But without some form of centralization, the Sahel region is kind of screwed. Well, I guess that's what we were getting at yesterday, and what we're going to continue observing over the next weeks and months is how, with these coups that have happened in Mali and in Burkina Faso, and possibly in Niger, we're still waiting to see how that shakes out. But how there is this sense of Pan-Africanism that's inherent to these kind of coup regimes, which I think is maybe a little bit different from previous coups that have gone on in Africa, of which there have been numerous. There is this sense of like a solidarity, Pan-Africanism that's a sort of central quality to these specific coups, and we're like, that's, like you point out, I mean, that's the one thing that's going to be essential for Africa overall, that with a sense of burgeoning Pan-Africanism can materialize, which was, of course, hugely prominent in the sort of post-colonial era. The idea of this burgeoning post-colonial or sort of decolonial Pan-Africanist movement that was inherently kind of socialistic in that period, which was then, of course, disrupted by coups like the coups against Lumumba and a number of other figures, the ways that like radical Islam was promoted and the way that like religion and sectarianism was used to divide these places, and these socialist anti-colonial movements were snuffed out with ruthless violence. Again, it's just barbaric, absolutely barbaric when you realize the depths of evil that the West stooped to in that period to disrupt this really beautiful and inspiring sense of hope and optimism and solidarity and Pan-Africanism that was developing, so that they can keep their clutches on the continent and continue this kind of this kind of neo-colonialism, while kind of having a degree of separation from that and pretending that some kind of level of independence had been achieved.
The president of Ghana. I mean, people who are like, pro-America, basically. The President Ramaphosa in South Africa, and they keep saying, we don't want to. Not only do we not want to be lectured, but like we know what's best for us. So you don't need to come tell us what's best for us. We got this one. We know how to make deals that will, benefit us. But nonetheless, I think this bullying, lecturing tone is actually playing a big part in why Russia and China are gaining in popularity. I mean, someone told me a stat this morning that I think 81% of Nigerians have a positive view of China. Nigeria is the most popular country in the African continent, and you would think if you just read the New York Times that like everyone hates China or something in Africa, but in fact the reverse seems to be true. But the more you talk to people on the continent, part of the reason why you see people waving Russian flags and demonstrations and things like that, I mean, to some degree, I think some of that is trolling, to be honest with you. But I also think that a lot of it is people are trying to sort of put up a middle finger to the West, because it's sort of like, you're going to lecture us, you're going to tell us, you know better than us, and so on and so forth. Well, fine. Then we'll work with Russia. And what are you going to do then?
Yep, and reading Old Dutch says yep, and reading Canada in the Old Dutch. Yep, and reading Canada in the World is very eye-opening and myth-shattering to learn of Canada's disgusting involvement in this kind of process. That's exactly why I appreciate Tyler Shipley so much in that book, precisely because it accomplishes that so well, and destroying this myth of Canada's benign influence in the world, or our kindness or generosity, or all this bullshit that we project outwards, which is not based in reality in any way. I've had some disagreements with Tyler. Tyler's kind of a China bad guy, which I find unfortunate, and I don't agree with that stance, as I've talked about many times, but still someone that I consider a friend, a comrade, a colleague, and I think he has done a fantastic job of educating people about Canada's role in this kind of grotesque Anglo empire, as our role as a junior partner in that empire.
And I really do feel that this is underrated in the U.S. commentary, and it seems totally
some anti-Stalinism in there as well. Yeah, there you go.
An American journalist to actually understand.
You can't get them all right.
The final thing I'll say before we go to our next guest is I would actually urge everyone to go read a New York Times article. It's from last year, and they interviewed a woman who is a parliamentarian in Guinea-Bissau. She's a former liberation fighter in Guinea-Bissau, and they're asking, she's very pro-Russia, essentially, vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine, and they're more or less asking her why. But the reason I say go read the article is not so much what she says, although it's very interesting, but the tone is so mocking. It's almost like they're mocking her, and it's so patronizing the way they're even talking.
They
about
just don't
this.
understand
And
at
I don't
all
even know
how
who
someone
the
could come
writer
to
is,
this
but I'm like, who is
conclusion.
this random nobody writing for the New York Times, daring to take this kind of tone on someone who fought for the liberation of their country against Portuguese colonialism just because they have a different view on Ukraine? I mean, it's like you're living in an alternate universe.
Framing anyone
Like,
outside
literally
of
no
that
one else in
perspective
the
as just
world
being
is in
crazy and
agreement with
propagandized and
this
brainwashed is
one-sided
just
new Cold
so
War
insulting.
approach outside of America and Europe. But nonetheless, it's like it doesn't matter that the whole African continent, the whole Indian subcontinent, China, ASEAN, I mean, it doesn't matter in the discourse in the American media that all of these countries and multilateral institutions are 100% against the approach of the West in the war in Ukraine. It's just like it's not a factor. It's amazing.
Well, the thing is what you're saying, generic Newman. So we've been asking about this. Like, does the U.S. support the coup in Niger or does it not? See, I saw someone saying that the Niger events will make France more dependent on North American natural gas, so that the U.S. might be letting it happen or supporting it. I think the key thing, though, is that the State Department is saying we don't support the coup. Like, they're openly saying that. They're saying we want to restore the previous government. So that's and not only that, but the ways that Burkina Faso and Mali are supporting this coup, who have this kind of explicitly sort of anti-colonial characteristic right now. That's what makes me kind of question this idea that the U.S. is somehow behind it or supporting it. I'm really not so sure.
Yeah, no, it is amazing. And I get the way you just said, like, who are you? Some random ass like reporter at the New York Times.
You're probably
who's
Ivy
probably
League.
done nothing in your life except like if it's a New York, I'm just assuming it's somebody who went to an Ivy League institution.
Yeah, there we go.
And
Yeah.
their parents did too. I could be wrong, but typically
No, you're not
New York
wrong.
Times-
Fought for liberation against
She's not wrong.
colonialism and freed their nation
100%. You can look that up
has,
right now. 100%.
Reverberated through the decades.
But just like the idea that just because, like you said, somebody has a different opinion on Ukraine that is actually represents the majority of the world's opinion on Ukraine, just not the imperialist opinion on Ukraine, leads to this like rando reporter. Just that's incredible.
Chauvinism. Once you start recognizing the chauvinism, you just, oh boy. Oh my goodness. Sometimes I click on this angle and I'm kind of like, we could do this. I accidentally clicked on the big angle. But once you start recognizing that chauvinism, though, you can't unsee it, and you see it everywhere. You see it in our media, you see it in academia, you see it in the way that like average people talk about these developing nations. It's Big Rob. That's right. I kind of like it. Maybe I can keep it like this. I don't know. I think I just need to put like a transparent square there just to make the chat a little bit more legible. If Africa managed to collectivize its natural resources, that would rule. Well, that's what we've been saying, Newman. Like, Africa has everything that you need to be a huge economy and global superpower, but it's not because of centuries of colonization, neocolonialism, underdevelopment, and over-exploitation. That's why it's not a world superpower. And the way, like I was talking about, the way it was like intentionally divided, this Pan-Africanist socialist movement was intentionally destroyed through ruthless violence and coups, and again, spreading this kind of like religious sectarianism and that's kind of Salafist Islam as a way to like divide all these places, which is horrific. But that's exactly why that in order for Africa to get to the point where it can do that, it does need investment and infrastructure and rail and ports and all the things that are now being built as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. It will be when the CFA franc and trading with dollars goes away. And that's exactly why we need to support BRICS as well, right? And these alternative institutions. I kind of like being big. Let me see if I can just do something here. Let's see here. I'm trying to make a little rectangle. It's strangely difficult, though. Let's see here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. If that's what you want, a background for chat. Ideally, yeah, I want to just add in a little rectangle. Add in a little rectangle and make it transparent. The planet of the base. Life, it never die. What the why is it like that? Women are my favorite guy. Boom, hear the bass go zoom. Okay. And can I just make it transparent? Oh, I can't seem to make it transparent. No, that's not good, right? We don't want that. We don't want that. That's no good. Why can't I make my rectangle transparent? That's very silly. I'll work on that later. I'm just going to go back over here. I'm going to go back over here. I'm comfortable over here. I never let you know when I was not available because I was not available. I was podcasting after the stream yesterday. I was podcasting until 8:45. We had a movie night after. Then it was midnight. This morning I woke up. I was editing podcast more right up until the point that I was like ready to get started. I'm busting my hump over here. I'm busting my hump. A lot of stuff going on over here. I'll figure out the triangle thing later. Anyway, that was a great video from Breakthrough News. Again, I'm going to link the video again. Please, though, subscribe to Breakthrough News. Subscribe to their content on YouTube. If you can, support them as well, because they also need your support. I enjoy watching their content on this show, but I want to make sure that I'm also not just taking the work that they do and benefiting from it myself. And I want to encourage people to support them as well, because they do a really fantastic job. So what to do now? That's the real question. Look at my bookmarks here. Oh, you know what? This is kind of not really related to what we're talking about, but it's the news. You know, it's a funny story. Funny and disturbing as well. We'll get back to talking about geopolitics and other stuff soon. I don't think we need to spend too much time on this. But check out this thread, though. It's really crazy. This takes a huge twist, which I don't think you will see coming. So first of all, it was at a rally for car access at High Park, which is in Toronto, right? So it's a pro-car rally in Toronto because car drivers in Toronto and elsewhere don't have enough fucking privileges already. We haven't designed our entire city infrastructure and national transport infrastructure to cater to car owners. You have now car owners in Toronto crying because they're getting slightly restricted access to, certain places. So there's a pro-car rally at High Park. So your counter-protesters blocked one road and a driver pushed his car into them, then took off his shirt and had a loud confrontation. Oh, my precious cars. Car owners are the most biggest crybabies beside cops. This guy takes his shirt off.
She doesn't want to be touched, but she touches other stuff, right?
He, of course, taking the side of the weird freak driving his car into people.
Public park.
Okay. So then, a short time later, a person who identified himself as a city employee tried to defuse the tense situation, saying the protesters' voices had been heard and it's time that they go home.
Okay, everybody, attention, people. Pay attention. Listen. Can you hear me?
He's wearing two hats for some reason.
Okay, thank you for coming. I think you made your point. Okay, your voices were heard. We as city staff appreciate all opinions. And we're going to ask now that you disperse and go home, please. Okay, everybody.
Okay, here's the really weird and funny part. I don't know if anyone's predicted where this is going. Except the second guy looked awfully familiar. We noticed the resemblance, so I asked him what he was doing.
I'm John from CTV News. It looks like we have a video of you pushing your car into the protester.
No, you don't. No
yes,
comment.
You've got the shirt, the sunglasses, what were you doing running your car into that protester?
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm
No
John
comment.
from CTV News.
No
It looks
comment.
like
Well, no, that second guy has two hats, though. It couldn't have been him. The first guy had no shirt. The first guy had no shirt. It was clearly a different person. Sir, you've been caught in 4K. Here's the city's statement just now. We've identified this individual as a city employee in the photo shared and are conducting an investigation to take appropriate action. However, city staff were not instructed to take enforcement actions related to the gathering at High Park. Staff were expected to perform their usual duties as assigned. Seeing some other posts about this, I have to say it is rare that a protest, in this case about how safe cars are in High Park, attracts behavior that appears to show the exact opposite. Second angle dropped. These people are not sending their best. Rip the second hat off Scooby-Doo style. See, he's got the orange shirt. What the fuck? It's very clearly that guy. It's very clearly the same guy. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you snooping kids. That's right, Swamp Goth. The protesters are
You can
pro
count
car.
on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's correct.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this.
Ross Publica, thank you for the 11 months tier 1. Thank you for that. Very close to the 1 year sub badge. Ross Publica. Hello, War Knight 46. What is up? We're just unraveling this mystery. Yeah, this is a pro-car protest. Because again, auto drivers who have had everything, all our city infrastructure and all our regional and national transport infrastructure has been designed catering to their needs and have gotten everything that they wanted for decades at the expense of public transport or other better, more efficient or more environmentally conscious ways of getting around. Now that there's a small, ever tiny pushback to the endless rights that these people have, and like the idea to reclaim some space from our obsession with auto infrastructure, they're losing their fucking minds. Opinion on Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro's argument against 15-minute cities. I think if you think that living in a city where all your basic amenities are closer by and you can go to the doctor or the drugstore or the grocery store without having to drive your car and sit in fucking traffic all day, and you can work from home or go to a park nearby, if you think that's like some kind of form of like fascist oppression, you are extremely stupid. If you think the idea of maybe in the face of this like massive climate crisis that we're experiencing right now, the way that all our cities are just dominated by auto infrastructure, the idea of maybe having a little bit smarter, more green urban planning that gets people out of cars rather than having people sit in their fucking cars all day in traffic, or having all our city infrastructure being designed around auto cars and parking lots and parking and auto transport. If you think the idea of like smart urban planning that pushes back against that ever so slightly is like some kind of Nazi fascist oppression, you're a huge fucking moron. I swear I've seen some of these 15-minute cities people be like, it's my right to sit in my car all day in traffic. This is just like Hitler. I want to sit in traffic all day. Like, these people are sick. You know, they're sickos. Imagine freedom of movement outside car dependency. Imagine a city that's designed around people walking around or public transport and parks, rather than everything being fucking roads for cars and parking lots for cars and parking spaces for cars and highway overpasses. Imagine a city that was designed about actual people walking around. If you've ever been in a city where they've taken one of your streets and closed it down, even for like a weekend or something, it immediately transforms the whole area. You become a community. Immediately there's people walking around in the streets. It's this cool vibe. It instantly transforms your neighborhood when you close down roads to auto traffic. And these people are crying about that, crying and shitting their pants and pissing their pants and throwing up about this idea that maybe we should have slightly smarter urban planning that's designed around people walking around and people being in a community rather than sitting in their fucking car all day in their little personal little piloted machine that they can drive around and avoid interacting with their fellow community members. It was amazing when they closed down a bunch of streets for the Bucks finals. Totally different vibe. It's so cool. Like, if you live in a city where they ever do that, it's always right away. It just instantly transforms the whole neighborhood. Instantly. And it's so funny that people are so addicted to this alienating lifestyle of cars and highways and strip malls and suburbs that any effort whatsoever, even when it's responding to like a very serious climate crisis, any effort whatsoever to alleviate from that, they cry over it like this, and they claim that it's some kind of like fucking fascism. It's unbelievably childish and very stupid. Does that answer your question? They love to get mauled at conservative AM radio on their 2-hour daily commute. Exactly. Just fucking sit in your car in the driveway and listen to it then. Like, if you're so addicted to it. The suburban design is god-awful for raising kids. They're all separated and isolated from one another. These dicks will talk about kids these days on their devices. People are isolated. In the old days, you had people in cities and playgrounds and an actual social life. Exactly. You live in your little, like, gated community picket fence thing. I see then, why did I see Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson say it was petty authoritarianism? Because first of all, they're paid by the fossil fuel industry. That's the number one reason. Ben Shapiro is basically working, and Jordan Peterson are both working for the PR wing of basically the fracking industry. That's who pays their salaries. That's the number one reason. The number two reason is that they're stupid. They're stupid men. They're just dumb reactionaries with no real ideas other than we must keep our exact society the exact way it is because that's meant huge profits for these oil and gas companies that pay my salary. That's the number one reason that they are saying that. What do you think about that? I mean, it's the amazing thing. We see the huge traffic problems, and it's always like, it's that meme, right? Just one more lane, bro. Just one more lane. Just one more lane, and then it's going to fix the traffic problem. No, it's not going to fix the traffic problem. One more lanes equals more cars. More cars equals more traffic. If you want to have less traffic, and if you want to have less pollution, you need people in less cars. Then there will be less traffic, and there will be less pollution going up into our atmosphere, getting trapped in the atmosphere, leading to the planet getting warmer and warmer and warmer and slowly cooking us all alive. That's what we have to do. We have to have less cars. It doesn't mean no cars. It doesn't mean I think cars should be abolished. I have a car. I have a Hyundai Elantra. I recognize that having cars are important for people, particularly people in rural areas where there's less access to resources and groceries and things like that. If you have a kid, it's pretty important to have a car. It's really hard to have a kid and not have a car. However, despite being a car owner myself and driver myself, I think overall it's better for the planet, it's better for the environment, and it's better for your community and your city to have less people in cars all the time. It looks better. It's nicer. It's nice to not be sitting in your fucking car all day. Overall, it has a number of benefits. And yeah, if you hate traffic and this stuff annoys you, then you should be advocating for less people to be in their cars, which means working from home, which means cities with better urban planning. All of these things. This basic equation, more lanes is going to mean more cars, is going to mean more traffic, is going to mean more pollution. We need more public transport. We need more high-speed rail. We need smarter urban design. And we need less people driving around in their cars all the time. Yeah, and people can still own cars. You just use them less. The average car trip in North America is like 4 kilometers or something like that. Absurdly easy problem to solve. Yeah, and that's why EVs are not like a be-all and end-all solution to this. But I do think most cars could be replaced with these what amounts more to, you've seen some of these EVs that are being produced in China that are basically just high-end appliances. They're really small and efficient. You can use it to get to where you want to go from point A to point B, but you're not driving this big, gigantic tank SUV, which you do not need at all, or this big Ford F-150, which is twice the size of a truck of its similar make from a couple decades ago for no reason. These people are not even putting anything in the trucks. They just drive them because they have this fucked up mindset mentality that makes them feel like more of a human being when they're in this big, gigantic SUV truck tank thing. They don't even put anything in the back. Canyonero, yeah. So that's my feeling on that. Does that answer your question? War Knight 46. Literally gigantic trucks that the grill is so high that you can't see a 4-foot tall child when they're several yards in front of your vehicle. More car stun lock. I enjoy ranting about it. I do. Sorry, I wanted to get this comment from Cutman too. They're doing a 4-lane expansion on the part of Interstate 10 that goes through Tempe, Arizona, where I live. It's going to take 2 years to get done and won't improve traffic at all. No. It won't improve anything that's encouraging auto use is not going to improve traffic. Having less cars on the road will improve traffic, which means rail, it means public transport, it means encouraging like bike lanes, cycling, and these kinds of things. So no offense, but you do kind of have an Italian porn star look. Okay, well, whatever, I'll take it. I prefer I think the Pedro Pascal comparisons, which I get sometime. I think I prefer that to Italian porn star, but whatever. Porn stars are handsome guys sometimes. They don't put ugly people in there. I mean, I guess they do sometimes. That's not totally accurate. What was the weird one yesterday? I don't even remember. There was a weird one yesterday, you're right, and I already forgot. As an Italian porn star, I take offense to that. I'm sorry. But yeah, so they're doing pro-car protests. Like even just the mildest, most basic efforts to reclaim some space in cities from automobiles. These fucking babies just can't handle it. They just lose their minds. It's so pathetic. Honestly. That's the thing that fills me with the most, like, that's the biggest black pill thing for me. Just the way that, like, we're so far away from the kind of reforms that we really would need to meaningfully combat the climate crisis. And even these basic things which are nowhere near far enough, reclaiming public space, smarter urban design, carbon taxes, these things, even that, people are losing their minds like they're being thrown in the fucking concentration camp just for these basic things. You know? Opinion on land back. We got to give all the land back. We stole it. We stole the land and committed genocide to get it. And all the treaties we made, we were completely broke every single treaty we signed. And today, indigenous people they make up a disproportionate number of people in our prison system, our criminal justice system. There's indigenous communities that don't have access to clean drinking water. Indigenous people oversaw this land for centuries in a sustainable way. And we, in the last couple of centuries, throughout the Industrial Revolution, we've completely destroyed the entire planet. Give it back. Give the land back. Like the song says. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. You kind of look like if Oliver Stone had a cousin. Okay, I think you've dominated the chat enough for now, War Knight. I'm very happy to have you in the community. I think we can move on now from War Knight's witty contributions to the conversation and comments about my personal appearance. I think we can move on from that now. I don't think I need to fixate on that too much longer. If you subscribe and join the community, then I'll maybe tolerate more of these like weird comments about my appearance.
Give me a ride home.
Wow, this is roomy.
Can you name the truck with four-wheel drive? Smells like a steak and seats 35. Canyonero, Canyonero. Well, it goes real slow with the hammer down. It's the country pride truck endorsed by a clown. Canyonero, Canyonero.
Hey, hey!
The Federal Highway Commission has ruled the Canyonero unsafe for highway or city driving.
That's so great. God damn. Canyonero. Yeah. That's great. Canyonero. Canyonero. Okay. What time we got? We're 4 hours in. I still got a ways to go here, folks. I still got a ways to go. What else? What else to look at? I wanted to look at that story, the pro car protest, because it's so ridiculous.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Whoa. Whoa. M Gauntlet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. M Gauntlet, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, M Gauntlet. Very much appreciated. Okay, now it's close to working. It is close to working. It's updating on Stream Elements, and I just have to click the save button, and then it updates there. There's some disconnect. There's some disconnect going on. I'm close to fixing this, though. Thanks again, M Gauntlet. I appreciate it. You think legs are just free to pull here? You think you can just come here and start pulling legs? You have to be at least in the base level of the Friendship Triangle system in order to start pulling legs like that around here. Canyonero. You don't even go to this school. Thank you. Ugh. What else are we saying, folks? I got a couple of Ukraine stories and things like that we can get into as well. I think I need to turn this on. One sec. Improve my lighting situation. I'm just finishing the Children of Men novel by P.D. James, and it's really good. Everything's more devastating in it. The politics are interesting and more developed, focused on. Highly recommend. That is cool. I've never read the book, but I'm interested. I mean, I love that movie so much. I'd be really interested in reading the book. I mean, the movie, considering how prophetic the movie has turned out to be, I'm wondering if you got the same sense of that reading the book. I'm reading that that book, The Devil's Chessboard, which is mind-blowing. I really recommend that to everybody. It's crystallized so many things that we talk about with the whole, like, you know, the U.S. Nazi alliance, the comments that I made, which caused some controversy a couple years ago. It's so clarified in that, though. All the shit about Alan Dulles and John Dulles as well, and their pre-war associations with Nazis and Operation Sunrise and protecting all these German SS war criminals. man, it's like a pulpy spy novel that's all based in like real shit. And it's so, you see the depths of evil. I wanted to do a whole segment on it. I don't know if I'm ready to do it right now. I don't know if I'm ready to talk about it right now. I've only read the part 1. I wanted to do a whole thing on it because of how fascinating it is. I thought FDR fought Nazi Germany in World War II. Well, this is the problem, though, is that there's different factions within the U.S. government. And there is the FDR faction, and there is another faction led by Allen Dulles, who became the chief of the CIA, who, along with his brother John Dulles, were the biggest kind of corporate Wall Street lawyers prior to the war, who had numerous clients in Germany that were Nazis themselves or Nazi sympathizers. John Dulles was openly a Nazi sympathizer until it became politically impossible to do so. And basically, even though America did end up fighting the Nazis, finally, after many years of being urged to enter the war, they finally got involved right at the very end there. He was a Nazi spy. I mean, that's the thing. That's the basic thing. He was a Nazi sympathizer. FDR had a policy of total surrender, total capitulation. Allen Dulles, in the last year of the war, spent his time completely undermining that policy and that strategy. Protecting and bringing in these Nazi war criminals, SS war criminals, into his sphere of influence and into the U.S. sphere of influence because he wanted to protect the Nazis and attack and pivot to attacking the Soviet Union. That was Operation Sunrise. Of course, after the war, there's Operation Paperclip, where all these fascist scientists were brought into the space program. And the intelligence community just absolutely infested with Nazis, put Nazis back in charge in West Germany, into the judicial system, the political system, restored the integrity of a lot of these people. And I think that's like one of the things too, is that when we talk about FDR, we talk about JFK, we shouldn't lionize these people. They were imperfect people, not exactly peaceniks themselves. A lot of problems. You can point to FDR's, the Japanese internment camps under FDR, or the persistent, horrendous racism that was going on in America still, or the way that black people and black families were excluded from like a lot of New Deal social programs. Like, not perfect people in any ways, but still representative of a sort of faction of the U.S. government that had maybe a little bit more progressive ideas about certain things, like about colonialism or any of these things, or going against the Nazis, anti-fascism. And I think you can, without lionizing FDR, pretending FDR is like this perfect person, I think one thing that becomes apparent from reading The Devil's Chessboard or studying this kind of stuff is that FDR dying when he did was an absolute disaster. Just an absolute disaster that changed the course of history. Because once FDR was out of the way, the Allen Dulles wing of the U.S. government, and it wasn't just Dulles, but he was kind of at the spy figurehead of this faction that included a lot of reactionary business leaders that were Nazi sympathizers or Nazi allies before the war broke out. And once FDR was out of the way, they were able to completely take control of the U.S. government. And it was an absolute disaster, FDR's death when he died. Because it allowed that wing to sort of really take control. And the next U.S. president that tried to meaningfully take power back from that wing of the U.S. government, the intelligence community, or the deep state, was JFK, who was not perfect either, who was not a peacenik, who was an anti-communist, but did try to take back power, especially after he was humiliated in Bay of Pigs. Allen Dulles and that wing, the intelligence community, and that wing of the U.S. government, pushed JFK to go through with the Bay of Pigs invasion, which failed spectacularly. They were counting on JFK to then send in the troops when it did fail, and he didn't do that. He did have different views about Southeast Asia. He wanted to pull troops out of Vietnam. He wanted to have a détente with the Soviet Union. He wanted to not overthrow and coup and assassinate all these anti-colonial leaders like Patrice Lumumba. And when he fired Alan Dulles, precisely because of Dulles' role in the Bay of Pigs and the fact that he wanted to assert power over this wing of the U.S. government, lo and behold, he takes a little ride in Dallas, Texas, and and after that point, that's reasserting the role of that wing of the U.S. government, which led to there's an absolute barbaric genocide in Southeast Asia. I mean, Korea had already happened at that point. And Operation Phoenix in Southeast Asia, Operation Condor in Latin America, Indonesia, like all these horrific, violent, brutal, disgusting endeavors on the part of the CIA and the U.S. government, which then escalated drastically after JFK was assassinated. And these people are Nazis. That's the main thing. Like Alan Dulles and John Dulles, like they were Nazi sympathizers. Like there's no sugarcoating that. When you read this history, they were Nazi sympathizers before the war, during the war, and after the war. And these are the people that were overseeing this absolutely grotesque, blood-soaked campaign of brutal violence throughout the world in the name of this anti-communist ethos, which was shared with the Nazis, who they admired. Devil's Chessboard really does spell that out in no uncertain terms. And the idea that, like, the whole JFK assassination thing as well, in which we can talk about again without lionizing JFK or pretending that he was some perfect person or peacenik or communist or anything like that, which I don't believe. But the idea that he fired Alan Dulles, all the fucked up things about the JFK assassination, as we've talked about endlessly, the difficulty of one single person doing it from the book depository, the trajectory of Kennedy when he gets shot, the idea that, there was multiple shooters or multiple teams, and the fact that Alan Dulles, who Kennedy fired, who had literally had a motive to be involved in the case and the means to assassinate the president, was on the fucking Warren Commission investigating the crime. I mean, it's just a joke. It's an absolute joke. Alan Dulles meeting with Himmler regularly in Austria was absolutely wild. It's insane. It is insane that people don't know this history and how that's been hidden from people. It is absolutely ludicrous. And there's people, including Dulles, but that faction of the U.S. government that wanted to just make a separate deal with Germany, a separate peace deal with Germany that was not this unconditional surrender that FDR wanted. And even there was talk of just replacing Hitler and keeping the Reich largely intact. Like there was talk. That's what a lot of these people wanted to do. They wanted to have a separate armistice with Germany. They wanted to get Hitler out of there and just keep the Reich completely intact. Well, that's what you did. Yes, Unicorn Dragon, but it had to be under the subterfuge of like denazification. There was this kind of ostensible denazification. There was the Nuremberg trials. But even like Dulles and the people that he represented didn't even want the Nuremberg trials. The fact that there was even a Nuremberg trials in the first place was almost a fucking miracle. And again, that gets into FDR and how FDR dying when he did, no matter what the criticisms you might have of FDR, and there's numerous criticisms you can make, obviously, but when FDR died, when he did, was it just a complete disaster that drastically changed the course of history? The punishment of Nazis a myth because so many were not punished. And yeah, like we're in agreement, Unicorn Dragon, but like there was a faction that didn't even want a Nuremberg. Like they didn't even want the punishment that did happen. That had to be, there was a lot of effort and a lot of like double dealing and subterfuge that went into just promoting, like making the Nuremberg trials happen in the first place. So basically the Nazis kind of won the war then. I mean, kind of, Mac. I mean, it's not as much that they won, but that the Nazis were absorbed by the American imperialist empire. They didn't win, they lost, they surrendered, but their genocidal project remained largely intact. And yet they became they were under the guise of denazification. They became junior partners in the American-led Anglo-American empire, of which Canada is also a junior partner. And that's why we call the USA the Fourth Reich. That's right. They took inspiration from America and then got reabsorbed into it. And Canada as well. They took inspiration from Canada as well. And Canada also played a large role in rehabilitating many of these same fascists and former SS members, as we did with our Ukrainian immigration project in the post-war period, bringing back all these SS guys from Ukraine into our Canadian-Ukrainian diaspora to act as muscle for like anti-worker, anti-union capitalists, and to disrupt the Ukrainian diaspora, which was very socialist at the time. And to this day, Canada is still promoting Nazism in Ukraine. We've been arming and funding and training these Ukrainian ultra-nationalist Nazis in Ukraine now for years, which, lo and behold, Russia took as a threat to their security and responded with force themselves, which shouldn't be surprise anybody. And we're still engaged in this process of promoting this kind of like far-right Ukrainian nationalism. Not even just in Ukraine, but throughout all the Baltic states and all the former Soviet republics, like rehabilitating these like anti-Soviet nationalists who fought the Russians. Like that's been part of a central part of our political project that we've been heavily involved in. And like to this day, that's why we're seeing this. This. And this is what I've been arguing to people when we talk about Ukraine, right? When we talk about the rehabilitation or the support of fascists in Ukraine, and people say like, oh, it's just a couple of guys in Azov Battalion, there's no Nazis anymore, whatever. It's not just about Azov Battalion. It's not just about right sector. This, like what we're seeing right now, removing the hammer and sickle from this monument, like that's what this is about. It's about removing that Soviet legacy. The millions of Ukrainian heroes that fought in World War II correctly and bravely, fought in the Red Army to liberate Ukraine and the rest of the world from the fascist menace. You know, and that is what's being erased. That's what's being removed. We're not talking about a couple yahoos in Azov Battalion. This is from the top down. What the project is restoring and rehabilitating these anti-Soviet partisans who were Nazi sympathizers who helped carry out the Holocaust, and removing that Soviet legacy and pretending that the Soviet regime or whatever was some kind of authoritarian genocidal regime, when in fact under the Soviet Union, Ukraine and all these other Soviet republics flourished in comparison to the horror and czarist and feudalistic system that they were living under previously. Improved the lives of millions of people and liberated Ukraine and these other places from the fascist menace. And this is what the war has accelerated this, but this is what the project that we've been a part of for now decades is erasing that legacy. I reckon you killed JFK, me. Okay. All right. What scares me is that we're in a redo of World War II, but who's going to fight the Nazis now? Who's going to fight the Nazis now? Who's going to fight the Nazis now? It's a good question. It's a good question. What about the genocide of Ukrainians and Polish during Soviet occupation? I mean, there's been this effort to equate the Holodomor with the Holocaust, and this is Holocaust denial. When you suggest, and I don't want to accuse you of anything weird, but it's at the very least, it's Holocaust revisionism to suggest that there was this kind of genocidal project, or to equate the Nazis and the Soviet Union. This is called double genocide theory. Was previously, over the past couple of decades since the war, was a widely accepted and acknowledged form of Holocaust revisionism, to suggest that there's some equation between these two things. And we're talking about Polish. I mean, the people who were massacring Polish people in World War II was like Stepan Bandera and these Ukrainian anti-Soviet partisans who were contributing to the Holocaust by massacring Polish people. And I understand that not everything is perfect, or that the Soviet Union had to take steps to like buy time before this war broke out. But like when you look at like just focusing on Ukraine, the Poles weren't genocided though, but there was a genocide against Polish people in Ukraine by these anti-Soviet Ukrainian nationalists like Stepan Bandera, who we're supposed to be pretending are like heroes now, are heroes, and who are being like rehabilitated. But I mean, even you look at Ukraine, if you want to talk about a famine in Ukraine, and the figures for how many people died in this famine in Ukraine vary, and have been drastically grown over time, depending on what the sources are for that. Overall, though, you look at any measure of like life expectancy, hunger, starvation, education, literacy, access to healthcare, all of these things for Ukraine, for people in Russia, for anyone else throughout these Soviet states, these all improved drastically over the course of the decades that they were part of the Soviet Union. So to suggest that there is some genocide there, it just doesn't match up with the actual facts for millions of people. And I'm not saying that famines didn't happen.
You can count on me
during this collectivization process
to talk you through all this.
But for millions of people, their lives drastically improved, which is the thing that we don't want to talk about anymore. And got worse immediately after it fell. That's exactly right. Old Dutch, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I mean, yeah, it's hard to fix it on Poland, and I don't think the Soviet Union is completely... I don't want to take this position where everything the Soviet Union did was perfect and no violence happened and no terrible things happened. I don't really believe that. But if you want to talk about the massacre of Polish people, I think it's probably important in this current context to focus on like the UPN and the Banderites and these Ukrainian anti-Soviet nationalists who did commit genocide against Polish people. And that the way that like the Red Army liberated these concentration camps in World War II, in the end of the war. Like, it's probably more important to, I think, focus on that. Anyway, you know, we were talking about like who's going to fight the Nazis this time, and this is exactly why I do have hope, and I do have a sense of optimism when I look towards what is happening in China, and the role that they're playing in this ushering in this new system of multipolarity or multilateralism or whatever it is, and the Belt and Road Initiative, and providing an alternative path for development for a lot of global South nations. Yeah, and again, like you're talking about, like the numerous Holocausts that have committed since that time, to say nothing of the Holocaust that they committed prior to that. I mean, when you look at this, if you're going to compare the Soviet Union and talk about violence that happened in the Soviet Union, well, you know, the Soviet Union was backing the North Vietnamese, while America was killing 3 million people in Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos and all these surrounding places. The Soviet Union was backing DPRK, while America, the United States military, along with Canada and their allies, were massacring 2 million Koreans and destroying their entire country. The Soviet Union was supporting all these decolonial movements, while America was assassinating anti-colonial leaders and Pan-Africanist and socialist leaders throughout the global South. Time and time again, the Soviet Union was taking the side of oppressed and colonized people, while the United States military, along with their partners like Canada and other nations, were bombing the fuck out of them and murdering them and coupping their leaders and assassinating people, torturing people, enabling the worst fascist death squads, committing unspeakable atrocities in these places. You know? Like, again, we can talk about the Soviet Union. I don't think the Soviet Union like wasn't violent, or that violence didn't happen in Poland or other places. But when you're making if you're going to make a comparison, especially if you're living in the West, I think it's probably important to point out the fact that the Soviet Union, in time and time again, was on the side of oppressed and colonized people, while America was committing genocide against them. In Southeast Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, all over the world. So it's not a super compelling argument to me to talk about this kind of like what you refer to as a genocide in Ukraine or Poland. Cue the Parenti mix. Yeah. We got some interesting questions coming from the chat today. Lively. Very lively. What other? I've got some more bookmarks about Ukraine as well we can look at. And like, it's important to point out, because people will see me say certain things about the war in Ukraine, or talk about Russia or Ukraine or all this stuff, and they say, oh, you hate Ukrainians and you want them to die. On the contrary, that's not true at all. First of all, I make a point to, anytime this comes up, honor and respect the Ukrainians that liberated the Ukraine and the rest of the world from fascism, and nobly and bravely and heroically sacrificed their lives fighting the Nazis. There was millions of Ukrainians that were in the Red Army. that did this. So number one, no, I don't hate Ukrainians, and no, I don't want Ukrainians to die. I wish this war had never happened. And if you are against the war, as I am, and you live in the West, you should acknowledge the role that NATO and Canada and the United States played in provoking the war in the first place. It doesn't mean that Russia is blameless in anything that's happened in Ukraine, but we played a role in that. And you can't deny that. I mean, any analysis of Russia and Ukraine that denies the role that we played in escalating things to this point and provoking this conflict is just childish, in my opinion. And it's not a real analysis. I don't know what we expect to happen when we arm and fund and train these open fascist militias, fueling this civil war conflict in eastern Ukraine for 10 years, and then we act all surprised when Russia eventually, after repeated attempts to negotiate and to avoid open conflict, after repeatedly saying, this is our red line, this has to stop, and then we act surprised and we hold up our hands when Russia acts on the things that they've been openly saying that they were going to do for years and years. So if you're going to be against the war in Ukraine, as I am, you have to acknowledge the role that we played in provoking that. And no, I don't hate Ukrainians. No, I don't want them to die. The people that want Ukrainians to die are the people that are pro-NATO, that are pro-Ukrainian nationalism, that have been this like nonstop arms transfer to Ukraine over the last 2 years. They're the ones that apparently want Ukrainians to die because they're the ones that are prolonging this conflict. And this whole like counteroffensive, which Western leaders have like forced Ukraine into, despite knowing that it was going to fail. Like we've thrown people into a fucking meat grinder here. And I want to avoid that. I don't want that to happen. I don't want people being conscripted into the Ukrainian military and forced into this completely unwinnable, barbaric quagmire here. I am against that. I don't want Ukrainians to be dying here, or Russians, or anybody. And the New York Times, the first several weeks of Ukraine's counteroffensive have not been kind to its Western-trained troops. Yeah, and they knew that that was going to happen. They knew that that was going to be the result, and they forced them to go through with it anyways. Now Ukrainian brigades have set aside U.S. fighting methods and reverted to tactics they know best, but still this counteroffensive that they talked about for months is still not materializing into anything. So that's always been my position. If you're against this conflict, which you should be, you should acknowledge the role that the West played in provoking this thing and fanning these flames and pouring gasoline on this fire over the last 10 years, which led to this happening in the first place. And you should be talking about peace and diplomacy and a ceasefire, and not more and more weapons, more fighting, more death and destruction for this like hopeless, unwinnable conflict. For these regions of eastern Ukraine, which even these Ukrainian nationalists don't even seem to fucking like the people that live in that region. You know, the people that support Russia, the people who are Ukrainians, they're Ukrainians and they don't want to be part of this like ultra-right, anti-Soviet Ukrainian nationalist project and view themselves more as being part of the sort of Russian sphere of influence, you know? It's like these people don't even, these far-right Ukrainian nationalists that have been running this thing don't even like these people. That's why they've been dropping bombs on them, NATO-sponsored bombs that we provided for them. That's why they've been dropping bombs on these people for the last 10 years. They don't even like them. And yet we're insisting that they continue this fight to free these regions from people that don't even want to be part of this project, and the feeling seems to be totally mutual. They literally openly talk about needing to cleanse them when they recapture them, which will never happen. And we've seen, Crowd Babes, what has happened to people that are Russia's sympathizers in Ukraine, in the rest of Ukraine that's not part of the battlefield, right? They're getting tortured and assaulted and tied to telephone poles and raped and fucking murdered. Like, that's what's happening to like people that they view as being sympathetic to Russians in any of these like cities that get recaptured. And we're sponsoring that. We pay for it. We support it. We train them how to do this stuff. You say that, but Dylan Bandera, 1488, got a tattoo. I don't know who to believe. Exactly. He's going with his NATO handler to view things. So he really has a strong grip on this conflict. You know, it's sick. It's really sick. In addition, this is building a base for people to be outright racist against all Russians. And this is the thing up the Reds, is that I don't think I took the Russiagate stuff as seriously as I should have when it was going on. And that, I think, is something that I regret, because I see now especially how Trump getting elected and the reaction to that and the whole Russiagate obsession was really priming people to accept this narrative about Russia. Which now it's just people are openly clamoring for World War III because they hate Russia so much. And Russiagate was a sort of first like a propaganda operation or a psyop or whatever that really started getting people on track to supporting that. And I don't think at the time I took that as seriously as I should have. Oh yeah, he's a gonzo journalist, and that's for sure. He talks about like Hunter S. Thompson, Dylan Burns. I'm a gonzo journalist. Like, I'm sure Hunter S. Thompson would have gone on some like NATO-sponsored CIA tour of these fucking battlefields. Like, what a joke that is. Like, he would have done anything to support the American empire. Like, read any of Hunter Thompson's writing, like after 9/11 or at the beginning of the War on Terror, when he saw very clearly about the evils of American imperialism, what that was going to mean for people around the world. The idea that he would be out there supporting NATO and supporting the U.S. government in Ukraine is stupid, number one, but it's just false as well. He would have gone, but he would have been honest about it and ridiculed them. I would have loved to have read as whatever writing that he did. Yeah, absolutely. They're openly ethnically cleansing art, books, and monuments, and even like Western authors that are trying to write anti-communist drivel that takes place in Russia, or even like being like, oh no, I can't release this right now because it has Russian characters. Like, the Russophobia in our society has been completely normalized, and it's disturbing. The way that now it's just like, it's totally, to even say that you support Russia or that you sympathize with them at all has become this completely like out of bounds, horrific, radical viewpoint to express. If you even remotely sympathize with any of their views, even while condemning the war, like someone like Cornel West is doing. You know, you condemn the war, you condemn the Russian Empire, but then you talk a little bit about Russia's perspective, and it's not even allowed. You're not allowed to do that. And then you get humiliated on CNN by fucking Anderson Cooper. Russiagate was horrible. I was paying attention to the Maidan coup and the false narrative presented in the MSM. The combination of those two events was troubling. Yeah, I didn't pay much attention to the Maidan coup when it was happening. I don't think my brain was really activated on these things quite as much as it is now. But I did start paying attention to Canada's role in Ukraine a couple years ago. I think 2018 or 2019 is when I started learning about Canada's role in promoting these like fascists, and Canada's role in training and arming these Nazi fascist militias in eastern Ukraine. So when the war did start to escalate, I was kind of like way more equipped, I think, to understand what was going on. Because as a socialist, lo and behold, I'm in a crazy position, but I'm actually against arming and funding and training these fascist militias. I think that's, if you're a socialist, I think that's maybe one of the number one things you want to avoid doing. So I was against Canada doing that when I learned that program was going on, and I continued to be against it. To this day. And I recognize that Canada's doing that, and America as well, and British intelligence and everyone else that was involved, contributed to escalating this thing to the point that Russia felt that they did have to invade. Is there a link, video, book that covers the Maidan coup in depth? I mean, there was a really good explainer video by Brian Becker. We watched Breakthrough News earlier, and Brian Becker is a part of that. He does the socialist program there. And prior to the invasion, he did put out this video. It's just a couple minutes long. Not getting that into the Maidan, but talking about Russia's perspective of Ukraine and the Maidan and the Crimea and Russia's military bases there, the warm water ports and all these like important kind of factors that contributed to Russia's like hardline stance on that being a red line for them. I'm sure there's some other, I mean, a lot of Yeah, there's Ukraine on fire. I think that would be good as well. I mean, there's a lot of stuff covering the Maidan, but it's all covering it from the Nazi side, like all the vice stuff that was going on around that time. Yeah, probably the Oliver Stone movie is really good. I haven't seen it, but I imagine that would be good. The Maidan coup is a very good lesson in how the media lies. The mainstream media would depict the Maidan coup in a very sterile, lionizing way. When one did their research, the Maidan coup looked like what right-wingers think happened at the 2020 BLM protest. Well, the amazing thing to me, Mac, is the way that certain liberals will look at the Maidan and say, like, that wasn't a coup. That wasn't a coup. That was a beautiful democratic expression of these Ukrainian nationalists that wanted a new direction, or all the flowery rhetoric that they used. And it's really easy to understand to me, like whether something is a coup or not, or a color revolution or not. Because when you see these U.S. officials showing up, Hillary Clinton and John McCain and Lindsey Graham and Victoria Nuland and all these people just showing up to support one side of the protest and empowering these far-right figures as well and steering things in a direction that benefits them, yeah, it's a coup. It's a color revolution, even if some people are there completely of their own volition. It's very obvious. These very same liberals that will talk about the Maidan like this beautiful expression of democracy will also talk about January 6th as if it's the worst thing that's ever happened in the United States of America. And I don't think anyone would have any confusion about what was going on if in January 6th turned into some kind of multi-day or multi-week long occupation of Washington, and then all of a sudden Lavrov and all these Russian officials start showing up and hanging out with the protesters and then steering the U.S. government in a certain direction. No one would have any confusion whatsoever about what was going on there and whether it was a legitimate democratic expression or whether it was a coup. No one would have any fucking confusion about that. Every single news outlet writing about the Nazi problem right up until the invasion, that shit was just rewritten immediately. It's really amazing, honestly. You look at mainstream coverage from a couple years ago in Ukraine, talking about whether it's the Maidan or whether it's the civil war going on in these breakaway republics. So much reporting on it, and immediately, like these mainstream outlets doing reporting that now, if you look at it, the very same people, even the people that wrote it, even the people that did the reporting, would claim is like Russian propaganda or disinformatia. Truly amazing. Like you talk about war is peace, or we're at war with East Asia, kind of Orwellian shit. There's really been a complete erasing of history, recent history, not even distant history. It's really amazing, and people just go, yep, they just go right along with it. They just go right along with it. It's scary, actually. Yeah, we're following what's happened in Niger. We talked a lot about it yesterday and a little bit today. January, why is Ukraine the most corrupt country in Europe? April, why is Ukraine the shining example for democracy? We just want Ukraine to be this beautiful, liberal, democratic, pro-LGBTQ sovereign state, and the evil Russians don't want that. What a load of fucking garbage that is. Completely at odds with reality. You even have these Azov guys talking about gay rights and talking about LGBTQ rights in Ukraine and talking about the Maidan and being like, if it wasn't us, it would have been a gay pride parade. These very same people that we're arming and funding right now. Rehab image of Nazis has been a top priority for us for a long time. And yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about this and why I wanted to draw the comparison with Alan Dulles and the whole devil's chessboard thing, because that's where it started. It started before the war was even over, the rehabilitation of Nazism. You know, it started with Dulles' Operation Sunrise mission in Europe in the closing year of the war, and it's continued all the way up to this day. And any president that's tried to get in the way of that has been taken out. Because Nixon as well. We've talked about Nixon, also a reactionary, conservative, vile person, war criminal as well. Still someone who tried to reassert the power of the presidency over the intelligence community, and as a result was gotten rid of. Oh. Tricky Dick did get worked. He did, yeah. Nixon's a really interesting figure, honestly. Really interesting figure. I really actually liked Oliver Stone's Nixon. I think watching both JFK and Nixon by Oliver Stone is a really interesting kind of peek behind the curtain and really understanding a lot of these kind of concepts of who has actual power in the US government. And Nixon, as much as he was a vile reactionary and a criminal, I don't downplay any of that, war criminal. You know, his crimes in Cambodia were absolutely horrendous and disgusting, and that should never be forgotten or forgiven. Probably America's last New Deal president, though, and someone who I think is unquestionably more to the left than Obama or a Clinton or a Joe Biden. I don't think that's even deniable. Can someone gift a sub to Mac9135? I think that Mac9135 is someone that is going to fit in with this community. In that case, the church committee, as much as I don't want to crap on it, must have been a show trial for the people because nothing has changed. Well, I feel like that's why I talk often about how we have we like to lecture about free speech in our country. We have the idea that we can hold people accountable, but I do think it's kind of an illusion. And we might have these moments where it seems like there might be some kind of accountability that happens, but nothing actually changes. No justice happens. No one is actually punished or for being involved in any of these horrific things that they uncover. You know, Rick Perlstein's Nixonland is a good read. I haven't read it yet, unfortunately. I got a long list of stuff I got to get through, but I will get to it. I will get to it eventually. that was a dad flex. I live in Brooklyn. Half the people here are literal Nazis, and we have the highest population of Jews outside of Israel. We're also supposed to be super liberal and LGBT friendly, but gay people getting killed all the time just for being gay here. Also going on here, huge Ukrainian-Russian population. Populations are not black and white, and it's super complicated. When I heard Russia invaded Ukraine because they have Nazis, my first reaction was to say jokingly, is Brooklyn next? My second was, Poland has more Nazis than anyone these days. That is true as well, and for people that want to hold my feet to the fire about Soviet activity in Poland, I mean, that's a pretty big factor as well. Getting off some good rants today. Getting off some good rants. I'm all caffeinated up from my Diet Coke and my Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Nixonland, Devil's Chessboard, Children of Men. What else should I read? I would, if you haven't, Emily, you've got to read Jakarta Method. I mean, that's I think really essential to understand the violence and the barbarity of what the U.S. military and intelligence services perpetrated on people. In Indonesia specifically, but it focuses on a lot of these horrific genocides throughout the developing world, in the third world. Like, really, if you read Devil's Chessboard, and then I think a really solid 1-2 punch would be reading Devil's Chessboard followed by Jakarta Method. Black Shirts and Reds, obviously, I would always recommend. I mean, Parenti has a lot of great stuff about this. Against Empire is really good. Black Shirts and Reds is the standard. Everyone's got to read that as well.
Institute.
Yeah, Black Shirts and Reds is cool because it does really go fast. Washington Bullets by Vijay Prashad as well was really great, and also a quick read. That's really good. Really, a really powerful 1-2 punch though would be Devil's Chessboard and Jakarta Method. Yeah, and then if you want a history of the brutality of colonialism in Latin America, you got Open Veins of Latin America. And if you want to go to Africa and have an understanding of that,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through
you can read
this.
Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa as well. I got so much shit I got to get through. I don't want to lecture anyone about reading books because I have not been great at it. Although I am on pace. I promised that I would read 5 books on my list this year, and I'm making my way through number 3. So I'm in good shape. Hey, Anon, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thank you, Anon. I really appreciate that. Audiobooks are my main jam these days for books. I've never been able to get into audiobooks. I'm sure it's just a better way of absorbing all this information, but I don't know. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. If it works for you, I'm glad to hear it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. And I just like having something in my hand. You know, I like having a book. I like having a shelf full of books. It's way easier and way more efficient to do it that way, but I can't do it. And I can't, like, that's the thing. If I'm going to listen to a podcast or an audiobook, I need to be like either driving or cleaning up or doing dishes, or if there's anything that's distracting me at all, I can't absorb any of the information. Yes, and please do subscribe to Outrun's audiobook feed as well. Really, really valuable if that's what you're into. Yeah, if I'm doing anything other than driving or cleaning or washing dishes or whatever, I cannot absorb any of the information. Just totally useless. And you know what's next on my list too after Devil's Chessboard is a certain book about a certain leader of the Soviet Union whose name I can't recall at this moment. I just ordered mine nice. I mean, I think I have a different translation. I think that new version just came out, the like official approved one. I think I have a different one. But hopefully it should still be okay, I hope. Famous Georgian, that's right. Which book? I'll tell you which book. I'll tell you which book. This book. This is translated by David Ferreira. This is translated using the Portuguese edition of the book, often consulting the Spanish edition, not the original Italian edition. Here goes the algorithm. Well, I'm already fucked by the algorithm. In case you don't know, there was a couple of months back when me and a couple of other sort of left-leaning streamers were, for whatever reason, getting some kind of play on the Twitch homepage, and we're like, which was kind of exciting. And at one point I was featured on the page. I had like 1,000 viewers, and it was a really cool thing. And then I noticed one day that I was back there, I had like several hundred viewers. I was really excited. And the day that actually this book had been mailed to me, it just arrived in the mail, and I was excited to show the chat, excited to show the audience my book that I just received. And I held up, I had like 800 viewers or something, and I held up my Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend book, History and Critique, the key word there, and immediately just plummeted. All my viewers just immediately disappeared. No more algorithm action for me. No more Twitch homepage for me after that time. And I've never come close to replicating the same number of figures for me, which is actually quite frustrating. But Dungeon Boy tossed their Diet Coke on the server in a panic. Exactly. Dimitri, are you still in the chat? Dimitri Ulyanov. You sent me this movie this morning. There you are. There's Dimitri. Do you know this movie concerning violence based on Wretched of the Earth? Do you think is it stream appropriate? I haven't had time to really preview it. Like, is it going to get me in trouble to watch this film on this stream? Do you think? Because it does seem really cool and maybe a good thing that we could take a look at, but it's kind of the same, Rob. Every time the Majority Report sends 700 plus in here in a raid, depending on what you say. And when that number takes a big dip. I think there's a couple times in the recent past, though, when I've got that Majority Report raid and I've held firm. And actually, I think the last time that happened, I felt pretty good about my ability to handhold some of our Majority Report listeners into some more thorny territory, let's say. Imagine if it was the YouTube audience, yeah. Oh boy. Likes to gamble with his stream constantly. Well, I like talking about this shit. You know, this is what I'm about. I'm into this stuff. I like talking about it. I like learning about it, and I like thinking about it. And it's really hard, I think, sometimes to try and temper that with your goals of increasing your community or increasing your algorithmic reach with like focusing on the things that you want to focus about. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this film. Our friend Dimitri sent this across, and thanks to you again, Dimitri, for that. So this is... Frantz Fanon died in 1961, age 36. The same week Wretched of the Earth was published. That's another thing I have to read. And on the very same day, the book was confiscated and banned in France. This film is based on that book. So again, our friend Dimitri sent this across earlier. Concerning Violence, 9 scenes from the anti-imperialistic self-defense. MR is just Voschites now. Well, I've as much as I admire and respect some people with Majority Report, like Sam Sater, like Emma Vigland, like Matt Leck, who's often the one that's rating this channel, has helped me out a lot. And I like these people and I admire them, but I think they've gotten a lot of this wrong. And I've tried to not be a dick about it, but critique that when I hear some of these comments that have come from that camp when it comes to Ukraine or when it comes to some of these issues. It's hard, right? When you're doing a show like this, to not want to like burn bridges with people that you have connections to that can like, because you do as a streamer, as a podcaster or whatever, you do need to grow your community and you need to like try and stay afloat like that. And it's really hard to do that when you're burning bridges and calling people revisionists and Nazis or whatever for being wrong about certain subjects such as this. So I have tried to have a critique and point that out and be all open and honest about that, while also acknowledging that I do respect and admire a lot of the people that work there and in other places as well. The same news sources they don't trust for domestic news and framing, they uncritically believe for foreign policy news. That's really one of the biggest mistakes that people do make, don't they? All of a sudden, when it comes to Russia or China or any other official enemy of America, they believe everything that they hear on the news media. But when it comes to, the way that the media lies and sabotages left-wing movements or promotes the status quo, if they're promoting the economic or the cultural status quo in America, they're also doing that when it comes to their coverage of foreign policy as well, entrenching the status quo of the American-led global imperialist project. And I don't see how difficult it is for people to come to grips with that. I think it should be pretty easy to understand. Anyway, let's watch this film. Concerning Violence, 9 scenes from the anti-imperialistic self-defense. And thanks again to Dimitri for sending this along. I think this should coincide with a lot of things we've been saying. I'm a little over an hour long. But again, I'm going to be here. I told you I'd be here for a long one today, and I'm here. Before we get started, if you are watching and you do enjoy some of these rants that I've been getting off here, if you want to support this content in this community, please subscribe to the show. It's really, really helpful. It allows me to keep doing this program each and every day. You can become part of the community, which is a wonderful and dynamic community. You can get all the little tiny little images that we've got on this platform. Every little bit helps. I appreciate it a lot. That's the only way that I'm able to keep doing this show every day, is if people are generous enough to support the work that I do here. So if you can, please subscribe. It's $5 a month. You can gift subs, you can gift friend coin or tip or whatever you want to do to support me and the work that I do here. It's all very much appreciated. It's like Finkelstein says about Bernie. How is he aware of how full of shit they are in every other policy area, but somehow they're honest about the empire? I mean, fucking, even Chomsky has been great on Ukraine and Russia. You can't even follow Chomsky? That should be a no-brainer, I think. Not just opposing what NATO is doing should be a no-brainer, no matter what, if you're on the left in any way. That's what I don't get, And when the news media repeatedly says the unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's unprovoked, illegal, immoral occupation of Ukraine, and then you find yourself saying the exact same thing, as Chomsky is pointing out, they wouldn't say the illegal, unprovoked invasion if it was actually unprovoked. They're saying that to make people accept that framework of it. And anyone that has a brain, as I know Sam Sater and Emma Vigeland and these folks at MR do, I know they're really smart people. So I don't get what the disconnect is there, where they can't see what's going on. When they see MSNBC and CNN and all these news outlets going so hard on this narrative, why they don't ask this basic question about what is really going on here, They're so good at doing that when it comes to other issues, but when it comes to issues of empire, all of a sudden they just lose the ability to critically kind of analyze these things. It's really unfortunate.
National liberation, national renaissance, the restoration of nationhood to the people. Whatever may be the headings used or the new formulas introduced, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. Decolonization is a historical process.
Why don't they just vote for decolonization?
It cannot become clear to itself except by the movements which give it historical form and content. Decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is obviously a program of complete disorder. But it cannot come as a result of magical practices, nor of a natural shock, nor of a friendly understanding.
The night of the
Decolonization, a violent process. Revolution, a violent
I was
process.
taken by MPLA.
No, there's no getting around that.
Near the Congo border. And their preparations were being made for this military operation. Cabinda contains one of the world's largest oil deposits, larger than Kuwait. Well, they carried more than 40 up to 50 kilos each because they had to carry their own ammunition plus the ammunition for the 20 bazookas in the force. They walked very swiftly anyway, using mainly tennis shoes or light rubber shoes. After these several days of march, we finally came close to the Portuguese base and camped in the forest within about 2.5 kilometers of the base. The reconnaissance commander, Max, explained the situation of the base and how the attack was to be carried out.
Eu, em companhia dos outros camaradas responsáveis, vimos a situação e está ótimo para nós.
We moved from the camp about 3 o'clock in the morning, and everything was done with great calm and absolute silence. And as soon as it became light enough just to barely see, the order was given to open fire.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Let's go.
Famous horse. Thank you for the 14 months, tier 1. I appreciate it a lot. Let's goo is funny. Kind of sounds like you want to come. Frankly. Not to be too crass here. Missed one of the 14. It's all right, horse. I appreciate you supporting and being part of the community. I really do. Thank you.
After that, there was no reaction on their part anymore. Very soon, many buildings in the base started burning, and there was a big explosion.
I do not believe horse is Canadian.
Depot. When the attack was stopped, a small group of MPLA came out of the base with a jeep. If I've ever seen a guerrilla movement that is like the fish in the water, well, that's MPLA in Cabinda.
Just wait for the Pearl sub badge, Marty.
You do not turn any society, however primitive it may be, upside down with such a program if you have not decided from the very beginning to overcome all the obstacles that you will come across in so doing.
This is in Angola, I think I saw.
Program into practice and to become its moving force is ready for violence at all times. From birth, it is clear to him that this narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, can only be called in question by absolute violence. Decolonization is the meeting of two forces, opposed to each other by their very nature. Their first encounter was marked by violence, and their existence together, that is to say, the exploitation of the native by the settler, was carried on by the impact of a great array of bayonets and cannons. In decolonization, there is therefore the need of a complete calling into question of the colonial situation. If we wish to describe it precisely, we might find it in the well-known words, "The last shall be first, and the first last." Decolonization is the putting into practice of this sentence. That is why, at a descriptive level, all decolonization is successful.
Like, colonialism is brutal violence.
The naked truth of decolonization.
The idea that decolonization is going to take place through, like, asking nicely, asking politely,
emanate from it.
is
The last shall be first.
Fantasyland.
This will only come to pass after a murderous and decisive struggle.
The same with revolution in general.
Protagonists.
Well, the revolution was
That
violent.
affirmed intention.
The Cuban Revolution was violent. The Russian Revolution was so violent. Oh no. Yeah, revolutions are violent. Yes. That should not be surprising. The Fidel quote about not choosing violence because you want to, because that was the path the oppressors took. I mean, there's just no way around it. There's just no way around that. I would simply have a non-violent revolution. Well, you know, good luck with that.
It's the last at the head of things. Can only triumph if we use all means to turn the scale, including, of course, that of violence.
Don't look at any of our bourgeois revolutions, though. No violence there. I mean, you celebrate the fucking American Revolution. Was that violent? Yes.
It was about 11 o'clock. I had...
And yeah, you can talk about Gandhi, young mantic, but then you just need to look at where India is now.
And I said, who is there? And they shouted, police. So I dressed up and went with the police to their police cells. They told my wife that I would be back in a short period of time.
Or Allende.
How long were you in
Allende is another example. No, I don't want to arm the population. I don't want to be violent.
For 5 years.
Would you tell me how it affects?
Or Sukarno in Indonesia.
Well, when
I don't want to
was
arm the
in
populace, and that would be too violent.
The feelings I had and my colleagues did have. I looked at, for instance, the history of black people from the days of slavery. I found that they suffered at the hands of white people. Then I looked at the days of colonialism. I also found that the black man was, again, at the bottom of everything, was under oppression.
And like still today in South Africa, for example, as we were talking about yesterday, still continuing.
In America, I still found that despite the emancipation, the black man was still at the bottom of everything. He's as it were an object. And then we looked at South Africa and Rhodesia. We found that these were countries with institutionalized racism, where again the black person is at the bottom of everything, undergoes torture, is something less than human, is an object. If you don't tell them what they want, you then go to detention. But the other system of torture is that they can tie you.
Yeah, Swamp Goth, you gotta read Jakarta Method. Jakarta Method will completely fuck you up.
If you don't tell us who did what or what you did, we are going to pull you apart. And of course they pull. Some people have died as a result of torture.
What did you feel when you came out of prison?
I didn't, I'd grown in a way to be indifferent. The torture I'd undergone for the last 5 years made me less and less feeling about things, just take life as it comes. So even when I came out, there was no great excitement on my part. And I still felt that I was still in prison.
Since the wagon wheels rolled north, it has been
fucking
many
Rhodesia.
years. The country has been built and run by hardy pioneers. They fought the Matabele and many a hardship too.
I think that's like, it's what you... I think being Canadian especially, like learning about places like Rhodesia or about like the British Raj, like when India was under British control, and you realize that like what we're living in is what they wanted in Rhodesia. It's what they wanted in India. They wanted it cleansed of all the people that were there, and they wanted it to be a settler colony for white people. And through the various, twists and turns of history, it didn't work out in Rhodesia, and they were forced to leave India. And as we talked about, India's role is still kind of like a part of the sort of neocolonial empire. But if you live in Canada, you're living in a colony where this project, like what we're seeing in Rhodesia, was successful. They successfully cleansed the land of the indigenous people that lived there, and they successfully made it a permanent settler home for white Europeans. And I think that's one of the things you growing up in Canada, you living in that and growing up in that context, you just don't see it like that. But like, look at the mountain. It was really a moment for me when I got really obsessed with learning about the British Empire. And you just look at the Mounties and you realize that it's just, you see the redcoats and it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is. And that project is just still ongoing. My dad is from Kenya, pretty familiar with East African colonialism. Yeah, exactly. It's when you grow up in that environment, it can be invisible to you. And I think when you start learning about the history of colonialism and Canada's role in that, it's really eye-opening and fucked up to realize that you live in a project where this settler colony was successfully created, and this fake culture was kind of erected, this fake nationalism about the idea of Canada, which just is not real. It's not real. It's fake. It's fiction. We made it up. Anyway.
Flag unfurled, we tell the world.
And that's a good point as well, Genghis Khan. The jarring thing about Israel is that it's doing the Canada project, but too late in history to be completely palatable. And we all see it happening. And that's why Canada and the United States are ardent, diehard supporters of Israel. It's not because of some like Zionist conspiracy or Jewish conspiracy. It's because they're a settler colony just like we are, and they are a colonial foothold in the Middle East and are part of the Anglo-American-led empire, a central part of it. That's why. It's not some big conspiracy. It's not that hard to understand. It has nothing to do with like Jews controlling the world or any of that bullshit. We're friends with them because they're a settler colony exactly like us, and the violence and the apartheid that we see being inflicted on the Palestinians today is a complete mirror of the violence and genocide and ethnic cleansing that were involved in the foundation of the places where we live.
And sing this song to you, and you can call us rebels, and you can call us rogues. We were founded by an Englishman by the name of Cecil Rhodes.
Thank you, Timothy.
Yeah, absolutely, Marty. Joe Biden really spells things out for everybody sometimes, doesn't he?
The line.
Did you always believe that one day you would leave Rhodesia?
Like, you read about the British Raj and the British India, it's amazing. Like, there was whole communities in India for centuries. Like, whole generations rose and fell in India while the British were the unquestioned rulers of India. And there was whole communities in India where British people just felt totally like it was their home, just as they would feel in Manchester or London or Liverpool or wherever else. Like, it's really remarkable to think about when you grow up in the post-colonial period. But for centuries, this is what India was like. Play this clip from the whole restart to hear how he talks to his worker. Okay, I will, Dimitri.
Call us rogues. We were founded by an Englishman by the name of Cecil Rhodes.
Thank you, Timothy, but you didn't open that one, you stupid thing. So don't worry about it. We'll open it ourselves.
Fucking Christ.
Did you always believe that one day you would leave Rhodesia?
Never, ever. Now, I was one of the guys going to stay here and switch off the lights in Mtolia. I was going to switch off the lights and then close the gates and say, right, Rhodesia, farewell. And then burn as we go back. And it didn't happen. I was going to switch off the lights in Mtolia. But things happen.
For sure,
so
the
fast
settler
now,
mentality.
Just, I haven't got that much time anymore.
You're going and leaving the lights on.
That's right. Somebody else will have to switch them off.
Why don't you stay and take the gamble, take the risk?
Pete, there is no risk. I mean, there is no gamble. There is a risk, but there's no gamble. The gamble is all on the... The gooks have got it.
The who?
The gooks. It is.
They've
the whole world is supporting the terrorists.
Has the attitude of Africans changed as a result of what is currently happening?
Yes.
Gun.
In what way?
I got a staff, or the company I work with has got a staff of about eight Africans, and they all think they're going to own houses. And I've never seen so many Africans learning to drive motor cars as what I have lately, because every one of them thinks they're going to get a motor car. A little garden.
And look at how Canadians talk about Indigenous people. Like it's shocking. It really is, and it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Maybe with a slight veneer of like politeness or civility layered on top to mask the real settler racism. Very rare, increasingly rarely though. Increasingly rarely will you even have any effort to even remotely mask this or to avoid it. It's the exact same kind of mentality, the settler mentality though.
We call him a garden boy. Was washing my mother-in-law's car. And he said to her, he says, well, next year, that's going to be my car. So my mother-in-law went to him and says, you see this box of matches, it's lighter, I'll burn it before I give it to you. So that's the attitude of the African. It's changed completely.
Oh, that's the attitude of the Africans. Yeah, it makes them look bad, this exchange.
34-1, maybe a bit more, with everybody taking a gap like me. In South Africa at the moment, I think it's about 4-1, I think, about 4-1. So you could stand a chance.
Does that make you feel happier?
Well, I could take out 4 Affies before they take me out.
But you couldn't 36?
No way, say.
Gun. But this settler mentality, this persists. Like, this is not an aberration. This is not a historical aberration. It's not abnormal. Talk to people, talk to your fucking neighbor in Canada about Indigenous people and see what they say.
The world is a world cut in two. The dividing line, the frontiers are shown by barracks and police stations. In the colonies, it is the policeman and the soldier who are the official
I'll drop it in the TRRS
instituted
channel right now.
go-betweens, the spokesman of the settler and his rule of oppression. The intermediary does not lighten the oppression, but puts it into practice with the conscience upholder of the peace. Yet he is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native. The zone where the natives live is not complementary to the zone inhabited by the settlers. The two zones are opposed, but not in the service of a higher unity.
Do what they do. Okay? Should you come under attack, go through, unless you're very well back and you can see the contacts well ahead.
Is the road very dangerous?
Oh, it's a bit dicey at the moment.
Tijat, I've spoken to a number of boomer Canadians who are otherwise progressive. It's shocking how they'll casually defend residential schools. I mean, like my granny, who is a sweet lady, like, you know, who I loved, you know, but even her, who would talk about like old stock Canadians and say words like that, which I didn't register at the time, but now when I think about it, it's like, Jesus. And her parents were immigrants. Like her parents were from Scotland. And she would talk about old stock Canadians and things like that. It's really shocking to think about. Marty, don't do this to me. Don't do this.
A strongly built town, all made of stone and steel. It is a brightly lit town. The streets are covered with asphalt. Garbage cans swallow all the leavings. Unseen, unknown, and hardly thought about. The settler's feet are never visible. His feet are protected by strong shoes, although the streets of his town are
They'll say, but their intentions were good. Well, I mean, even like Tejad, when we talked about like all the residential school discoveries and the unmarked graves outside of these schools and the kind of conversations that were going on then. And when we'd lower the flags, and Justin Trudeau would put on his solemn, respectful voice and talk about the mistakes of the past and things like that. Oh, we just made these mistakes, you see. We made these horrible mistakes, and we have to walk the path. And it's just like, walk the path of reconciliation. It's just unbelievable. They weren't mistakes. It was very deliberate. It was very deliberate and intentional. And this is the exact thing, the exact behavior that the Nazis looked at and took notes on and said, hey, this is great. This is absolutely fantastic. It's when they took that settler colonialist mindset and started going west, that's when it became an issue. We had our leaders, our business leaders, and our political leaders had zero fucking problem when the Nazis were engaging in that kind of rhetoric, when they were, fighting the Soviets and going into Africa and, inflicting violence and misery on Jews and homosexuals and other marginalized groups. Zero problem with that. When they started challenging the hegemony of the Anglo Empire, that's when it became a big issue. But we do land acknowledgements before hockey games now, so it's fine. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like if Rhodesia was still around today, they'd probably be doing the same thing. And they'd be doing land acknowledgements in Rhodesia and talking about the mistakes of their past. It would be the exact same thing. But that's it. We live in a successful settler colony where we've completely revised history and we've keenly whitewashed the violence and the genocide that it took to build that.
Stones.
Oh, the Leopold stuff is just absolutely horrendous. Just barbarism.
The town belonging to the colonized people. The shanty town.
Maybe I'm giving the Rhodesians too much credit and they would be more hardcore. I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Dina, the reservation, is a place of ill fame, peopled by men of evil repute. They are born there. It matters little where or how. They die there. It matters not where nor how. It is a world without spaciousness. Men live there on top of each other, and their huts are built one on top of the other. The native town is a hungry town, starved of bread, of meat, of shoes, of coal, of light. The native town is a crouching village, a town on its knees, a town wallowing in the mire. It is a town of niggers and dirty Arabs.
Folks, I'm just going to stretch my legs for one moment, okay? I'm getting a little tired. I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours. It's the longest TRRS stream in probably like a year. Sitting here for like 5.5 hours, getting a little bit sore here in my legs and my knees. So I'm just going to leave this on. Guys, it's only 15 minutes in. Oh my goodness. I'm going to leave this on for a bit. Just go stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, take a small break. I'll be back though.
A look of lust, a look of envy. It expresses his dreams of possession, all manner of possession. To sit at the settler's table, to sleep in the settler's bed, with his wife if possible. The colonized man is an envious man. And this the settler knows very well. When their glances meet, he ascertains bitterly, always on the defensive. They want to take our place. It is true, for there is no native who does not dream at least once a day of setting himself up in the settler's place.
What is your general attitude towards the white minority if they remain in the country?
We accept them. Every white man who would like to remain in the country is free to do so, provided he accepts the system that will have been established. The new government, of course, we must accept that his privileges based on color have gone, and that we will not have a different set of privileges from those which are accorded to members of other racial groups. But overall, we will not perpetuate the system where people are organized communally on the basis of race or color. We want an integrated society where not the color of a person counts, but the skills that he's able to show and the contribution he's prepared to make to the development of the country.
July 27, 1966, your employment has thou conceded to exist, and you have to leave the company house you are occupying, and the occasions area has from July the 28th, 1966. See that? The company will provide transportation to the boundary of the concession area from you. Never mind, I'll get a copy. You get a copy, that's all right. I take this one to the panel department. No, there is no assignment here. They won't tell me to sign here, man. I'm not so stupid. Now, listen, let me tell you something. I was about to go to work, you understand? For now, I have to get some kind of information from Mr. Gooden.
No, it's no more question of information. Now, you sign for this copy, or you leave it.
Torsdagen den 21 juli i år. Egentligen en vanlig arbetsdag, men soldater posterar den här dagen vid alla arbetsplatser. Arbetet ligger nere. Liberianerna i Nimba har gått i strejk. Rimonger, ordförande i fackföreningen vid Lamco, fängslad och anklagad för att ha förlett ett par tusen liberianer att demonstrera för högre löner. En strejk som på förhand förklarats olaglig. Avvaktande sitt öde utanför mässen i Nimba. Här förs fackföreningsledarna till den väntande bilen av Lamco-ledningen och representanter för Liberias regering, vars talesmän redan inför den strejkande menigheten tillkännagett resans mål. Det beryktade fängelset Beljella, ökänt som landets värsta tortyranstalt, varifrån det sällan eller aldrig finns någon återvändo.
Ledningen inom fackföreningen har betett sig på ett som vi tycker helt oansvarigt och illegalt sätt. Det finns en fackföreningslag och en lag som bestämmer spelreglerna mellan arbetsgivare och arbetstagare, och den har helt brutits.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all
Arbetarna
this.
gick till möte i fackföreningslokalen istället för till arbetet. Måndag förmiddag anländer starkt försenad militär förstärkning från Monrovia. En bataljon på över 300 man samlas utanför tjänstemannamässen. Efter uppställning laddas med skarp ammunition.
You want to tell me, if the workers in cities strike or something like that, do you think the government is going to use arm on them? No.
Why are the soldiers here?
Well, the soldier here may be on Lanco's claim or Lanco's desire, but there is no threat, no word of violence ever been used to anybody. And the strike, it was organized from the workers themselves, which were tired and fed up of the Lanco's management and wouldn't pay them the money, so they decided to strike.
Alla känner till hotet om evakuering dagen därpå. Ändå får arbetarbussarna veta tillbaka nästan tomma. Och fackföreningslokalen har omringats av militär för att förhindra några fler möten med de strejkande.
I wrote them a letter and told them that they had were violating the laws of the country, that they could not strike except they first submitted grievances. If they had any grievances, they should submit them first to management and keep them with the law. And if they could not agree, then refer the matter to government. But they persisted and would not go back to work. I then ordered the place to be policed so that to prevent violence.
Well, my orders were to the extent to break the mob or whatever existed by all costs. And of course, if it had become necessary to resort to force, my orders were to fire over the people's heads originally, and then wound a few people in the attempt to break the crowd. This would have been a necessity.
För Lamco-ledningen innebar dagen en missräkning. Strejken ville inte ta slut, och man stod inför risken att tvingas avskeda större delen av arbetsstyrkan.
Det visade sig att det var endast en 25% som ställde upp. Vi hade trott att en mycket större andel av arbetarna skulle komma till arbete, men det gjorde de alltså inte.
En vecka har gått sedan strejken bröt ut. Klockan 7 på morgonen är det hela klart. Arbetarna har gått tillbaka. Återstår för Lamco att utmäta straffet. 30 uppsägningsbrev ska delas ut. Mottagare är de liberianska arbetare som redan stämplats som troublemakers eller uppviglare. Dessa 30 troublemakers uppsökers på torsdagsmorgonen i sina hem, men ingen av dem är hemma. Även de hade gått tillbaka till sina arbetsplatser.
Of course, my children didn't realize anything. I told them, I said, children, I tell you one thing, this is not your home.
Robert Jackson undrade varför han hade blivit avskedad. Vad visste hans närmaste chef, Sören Lagergren?
Svår fråga, jag vet inte. Men det var en väldigt duktig pojke och har säkert framtiden för sig som telefonman. Orsaken till att han slutat, det vet jag faktiskt ingenting om.
Det var alltså inte så att det var fel på hans arbetsinsats?
Nej, definitivt inte. Han var väldigt duktig. Han är väl den utav mina pojkar som har utvecklats bäst och kunde åka alldeles ensam på arbete ut och reparera.
The truck in, I put my things in with my family and put everything on the truck with my boys and myself. I know one of people wanted to go with us from this place here.
Efter en timmes färd genom bushen på skakiga vägar var man äntligen utanför Lamcos område, 3,5 mil bort från Nimba. Beräkningsbilarna gick den här dagen i skytteltrafik.
Even how the driver was driving, even advising. I said, there's a woman with us here. My brother-in-law's wife is in the car. She was pregnant. I said, take time. Stay the driver wouldn't, hear me. I said, well, if anything happened, okay.
Ute i bushen stannar lastbilen. Robert Jacksons 5-åriga tjänst för Lamco är definitivt slut. Det återstår endast en detalj, kvittot på resan hit. Härmed intygas att militären transporterat mina tillhörigheter och min familj utan att skador eller olyckor uppstått, Robert Jackson. Soldaterna hade gjort sitt. I mörkret fick Robert Jackson och hans familj klara sig på egen hand.
When you examine at close quarters the colonial context, it is evident that what defines one's place in the world is the fact of belonging to or not belonging to a given race, a given species. In the colonies, the economic substructure is also a superstructure. The cause is the consequence. You are rich because you are white. You are white because you are rich. Native society is not simply described as a society lacking in values. The native is declared insensible to ethics. He represents not only the absence of values, but also the negation of values. All values, in fact, are irrevocably poisoned and diseased as soon as they are allowed in contact with the colonized race. The customs of the colonized people, their traditions, their myths, above all, their myths, are the very sign of that poverty of spirit. As soon as the native begins to cause anxiety to the settler, he is handed over to well-meaning souls who point out to him the wealth of Western values. I speak of the Christian religion, and no one need be astonished. The church in the colonies is the white people's church, the foreigner's church. She does not call the native to God's ways, but to the ways of the white man, of the master, of the oppressor. And as we know, in this matter, many are called, but few chosen.
Hur länge har ni varit här?
Här i Tanzania?
Ja.
Sen 52 i december månad.
Vad som skulle vara intressant att höra är vad har förändrats här framför allt i första hand?
Ja, det största förändringarna det är väl att det blev ett fristat.
Ja.
Det är väl faktiskt en av de största.
Har människorna förändrats på något sätt? Invändigt så att säga?
Ja, de är väl rätt så lika tror jag.
Har ni själv förändrats?
Ja, det har man säkert efter så många år.
I vilken riktning?
Ja. Man ser väl kanske lite annorlunda på läget också nu än strax när man kom ut ska jag tänka mig. Så man kanske ser lite mer realistiskt på det också.
Mm. Har ni försökt att ändra på människor? Det har väl varit en del av er uppgift?
Ja, det är klart. Det har vi väl försökt för att vi är ute i missionens tjänst och på så sätt har vi försökt att förändra.
I första hand då i religiösa frågor naturligtvis.
Ja,
vad fanns det för religion här innan ni kom hit? Är det någon som ni inte tycker att det kan godkänna så att säga?
Det fanns.
Den afrikanska religionen menar jag.
Den afrikanska religionen, det har väl, vad ska man säga, den har väl alltid funnits och den fortsätter väl finnas, det är klart. Men
Missionen i stort sett, den har ju fått ett väldigt bra grepp över folksjälen, tror jag.
Ja. Men det måste ju ha inneburit stora förändringar på många håll. Till exempel, vad ska jag säga, familjeorganisationen med polygami och sånt.
Ja, du kanske.
Ja.
Ja, vi som mission, vi förbjuder ju att församlingsmedlemmar ska ha mer än en hustru till exempel. Det är ju otänkbart för en som tillhör en pingstförsamling här ute att kunna gifta sig en andra eller tredje gång. Utan då får han nöja sig med sin första fru.
Är det egentligen en kristen synpunkt eller är det en europeisk synpunkt? Finns det något stöd i Bibeln för monogami?
Det gör det väl?
Gör det?
Åtminstone i det nya testamentet så.
Finns det någonstans där att man bara får ha en hustru?
Till exempel, det står att en församlingsföreståndare ska vara en mans hustru. En hustrus man.
Asså? Ja. Och nu bygger ni en kyrka här i Morsi.
Ja, det har vi.
Jag ser. Är det som kommer först, så att säga, kyrkan, evangeliseringen?
Ja, det brukar vi försöka att göra.
Kommer ni att också bygga skolor och sjukhus och sånt här? Eller?
Det vet vi inte just nu.
Nej,
det får bli i andra hand i så fall. Ja. Men först en kyrka. Ja. För att det känner vi väldigt stort behov av att få.
In the colonial context, the settler ends his work of breaking in the native when the latter admits loudly and intelligibly the supremacy of white man's values. For a colonized people, the most essential value, because the most concrete, is first and foremost the land which will bring them bread and, above all, dignity. But this dignity has nothing to do with the dignity of the human individual. For that human individual has never heard tell of it. All that the native has seen in his country is that they can freely arrest him, beat him, starve him, and no professor of ethics, no priest, has ever come to be beaten in his place, nor to share his bread with him. The well-known principle that all men are equal will be illustrated in the colonies from the moment that the native claims that he is the equal of the settler. The native intellectual had learned from his masters that the individual ought to express himself fully. The colonialist bourgeoisie had hammered into the native's mind the essential qualities of the West, the idea of a society of individuals, where each person shuts himself up in his own subjectivity, a society whose only asset is individual thought. The colonized man will first manifest this aggressiveness, which has been deposited in his bones, against his own people. This is the period when the niggers beat each other up, and the police and magistrates do not know which way to turn when faced with the astonishing waves of crime. All these patterns of conduct are those of the death reflex when faced with danger. A suicidal behavior which proves to the settler that these men are not reasonable human beings. The oppressor starts the process of domination, of exploitation, and of robbery. In the other sphere, the coiled, plundered creature, which is the native, provides fuel for the process as best he can. The process moves uninterruptedly from the banks of the colonial territory to the palaces and the docks of the mother country. In this becalmed zone, the sea has a smooth surface. The palm tree stirs gently in the breeze. The waves lap against the pebbles, and raw materials are ceaselessly transported, justifying the presence of the settler.
There's no way or place for me to go. This is my home. And this is where I intend to die.
The settler makes history. His life is an epic, an odyssey. He is the absolute beginning. This land was created by us. He is the unceasing cause. If we leave, all is lost, and the country will go back to the Middle Ages. And all the while, the native, bent double, more dead than alive, exists interminably in an unchanging dream. The native is boxed into a corner. Apartheid is simply one form of the division into compartments of the colonial world. The first thing which the native learns is to stay in his place and to not go beyond certain limits. This is why the dreams of the native are always of muscular prowess. His dreams are of action and of aggression. I dream I am jumping, swimming, running, climbing. I dream that I burst out laughing, that I span a river in one stride, or that I'm followed by a flood of motor cars which never catch up with me. During the period of colonization, the native never stops achieving his freedom, from 9 in the evening until 6 in the morning.
Atutimba mono kavili tondele pondisa tondele melea na tondinga mukanga na tondigwana mpaka muzo atujele sinu panyuma kwada mwa mapinduzi ankuka muzo na tuwetu tuwaikidile atunujili panyuma uti tuwe ngwengwe tuvimeo na tujila panyuma na tunkuka muzo kuigwana koko mpaka nelo na tukandalambolela pamuwikile mabadu betu mwida kunu mutulola tundaimba limu padikidiki kutunduvanga mwaka 70 wedili kwetu kunu kumazambiki General Kauze de Arriaga Daliaga nituma zenera Daliaga wena kumozambiki ukatende ing'onda udime chachola na igwe sakataka
that 9 hostages were killed by police bullets.
The Daily Graphic has criticized the Mogadishu Declaration passed at a recent summit meeting of East and Central African leaders. Taxpayers in Black Africa can expect to see more money being poured into the pockets of pleasure-loving terrorists living outside the borders of South Africa.
Mozambican people, in September of 1962, the Congress of the Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, affirmed unanimously the will and determination of the Mozambican people to fight for national independence, for the wealth of our country and the work of the Mozambican people continue to be exploited by the Portuguese colonialists and their imperialist allies. Our people are murdered for participating in the struggle for the liberation of our country. The prisons are full of patriots, and those who are still free live in uncertainty of what the next day will bring. Faced with this situation, Frelimo is left with no alternative but to conclude that armed struggle is the only way for the Mozambican people to achieve their sacred rights. We shall win! Long live Frelimo! Long live Mozambique! Long live Africa!
Watu ndinji mwitu mwakona vitendo mwenkalo yetu taweka nyumu umyaka dumiya mwanu. Pena tindona kanga isambona wetu tumeki nkalo ntininyo gobila uri kanyina ya latisini. Ni alo twetu mtutu kolo dio kalo na kunyama nae wetu ndapaga mwetu. Nangu ni mwe pupunguya ndikawa kenga nangu ni mwe nintezi mwe sambili. Mwase tuone sakubilingananga zake mwahamba pamala moto nkuona wetu tuwenwa kanji pata ande patu kala mpanyuma pala Mozambique ata jumo sio na lidile kota kenga kutangola kenga nangu tangona wanu kenga duoni akusipagu ne patu ya hapo Mozambique nkusema nkutana sema Mozambique mwagu kwenda tango nkutana.
Nós vemos que o inimigo ultimamente intensificou a ação psicológica contra as nossas populações. Esta ação psicológica inimiga consiste basicamente no uso maciço.
Hey folks, hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to take such a long break there. I was just talking to my son on the phone for a little bit there, and I haven't seen him for a couple of days. I really miss him, so I was just like talking to him. He's up north at a lake right now, hanging out, and he was just telling me all about this Scooby-Doo movie that he's been watching. It's like Aloha Scooby-Doo. I think it's the one where they're in Hawaii, and there's some kind. They face this creature known as the Wiki-Tiki. And he was talking about that and just telling me every single person that was a voice actor in that. And then talking about the idea for a sequel of that he was thinking of. And then just generally talking to me about other voice actors that he likes and other things that he's thinking about right now. He really thinks about voice acting a lot. And who's voice acting what and what other roles they do and who did a voice acting of this character in this film and this character in this film. He thinks about this like all the time. like 24 hours a day, like as long as he's awake, he's thinking about this. So he was just telling me all about it. And again, I miss him a lot. I haven't seen him a couple of days, and that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing while you were watching this serious documentary. I hope you've been enjoying it. I tried to kind of follow along and listen at the same time. Not exactly the easiest thing to do, but and Dimitri, thanks for the gifted sub 25 minutes ago. I think I missed it when it came in, but I appreciate that, Dimitri. Thanks, and thanks for sending along this documentary. It seems, from what I've been seeing and I've been trying to follow along, it seems fantastic, and most people in the chat seem to agree. Maybe you two should sign up with a voice acting coach and do a dad and son voice acting career. Maybe he wants me to. He wants me to be a voice actor in different things. I'm trying to tell him but I do other stuff. And he's like, no, you're going to voice Batman in this movie that I'm going to make and stuff like that. And it's like, all right. I'd love to be an audiobook reader as well. I agree, Matt. I would love to do that. I was actually thinking about maybe as some kind of a fun project at one point for this community, I could actually like read a book if people wanted to listen to that. You know, it could be a fun thing. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? Anyway, really love that guy. Really love that guy. He's a pretty cool dude. He's coming back on Sunday. I'm going to go hang out with him then, and I'm going to bring him to the Ninja Turtles movie. He's going to spend a couple weeks with his grandparents after. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. I know you're watching this serious documentary. Let's continue with that. Thanks for bearing with me here. I might still walk around a little bit and go to the bathroom, which I didn't get a chance to do. But let's get back to this.
Massivo dos aviões de bombardeamento que lhe foram oferecidos pelos países da NATO, designadamente os aviões de reação a jato Fiat G91, que quase que constantemente esses aviões andam a aterrorizar as nossas populações e a lançarem muitas bombas napalm que têm causado muitos ferimentos às populações.
It wasn't Scooby-Doo Blow at that Beach Bash, it was Aloha Scooby-Doo.
I det här kriget där Frelimos gerillaarmé inte disponerar något flyg, och där portugiserna kontrollerar luftrummet, där kan kolonialarmén alltid tillfälligt ockupera mindre områden inom de befriade zonerna. Portugiserna kan koncentrera sitt artilleri och sina trupper till vilken punkt de vill. Men under de senaste 3 åren har de portugisiska soldaterna kunnat ta sig in i de befriade områdena uteslutande med helikopter.
By the way, folks, I will just say as well, 6 hours in. We are 6 hours into the stream. It's definitely the longest stream in quite some time. 32 out of 35 subs. Very, very close to the goal. So, folks, if you want to support me and the work that I do on this channel with the silly chit-chat, the serious analysis, the interviews, and all the various things that I do on here, the gaming, please subscribe to TRRS. Help me get across the finish line for today. Help me make up for the impact that taking some time off has had. Every little bit helps.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Plunger Man. Thank you. I'll thank you 5 fucking times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Plunger Man. For the 5 gifted subs. Very, very, very kind of you. Thanks. That was so many thank yous. That was like 8 or 9, actually. That was like 8 or 9 separate thank yous. That's how seriously I take this. Take care, Diego. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for all the support, as always. Thank you. Thank you. So good. Gift subs. So good.
När de väl har lämnat sina helikoptrar och måste operera till fots ute i djungeln och snåren är de utlämnade åt gerillaarmén. Och de kan nästan aldrig hålla sig kvar mer än ett par veckor innan de dödas eller drivs bort. Portugiserna säger de försöker förstöra så mycket som möjligt av skördar och odlingar för att svälta ut gerilla. De terroriserar den lokala befolkningen vid anfallen mot de befriade områdena för att människorna där ska få känslan av att Frelimo inte kan skydda dem.
Jesus Christ.
De förstör så mycket som möjligt av det som befolkningen i de befriade områdena har byggt upp. Det betyder att varje skola, varje sjukhus, varje barnhem i de befriade områdena är ett militärt mål för den portugisiska kolonialmakten.
Why don't they like us? It's just a mystery.
Kenga patani ditangolo usidon. Wetu kala tasinda wana maubil makumene mene. na tisipata nafasi ya kulota kunda lifundishe tisikola ni tuvanu tusikala vila na kusidi na meni nkaloni kutunyenyekede na meni me kutulangude nyamanyi na wetu atusimanya kenga tundoka wanda pagu kwali vanu wamanyite kusomya kwali kupagu vanu wamanyite nyama sipita kenga pakati petu na kana wakati wo wetu tusindowa na meni kwali wajuju wetu watata wetu kuwe mekupata inafasi ya kulota kututumidide wetu kusikola kanji wanao vasinda pati na meni tabu kuwakamula kumkuka na kumpanga na wakale madengo wanao na wakakola madengo lala abasipata njuluku kwali wakulota kwida na tutumike twana wawo kutubya koda nyamanyi mambo mwenkalona lala tunyenyekede me kutulangude nyamani sio tulota kukanda pata wetu musu panelo tukava kenga kwa tundu wange filimai tundiona sini cha kupuangira na uti sindimo matanga yani kupuangira madengo yani akoleka na madengo akumbukidikanga nkongo Mozambique tuntendi doni mpaka tundio kanda balinya limo kenga hapa wangupaga makomandante walume na doni wangupaga makomandante wakongo wangupaga sepo dede walume na doni wangupaga sepo dede destacamento feminino yani tungupaga uti pakupasala nanga.
We're still going, Mas. I'm still standing.
Chamo mesimamo Elias. Eu estou na Frelimo.
That ramen that I made earlier was like, it's been sustaining me this whole time. This entire time. I'm 7 o'clock. I'm not even thinking about dinner. There was so much different shit in that ramen that it's been absolutely fueling me this entire time. It was a Korean ramen, yeah. And there was I put so much stuff in there. There was dumplings, there was bok choy, there was rice cake, there was an egg, obviously. There's cilantro and chives. And there was kimchi as well. There was like so much stuff in there, and it was just fantastic. Yeah, Venus. I live 2 blocks away from an amazing Korean grocery store. Like, there's so much amazing Korean food in the neighborhood that I live in. It's just like incredible. Yeah, some American cheese to top it would have been good. Some mozzarella. Yeah, I agree. I did have like a Kraft single, but a Kraft single. That's what we don't have, like American cheese in Canada. We have a Kraft single, and it's just not the same. It's not the same thing. Yeah, I could have still put it in there and it probably would have worked, but I brought back some American cheese, some white American cheese with me from my recent trip to America, and I was putting that in my ramen, and it's so good. And I don't know, it's just not, I don't know how it's different or why, but it's different. We don't have real, like, American cheese here. Yeah, Kraft, it's a more plastic. It's a the texture, it's like, it's not the same thing. I genuinely love American cheese. I really do. And we can't get it here. It's not the same thing. I guess I should have put a Kraft single in there just to really take it to that next level. It was still very good, though. It was very, very good. Okay, I'm going to continue this now. I do have minced garlic. I guess I could have put that in also. And Lao Gan Ma I did put in as well.
Chamo mesimamo Elias. Eu estou na Frelimo. Como membro da Frelimo é para ajudar o povo moçambicano. visto que eu também pertenço a Moçambique. Sou filho dentro de Moçambique, nasci em Moçambique e isto vi melhor servir o meu povo. Estou na Frelimo a servir o meu povo. E na medicina é tal e qual. Estou ali na medicina praticando, quer dizer, ter ideias da direção do serviço de saúde para ajudar o povo moçambicano. Somente.
Quando será livre Moçambique?
Moçambique não se sabe a quando será livre. Mas é uma coisa que não se sabe a quando será livre. Sim.
Vai durar muito tempo?
É capaz de durar ou não, mas é porque...
The John Cena Lauganma video is so great.
Não se sabe.
The immobility to which
Fuck,
the
I might
native
have
is
to. I can't. I don't want to like.
can only be called into question.
I don't want to stop this like serious documentary to take a break to look at the John Cena Lauganma video, but afterwards we can look at it because it's fantastic.
The immobility to which
I'll be
the
right back.
native is condemned can only be called into question if the native decides to put an end to the history of colonization, the history of robbery, and to bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. It is clear that in the colonial countries, the peasants alone are revolutionary, but they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The starving peasant, outside the class system, is the first among the exploited to discover that only violence pays. For him, there is no compromise, no possible coming to terms. Colonization or decolonization is simply a question of relative strength. The exploited man sees that his liberation implies the use of all means, and that of force, first and foremost.
Tu ka bem ka zado, quatro sato, que bimba bota bumba balmale. Eu já manga de gente na casa, mas outro balma era bante outro cara bante, mas mal são minher. É quebra na casa tudo, na nota banca suma no sele.
Again, you fell for it again. You fell for it again. Ha ha. You fell for the classic mute trick engagement boost yet again. Got him. It's like shooting ducks in a barrel. You fools. You absolute fools. No, I was just saying to Husker, this is a documentary film based on Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, about these anti-colonial struggles in the 70s, and specifically the role of violence in these struggles, and who these colonizers were, and who the rebels were, and these things. Really, really interesting. But we have been talking a lot over the last couple of days about Burkina Faso and about what's been going on in Western Africa. Really, really interesting stuff. I bet we'll even fall for it a third time. The absolute marks. Just absolute marks in this community.
Buwan, musim bu kopi di buwan po hawat. Di tengah ada fe. Di sila ajumba.
Horrid. Oh my goodness. That's absolutely horrendous. That is absolutely horrendous. I mean, fucking, it says a lot about our standards of what is acceptable on streaming platforms when I'm like, we're seeing horrible images in this documentary about, these anti-colonial struggles. But then the thing that makes me like need to be like, oh shit, I'm going to get my channel taken down as a woman breastfeeding. That really kind of says it all right there, isn't it? Says it all right there. That may be a little bit of a problem. I was a little bit concerned watching this film, which has been really interesting and informative. I was a little bit concerned about this very issue. I'm hoping that doesn't cause any problems. Again, it's stupid to even have to ask these questions. We should be able to watch this fucking movie without worrying about it being censored for any reason, but it is pretty amazing that that's the reason that it's going to be possibly be a problem. Anyway, moving on. Let's finish it out. That is living in a society moment, definitely. No one saw nothing. Man, a lot of violence. I'm hoping. I mean, this is a really good documentary to watch. I'm a little concerned about. I think I will just delete the VOD of this, which is kind of unfortunate considering it's been a super long stream that people might want to watch after. I think this might be we've gotten into VOD deletion territory. All the man tracker is going to be lost. I'll do some highlights. I'll cut it up into some highlights.
No fundo, quem vai à guerra é aquele que a não faz. Vou cantar a liberdade.
It's alright, Dimitri. This has been good to watch, and it's important to understand this. Like, we should be able to watch this on Twitch or wherever else. You know, this is important. It's related to things that we talk about often on this channel. It's been very educational. It's been a great video. So it's not your fault that Twitch has these fucked up rules about what you can look at and what you can't. I mean, you can look at a video game where someone's being massicared and mangled and tortured or whatever, and that's fine. But when you watch a documentary about anti-colonial struggles in the 70s that shows violence, or this short moment of a woman breastfeeding, then you have to worry about like getting your channel dinged or taken down or whatever. You know, that's not your fault.
Que a guerra dizemos não.
Tivesse iniciado algum esforço na parte de ordenamento, não é que foi um bocado diferente.
E depois às tantas, quando a gente vai voltar para começar a movimentar, fomos também parados de tudo.
La situation politique en Guinée est semblable à celle des autres territoires portugais. Les populations, dans leur grande majorité, sont dans la firme décision.
To be fair, it's real. Well, I mean, but that's the thing. It's like we desensitize people to violence, but then we when it comes to showing the actual horrors of the war that these games are promoting, then it's not okay, you know? It's like, I think it's probably more important, in fact, to show people the realities of these things rather than this fake video game version that glorifies this kind of violence, you know? I don't know if this is a monocle or like a glass eye or something. There's something weird going on.
De maintenir intégré dans l'ordre politique de la nation portugaise.
Oh, it is a monocle.
The colonized man finds his freedom in and through
No breasts on stream. Back to playing the game where the Highway of Death was done by Russia. Yeah, there we go.
Violence enlightens because it indicates to the means and the end. At the level of individuals, violence is a cleansing force. It frees the colonized man from his inferiority complex. It makes him fearless and restores his self-respect. The mass of the people
Take care up the Reds. Thanks for hanging out.
Poverty, flounder about making the same gestures, and with their shrunken bellies, outline what has been called the geography of hunger. It is an underdeveloped world, a world inhuman in its poverty, but also it is a world without doctors, without engineers, and without administrators. If you wish for independence, take it and starve, and go back to the Middle Ages. Decolonization never takes place unnoticed, for it influences individuals and modifies them fundamentally. It brings a natural rhythm into existence, introduced by new men, and with it, a new language and a new humanity.
Está bom. Está bom? Como de operação? Está bom. Está bom? Ferida nada? Gosi, ferida nada?
Is a Cuban doctor? Is a good question.
Que mucho? Bocadinho.
I know they sent doctors to Angola. Is that where this is? I'm a little lost as to the exact location here.
Salazar disait que l'Afrique n'existe pas sans les Européens. Nous considérons que notre indépendance nous permettra de développer notre propre culture, nous développer nous-mêmes et de développer nos pays en délivrant nos peuples de la misère, des souffrances, de l'ignorance. Parce que vous savez quel est l'état où nous nous trouvons après 5 siècles de présence portugaise chez nous. Nous sommes prêts à n'importe quel moment à négocier. C'est au Portugais de dire quelque chose. Et comme nous parlons la même langue, c'est pas difficile de s'entendre.
Most countries are rich. Only the people are poor.
Capitalism, in its early days, saw in the colonies a source of raw materials, which once turned into manufactured goods, could be distributed on the European market. After a phase of accumulation of capital, capitalism has today come to modify its conception of the profit-earning capacity of a commercial enterprise. A blind domination founded on slavery is not, economically speaking, worthwhile. The colonies have become a market. Today, the colonized country's national struggle crops up in a completely new international situation. What the factory owners and finance magnates of the mother country expect from their government is not that it should decimate the colonial peoples, but that it should safeguard their own legitimate interests. The private companies put pressure on their own governments, at least to set up military bases for the purpose of assuring protection of their interests. Thus, there exists a sort of detached complicity between capitalism and the violent forces which blaze up in a colonial territory. For centuries, the capitalists have behaved in the underdeveloped world like nothing more than war criminals. Deportations, massacres, forced labor, and slavery have been the main methods used by capitalism to increase its wealth, its gold or diamond reserves, and to establish its power. Not long ago, Nazism transformed the whole of Europe into a veritable colony. The governments of European nations called for reparations and demanded the wealth which had been stolen from them. Cultural treasures,
That's true,
pictures,
yeah.
sculptures, and
That's
stained
a
glass
good
have
and
been
interesting
given back to
analogy.
their owners.
Reparations
wealth
for
of the
Africa,
imperial
or
countries
enslaved people, or colonized
is our
people, what?
wealth,
Or
too.
indigenous people, what? Preposterous.
Europe has stuffed herself excessively with the gold and raw materials.
France has a
the
lot of
colonial
gold for a
countries,
country with no gold mines either.
Latin America,
Poison.
China, and Africa. From all these continents, under whose eyes Europe today raises up her tower of wealth, there has flowed out for centuries towards that same Europe.
Flowed out like open
diamonds and
veins.
oil, silk and cotton, wood and exotic products. Europe is literally the creation of the third world. The wealth which smothers her is that which was stolen from the underdeveloped peoples. The well-being and the progress of Europe have been built up with the sweat and the dead bodies of Negroes, Arabs, Indians, and the Asian races. We have decided not to overlook this any longer. They will not manage to divide the progressive forces which mean to lead mankind toward happiness by brandishing the threat of a third world which is rising like the tide to swallow up all Europe. The third world does not mean to organize a great crusade of hunger against the whole of Europe. What it expects from those who for centuries have kept it in slavery is that they will help it to rehabilitate mankind and make humanity victorious everywhere, once and for all.
There's our guy. The man himself.
Je crois au peuple. Le peuple, je crois comme une force, comme une puissance. Celui qui sait parler au peuple, celui qui sait avoir la confiance du peuple, peut tout réussir. Mais celui... Non, parler au cœur du peuple. Faire sentir ses idées au peuple. Le financement extérieur ne doit pas apparaître comme une solution miracle à tous nos problèmes économiques. Oui, il faut les financements extérieurs, mais il faut d'abord commencer par travailler soi-même. Et si on ne travaille pas, des solutions comme celle du FMI apparaissent comme des solutions de facilité. Et dès qu'on a une petite difficulté, on court au FMI. Dès qu'on a une petite difficulté, on court au FMI. Ceci est une mauvaise chose. Deuxième élément très important aussi, c'est que nous avons l'impression que chaque fois qu'on nous pose les conditions, au niveau du FMI par exemple, c'est pour créer d'autres conditions. On nous dit, nous sommes prêts à vous accorder tel financement à condition que vous fassiez telle chose. Nous acceptons ces conditions, nous remplissons ces conditions. On nous amène encore d'autres conditions. On nous amène encore d'autres conditions.
The more things change.
Cela devient troublant. Alors, quels sont les pays où le FMI a réussi? Quels sont les exemples où le FMI est parti et cela marche très bien? Nous n'en voyons pas.
Vous avez dit
Nowhere.
à l'aide alimentaire. Pourquoi?
L'aide alimentaire que nous avons reçue, malheureusement, au lieu de nous aider à nous développer, nous a maintenus dans une mentalité d'assister chaque jour.
If IMF loans could successfully develop any of these developing nations, they would have developed by now. They've had ample opportunities to fulfill what they claim to be their mission and help these nations develop. Well, guess what? They're not fucking developing. It's pretty clear by this point that that's the IMF's role, is not to help these countries develop. If it was, one of these countries maybe would have developed by this point. Is worse than a payday loan scheme. And people have the fucking gall to talk about Chinese debt traps in Africa. It's ludicrous. It is absolutely ludicrous. It's worse than a payday loan scheme. And to tie it back to Ukraine as well. What we talked about the Maidan earlier. What was going on before the Maidan protests, which is that the Yanukovych government in Ukraine wanted to turn down an IMF loan and make a deal with Russia for a better deal with Russia for cheaper natural gas, which is what sovereign countries are supposed to be able to do, make decisions that benefit them and their people. Russia offered them a better deal. They didn't want the IMF's money, and golly gee whiz, wouldn't you know it? There's a peaceful, democratic, beautiful, revolutionary movement, which all our brave liberals all support immediately afterwards, installing a Western puppet who goes ahead and takes those IMF loans. And now this is exactly what the future of Ukraine is in Western Ukraine. The free, sovereign, democratic part that's going to still be part of like the Western sphere of influence. More IMF loans and all the caveats that come with that, and the dismantling of their whatever social safety net still exists, the dismantling of labor unions, austerity, and all of that stuff. That's what's coming for Western Ukraine. That's the freedom that people are claiming is going to happen there. It's all for sale on a website, literally. Like it's quite out in the open, and people still have the fucking gall to pretend that supporting Ukraine or supporting NATO and supporting de facto the IMF is going to help be a good thing for anybody there, totally preposterous.
La main pour demander à manger, ça c'est mauvais. Deuxièmement, l'aide alimentaire fait que les paysans de chez nous qui auraient pu produire.
And we talked about grain and food security in Africa as well, and this is all tied into it also.
C'est les surplus des paysans des autres pays qu'on nous amène ici. Nous demandons autre chose. Celui qui veut nous aider vraiment peut nous donner des charrues ou des tracteurs.
They want to grow the food that they use there and eat there, rather than participate in this fucked up system where they're growing stuff for other nations and other corporations.
De mil, de maïs ou du lait, cela ne nous aide pas. Ils nous gavent comme on gave les oies pour pouvoir vendre l'oie, pour qu'elle soit lourde, pesante et qu'on puisse la vendre. Ça, c'est pas nous qui cherchent, c'est leur argent qu'ils cherchent. Ce n'est pas l'aide, ça.
The ports of Holland, the docks of Bordeaux and Liverpool were specialized in the Negro slave trade and owe their renown to millions of deported slaves. So when we hear the head of a European state declare with his hand on his heart that he must come to the aid of the poor, underdeveloped peoples, we do not tremble with gratitude. Quite the contrary. We say to ourselves, it's a just reparation which will be paid to us. This help should be the ratification of a double realization. The realization by the colonized peoples that it is their due, and the realization by the capitalist powers that in fact they must pay. But it is clear that we are not so naive as to think that this will come about with the cooperation and the goodwill of the European governments. This huge task, which consists of reintroducing mankind into the world, the whole of mankind, will be carried out with the indispensable help of the European peoples, who themselves must realize that in the past, they have often joined the ranks of our common masters.
Imagine an Africa-wide debt strike. It's interesting to think about.
Peoples must first decide to wake up.
And people wonder why I support the emergence of this like multipolar world order, this era of multilateralism, the rise of these financial institutions like BRICS. That's something that if you're a leftist in the West, a socialist, you should be extremely excited by. But there's people that are still so fucking have had their brains completely twisted in a pretzel that they view these things as being somehow hostile or even worse than what America is offering,
And stop playing the stupid game of the Sleeping Beauty.
I'd like to see if there was I'd be interested if there was like a documentary about Belt and Road and about getting more into the specifics about what the Belt and Road has done in Africa in terms of its role in aiding development. Would be really interesting to see that. Because we can look at the map. We can look at the map of all the different Belt and Road projects, but I think it would be really interesting to see something that was more in-depth look at like some of these infrastructure projects that are being built, that we could physically and visibly compare to the centuries of underdevelopment and exploitation that Western colonialism has brought the continent.
Come, comrades. The European game is finally over. We must look for something else. We can do anything today, provided we do not ape Europe, provided we are not obsessed with catching up with Europe. Europe has gained such a mad and reckless momentum that it has lost control and reason and is heading at a dizzying speed towards the brink from which we would be advised to remove ourselves as quickly as possible.
This seems cool, Emily, but I would be interested in seeing something that was specifically focused on Africa.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hildy, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Hildy. I appreciate that. Welcome, Hildy Beast and Hildy Chatters. I'm Rob. Hello. It's nice to see you. It's nice to be with you. Bring it in here. Hey, if you can, hit the follow button. Smash that follow button like our new friend, Main Captain. Thanks for the follow, Main Captain. What is up? How was your stream today, Hildy? Was it good? We're just finishing this documentary film concerning violence, which is about these anti-colonial struggles in the 70s, and it's based on the Frantz Fanon novel, Wretched of the Earth, and it's been really fantastic. Although I am going to have to delete the VOD for this episode because it's shown some kind of gruesome scenes, and not only did it show gruesome scenes of violence, which you might be able to get away with, but unfortunately it also showed a woman's breast for like 5 seconds. Less than 5 seconds. Which is the really terrible, horrible thing that you can never possibly show on Twitch.tv. Oh, this seems cool. This seems cool, Emily. This is definitely something that we should watch. I'm going to save this for later. Thank you.
Of the world.
Nobody saw anything.
Cynicism and violence. Look at how the shadow of its palaces stretches and multiplies. We must shake off the heavy darkness in which we were cast and leave it behind. Yet it is very true that we need a model and that we want blueprints and examples. For many among us, the European model was the most inspiring. But when we search for humanity in the technique and style of Europe, we see only a succession of negations of humanity and an avalanche of murders. The human condition, plans for mankind, and collaboration between people in those tasks which increase the sum total of humanity are new problems which demand true inventions. Let us decide not to imitate Europe. Let us combine our muscles and our brains in a new direction. Let us try to create the whole human being, whom Europe has been incapable of bringing to triumphant birth. Two centuries ago, a former European colony decided to catch up with Europe. It succeeded so well that the United States of America became a monster, in which the taints, the sickness, and the inhumanity of Europe have grown to appalling dimensions.
That is Europe for you.
The West saw itself as a spiritual adventure. It is the name of the Spirit, in the name of the Spirit of Europe, that the West has made her encroachments, that she has justified her crimes and legitimized the slavery in which she holds 4/5 of humanity.
It's no wonder all these non-Nazi Europeans, like, in the same way the nice Canadians talk about Indigenous people. Just listen to all these non-Nazi Europeans talk about migrants and refugees, and the fascism just immediately comes right to the surface.
So, comrades, let us not pay tribute to Europe by creating states, institutions, and societies which draw their inspiration
or Roma
from her.
people, for sure.
Humanity is waiting for something other from us. If we want to turn Africa into a new Europe, then let us leave the destiny of our countries to Europeans. They will know how to do it better than the most gifted among us. But if we want humanity to advance a step further, if we want to bring it up to a different
one
level,
Europe is enough.
Then that which Europe has shown, then we must invent and we must make discoveries. For Europe, for ourselves, and for humanity. Comrades, we must turn over a new leaf. We must work out new concepts and try to set afoot a new human being.
Europe needs to admit it's a measly peninsula of Asia. That's right. A measly backwater peninsula. Backwards people. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you again, Dimitri, for sharing that with us and encouraging me to watch that. I am going to have to nuke the VOD, unfortunately, because of Twitch's fucked up rules about this, but that was really, really informative and interesting and educational. Very good stuff. So 6 hours, 50 minutes, close to 7 hours been doing the stream. Can you have the link? Yes. First of all, I did post the link in the Discord server, but I'll post it here as well. It's no again, Dimitri. It's not your Twitch's fucked up moderation settings are not your problem. You know, it was a great documentary, and I'm happy we checked it out. It should motivate people to check out the book, and that's another book that I do need to read as well. You should go back and watch the first half. It was amazing. Yeah, I'll try. I was really trying to listen to my kid talk to me about Scooby-Doo and pay attention to it at the same time, but was difficult. It was difficult to do. Just wondering what I should do now. I'm not totally sure. I don't need to go. You know, I said I would do a long stream today, and I can continue hanging out. I'm just wondering if I can maybe do some gaming. I could maybe do gaming, possibly. I could maybe do Cyber Rob 2077, which I've moved away from it for weeks, and now I'm totally lost and I don't remember what's going on. So that's why I'm reluctant now to get back into it. But I would like to still finish Cyberpunk as well. I could do that. I am starting to get a little peckish. I'm getting a little peckish for dinner, and wondering, if I wasn't streaming, I would probably go walk around and get something. I only really have ramen stuff to make. Just enjoying my stream. Exactly. Enjoying my stream. So I would probably walk around and get something. I only really have ramen stuff to make right now. I guess I do have some chicken wings. I don't know. I don't super feel like cooking anything. I might order something. Cyberpunk 2.0 is out soon. Is that like an update for the game? Like what is it a sequel, or is it just an update to the original game? A full rework. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I could do that. I could do some Fortnite. I did pick up earlier this morning a Fortnite Victory Royale. I only seem to get those Victory I've gotten a couple this season. I've gotten like 4 or 5 Victory Royales this season and was not streaming any one of them. So it's really my word against yours, you know, but I did get a win this morning. If I stream Fortnite now, I won't be able to replicate that, of course, but it was fun last year doing that game Stray. That was fun because that was kind of a short game that I could do. I don't believe you. I could load up the replay. I could load up the replay right now, and you'd see the tier 1 operator. Oh, I've never seen we went to North Korea to get a haircut video. I would like to watch that sometime. I think tonight I'll probably move away from like doing these kind of videos. I would like to watch that sometime though. It's funny watching people go to DPRK and being like, just going in the subway and being around all these people and being like, are these actors? What is going on? These are just like regular people, and their minds are blown that yes, it is indeed just a normal place where many people are just going about their lives, and people can't. They can't wrap their minds around this basic idea. They go to these water parks and stuff. These evil water parks. These people aren't enjoying themselves at the water park. They're being forced to They're being forced to go and pretend to have fun in the fun water slides. No, I'm not talking about the boy. I know the boy video is not like that, but I'm just talking about sometimes you see like other travel videos in DPRK that are like that. But I've heard of the boy stuff, and I saw that they did interviews with the Deprogram pod as well. But I'm just talking about that like general sort of phenomenon. They go to the water park in the vid. It's so funny to see people enjoying themselves at the water park, and still your brain is so warped with propaganda that you're like, no, they're being forced to. They're being like they're being held at gunpoint and forced to pretend to have fun on a fucking water slide, which is just fun no matter who you are. It's not like America where we sit in smog-blanketed traffic jams for hours by choice. That's freedom. Well, as we were talking about earlier, Husker, there's people that are just like looking at the idea of any kind of like smart urbanization trends that get people out of cars so they don't sit in traffic all day, and they're talking about it like they're being put in a goddamn concentration camp. Whiniest fucking babies you can imagine. And they all have Kim Jong-un's haircut, or having his haircut is illegal. We don't know, depending on the day. Yeah, we heard from Radio Free Asia. Our sources in Radio Free Asia have confirmed this. One day, folks, we're going to do the Friendship Summit. One day, we are going to do the TRRS DPRK Friendship Summit. I promise you, we're going to do this. We are going to do this one day. Can we go to the Hall of Gifts? Well, as I've pointed out before, when the Friendship Summit eventually happens, we're going to be very respectful, and we're going to purchase our propaganda posters from the legitimate outlets, and we're going to make sure that that's okay. And we're not going to be messing around or fucking around at all, or sneaking around, or sticking our nose places where we're not supposed to be, because we have a basic respect for the people there. And we also understand why they're a little bit testy about white Canadians and Americans showing up and sticking their noses in all these kinds of different places and taking posters and doing whatever else. It is a shame that the Korean Friendship Association is overrun by LaRouchites. Like when I saw Jackson Hinkle sent that letter to Kim Jong-un, I was like, fuck this guy. I should send a letter to Kim Jong-un and be like, is this guy bothering you? I think I thought I was going to do that for a bit, and I kind of forgot about it, but that would have been pretty good. Is this guy bothering you? We're not letting these LaRouchite fucking losers making it cringe to show basic respect and solidarity to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Hello, Karam. What's up? How is it going? And folks, by the way, I will mention, we are coming up on 7 hours of this stream. We've been going 7 hours here. It's been really wonderful. I've really enjoyed it. But if you do want to support TRRS, you can subscribe or give subs. I'm seeing a number of community unsubbed members in the chat, which is obviously fine. But if you do want to support this channel, you want to support the work that I do on here, you want to make a contribution for my epic 7-hour stream today, please, if you can, subscribe to TRRS. It's really, really helpful. I appreciate it a lot. And I thank you in advance. And it helps me fill up this gap that I now have in my sub numbers that I got from taking a few days off for vacation and a few days off for this extreme fucked up illness that I had. If you want to support TRRS, you could give your friend Karam the Turk a subby. I mean, you could do that. There's no law saying that you can't do that. It just started to rain here. Starting to get some rain here. I'm wondering if maybe I should order something. You deserve it, not the disease. Thank you. I wonder if I could order a pizza. I wonder if I could order a solo pizza. I could do that, right? I could do that if I wanted to. From a local place. Well, the thing is, I always order pizza with my son who's not here, and he only eats Pizza Hut. He will not eat pizza from Domino's or Pizza or consider, like, let alone a local place. He will only eat pizza from pizza. He's such a corporate drone. I love the guy, but he loves McDonald's and Pizza Hut. And like, you get him chicken nuggets from any other place, and he's kind of like, "What is this? What do you want?" You get him pizza from any other place, he's like, "What is this? Where's my Pizza Hut?" I just keep a Pizza Hut box and say it's Pizza Hut every time. You got to trick him. I think he would know. I really do. I think he would know. I think he would know the difference. He would take one bite and he'd be like, he's my son. I love the guy more than anything in the world, anything in the universe. But he's weird about food. He's really weird about food. I'm really trying to do my best to like help him be less weird about it, but he's very, very adamant about certain things when it comes to food. And I've had very little success in trying to budge him from that like hard-headedness when it comes to trying different things. I get having a safe food. I'm neurodivergent as fuck. Yeah, and and I am as well. I've never been really weird about food. I've always kind of eaten everything. But yeah, I mean, he does get, like I've talked a little bit about his hyperfixations that he gets. And he's also very, very specific about what food he can eat. My son's more picky about the toppings, cheese only, sometimes sausage. Sometimes he'll do just cheese, but really he just wants a pepperoni pizza from Pizza Hut. Cook the pizza together. Kids love playing with dough. I mean, we could do that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he would like doing it. I don't know that he would eat it, though. I'm sure he would be happy to help make it. I would be surprised if he ate it afterwards, though. I blame Gorbachev. You know, me too. I blame Gorbachev for a lot of things. Really starting to have a thunderstorm here. I had a veggie pizza for lunch with Kalamata olives and peppers. It was banging. That sounds very nice. I did have a pizza on Monday. I had a frozen pizza. I had a frozen pizza for dinner on Monday. This is the most Canadian with glasses and a mustache streamer I've seen today. Well, I don't doubt it, Orblady. That's kind of my main thing. That's kind of my whole deal. I think I have that lockdown. That whole aesthetic. I had a frozen spinach and garlic sauce pizza last night. Glad to be in the ZA gang. I'm happy to have you in the ZA gang as well, Husker. I don't know. Do I want pizza? I don't know what I want. I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know, folks. I don't know what I want. There's a really good. There's a Turkish place right down the street from me called Mon Istanbul that I really like to eat at. They make these really, really good sandwiches. They also make a pizza as well, which I imagine is probably pretty good. They're not on Skip the Dishes, though, unfortunately. They make some of the very best sandwiches, though. They only do it through DoorDash, though. I don't have DoorDash. This is outrageous. I just don't know what to do. Maybe pizza is my best bet. Holding my dirty phone up to the camera there. What's the best local pizza place? This is a question. I'm so used to ordering Pizza Hut that I'm just totally discombobulated when it's time to order something else. There's too many options. I'm still going, Sasha. I told people that I was going to do a long stream today. I was not fucking around. Okay? I happen to take this shit seriously, Sasha. As you know. Slicey rocks. Just be sure to mention the local pizza place name so the group could totally not arrange the next meeting outside your door. Probably, yeah. I probably shouldn't talk too much about the local restaurants and different things around where I live because we never know the kind of weird freaks like Orb Lady are going to show up when I give hints about where I am. You want ranch to dip your pizza slices in. That sounds good. You know, often what I like to do as well is I make a spicy dipping sauce with some mayo and Laogan Ma, which is really, really good. And I like dipping my pizza in that. That's very yummy. Sometimes I like to put the Laogan Ma just directly on the pizza as well. Laogan Ma. Okay, we have to watch the John Cena Laogan Ma video. It's so great. It's so funny.
你好，微博，现在我拍电影，但是我给手机吃饭，我不可以用我的手机，我们拍的时候，所以我现在拍这个，因为他们给我老干妈，我不知道关于老干妈，但是中国人说这是非常好的 chili sauce， 所以现在每天我用老干妈在西凉话，我用很多很多老干妈。不是广告，老干妈跟我没有关系，但是我认为很多中国人喜欢这个，我试着越来越embrace 中国文化，很多中国人说老干妈是中国文化，所以每天我吃老干妈跟西凉话，非常非常非常好，我很喜欢。跟我没有
love that. This is not an ad. Fuck, that's so funny. I know, I want to learn Mandarin. God, I really do. But this is how good Lao Gan Ma is. That inspires you to become a completely unpaid spokesperson for it, as I have as well. I've become an official unpaid acolyte spokesperson of Lao Gan Ma as well. And I would happily tell people to purchase this incredible product. A Lao Gan Ma evangelist. Exactly. It's just so great. I've honestly, like, since I only got it because I was looking at a recipe for peanut sauce noodles that was like, oh, just add in some chili crisp. And when I went to the grocery, I was like, oh, here's some chili crisp. And I didn't realize that it was this whole like phenomenon. It was this whole like global phenomenon, Lao Gan Ma. And when I posted about it on Twitter, I had like thousands of people being like, yes, this is the stuff. And it really is. Like, I've gone through, I think, like 4 jars of it in the last couple of months, which is like a ludicrous amount. Like more than any other condiment that I use. You just put it in everything. It's just like it's like a cooking cheat code. I would never go to Canada. Too much socialism. It is scary. It is scary the way that you come to Canada and they just force you to get a doctor's appointment. And they force you to like get a medical screening to see if you're healthy. Disgusting. It's sweet chili. No, it's chili oil, but it's chili with all these like crispy, crunchy bits inside, like a salty, umami, crispy, crunchy stuff. Garlic and peanuts and black beans and stuff inside with the chili oil. And there's a bunch of different kinds. There's a peanut kind. There's a black bean kind. It is so good, honestly. I got McDonald's the other day, and I just put it on my McDonald's French fries. And I ate my McDonald's French fries with Lao Gan Ma, and it is fantastic. It was so good. No, it's not sweet like hoisin sauce. No, it's like a spicy, salty, umami kind of sauce. Ben oui, je parle en français, BBT. Je suis pas complètement fluent en français, mais je parle en français aussi. And I sometimes like to torture chat with my knowledge of French. Is it really? No, it's not an ad. It's not an ad. I would happily, for completely free of charge, tell people to purchase this product. It is like sambal olek, if you're familiar with that. I am familiar with that. I don't think it is similar, but sambal olek is also very good as well. Maintenant, cette stream parle français exclusivement. C'est maintenant un stream seulement pour les francophones. You got to get some Lao Gan Ma, Husker. Désolé, Husker, c'est tellement nécessaire d'acheter du Lao Gan Ma. Le crisp du chili. They turned the former Toys R Us near me into an Asian food market, and it rocks, actually. It's funny because I saw that there was like a viral TikTok where a guy was like doing a song about how he was like a white guy going to the Asian food market, and was like, is this cultural appropriation? And that to me is like so silly. It's like, no, it's not cultural appropriation to go to the Asian food market and purchase chili oil or kimchi or whatever, or to eat other kinds of foods. That's not what cultural appropriation is. You don't need to feel weird or bad about going to the fucking Asian food market and purchasing these kinds of food products and making different kind of stuff. Expanding your horizons is good, actually. Supporting local businesses run by in your immigrant communities is actually good. I love my Korean grocery store. I love going there. It's so close and it's fucking fantastic. I was saying yesterday I get this like really good fresh kimchi. I get fresh Korean food and kimbap and other things that they make fresh there. All kinds of good dumplings and frozen stuff. All kinds of awesome like sauces and noodles and different ramen flavors. I fucking love it. They do make fun of me for real at the soul food place, but it seems fair to me. I think that's a fair trade-off. I don't mind that. You know, you should mock me, you know? Absolutely. Please do. Honestly, the thing I discovered the other day, I talked a little bit about it on a stream, but just as like a vegetable side, getting bok choy, Chinese broccoli, and black oyster mushrooms. And you fry those up in a little sesame oil, oyster sauce, soy sauce. Fry that up a little bit. Add some water so it reduces and steams all the vegetables. And it's like such an amazing side that you can put with anything. Like you can make a meat or whatever and just use that as a side. You can put it in a soup. You can just eat it as a snack. It's like so fucking good. I do love that bok choy as well. As you saw earlier, 7 hours ago when I ate my ramen, I had some bok choy in there and kimchi and all kinds of good stuff. Oh. I have been sitting down for a long time here. I have been sitting down. I'm starting to get a little soreness in the old derriere area. The derriere. Actually, that's getting a little bit close to some other bad stuff. But yeah. A little bit of soreness. Just standing up here. Don't mind me. Inherited a dairy farm. A derriere. That's nice. That's good. Let's see here. Okay, this pizza seems pretty good here. I'm actually getting a Quebecois pizza. Like the official Quebec flavor of pizza, which is mushrooms and bacon. And some other little good things on there. Any sides here? What do we got for sides? No salad, I see. Okay, well that's fair. Do I want French fries? No, that's way too decadent. That's way too decadent. Hey, doing it. We're doing it. Ordered. Okay. So what to do now? That's the big question. I think I would like to do a little gaming. And I guess I have a question is, would the best thing be to like end the stream and raid out and then start the game? I know Marty, my mod and my trusted lieutenant, has suggested in the past that it's good to break up the gaming segments. I don't know if it's necessary. I like having the connected stream so you get the full length of it. I don't know. I don't really know. And secondary follow-up question, should I be playing Fortnite or should I dive back into Cyberpunk 2077? I don't know if it makes sense either, Swamp Goth. I don't think it makes sense either. Crowd Babes want Cyberpunk. I mean, I guess it's as good as time. If I get back into it, then I can get back into doing the Cyber Rob segments, you know? Because I was really into doing it. I got distracted by the NBA playoffs, and at night I only wanted to watch NBA basketball. And now it's been months since I've played the game, and I'm totally lost, and I don't remember what I was doing, and I don't remember how to play. This is how I never finish games. This is exactly how this happens. So perhaps I do just need to bite the bullet. This guy gonna stream all night? I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do a sleeping stream. And you weird sickos can just watch me do that. Have you ever played Minecraft? Yeah, I love Minecraft. I've played that on the stream before. Slubathon. Well, if it's going to be a subathon, we do need to get some more subs. We do need to get some more. We're at 7 hours, 20 minutes. I can keep going all night. Or maybe that's not totally true, but I can keep going till 8 or 9. I can do that. But a subathon, the key word there, the key element is the subs. And as I said, I am trying to make up for the little gap in subscription numbers that happened when I took some time off to hang out in New Jersey. I also was quite ill for a couple of days, and I missed time doing that. So I am trying to make up for that little gap in sub numbers, and I'm trying to deliver people a big marathon stream that they can enjoy. So if you want to support that, and if you do indeed want this to be a subathon, keyword is sub. So if you can, folks, subscribe. Subscribe to TRRS. Or give subscriptions to TRRS. Every little bit helps. And it makes me happy. Every little subscription, every gifted sub, it's like a little smooch.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's like giving me a little smooch on the head. Thank you, level 1.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, level 1, for the 9 months of tier 1.
You can count on me. Baby. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
CPAP AMSR.
That's a stream, baby. Thank you, level 1. Thank you, BBTTXU, for the gifted sub as well. You're in the chaos zone right now, 3 gifted subs, but after 5, you will be in the elite tier of the friendship triangle system. That's Twitch's only 2-dimensional triangle-shaped friendship access and trickle-down cloud-tiered reward system. It's the only such system that exists on this entire platform. Thank you to also BBTX for the 8 months tier 1. I don't actually have a CPAP machine. I think eventually I might need to get one, but I don't have one. Do we have any other takers? Does anyone else want to take the brave and heroic step of subscribing to this channel and rewarding me for being a good little boy? That's a weird way of putting that. That's a weird way. I take that back. Okay, that's a weird way of putting that. I just said if you wanted to reward me for like doing the long stream, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was. I don't know where that came from. Just forget I said that last part. If you do want to support the stream though, and you want to reward me for streaming for going on 7.5 hours now, please do subscribe to TRRS. I'm sorry. It's a little bit too much there. Laying it on a little thick there. Jesus. Okay. And Cyberpunk's got to update. That might take a little while. 5 gig update, which is probably going to also mess with my streaming capacity. I'm quite looking forward to this pizza, I'll tell you that much. Is it the 2.0 thing? I don't know. I really don't know. That's a great question. Is it Phantom Liberty? Is that what it is? That says it's dropping on September 26th. Well, now I just got to kill time while that's going on. Because I think if I tried to play another game, they would be downloading that and uploading that, and that'd be very complicated. How is everyone doing? Are you hanging in there? I appreciate that people have hung out with me all day. That's really cool. What are you doing for dinner, chat? What are you doing? You have something good going on? Talk to me. Talk to me about what you're going to eat for dinner. Sound off in the comments. I would love to hear from you. Made some chili fries, brother. That sounds good. Chili fries. Heck yeah. Had mid-frozen China masala from Trader Joe's. Okay. Had ramen, but the 3-minute kind. I like to take my time. I like to have a complex ramen, like I did today. It was very complicated, but it was worth it. It was really good. I mean, I ate that at 1 o'clock, and it's here 8:30, and I'm still like... I ordered dinner, but I'm still totally coasting off that. Made a gumbo earlier today while I was waiting for Baldur's Gate 3 to install. I saw a number of people playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'm managing a pizza on the way would be great. Also made some tofu veggie pan-fried dumplings. That sounds very good. Swamp Goth. Munching on my cold, fancy supermarket pizza. It's got mozzarella, salami. These really delicious, tiny little sweet pepper things that look the size of a pomegranate seed and sweet and hot. That sounds pretty good. That sounds very nice. Crad Babes, have you streamed yet? Have you streamed yet? I feel like you haven't. When is the Crad Babes stream going to finally happen? You've been leading us along. You've been leading us on for months now about this. My download is almost complete, or, a little over halfway. I'll be there soon. Oh, so it's my fault now, Crad Babes. I was going to stream today, but then you went all day. It's my fault. So damn close. Okay, well. Hopefully we'll get there soon. Hello, Larry. What is up? Good evening. Yeah, I'm still grinding away. I mean, I guess I am going to have to end the stream eventually. I would like to, probably watch a movie when my pizza gets here. Maybe the gaming thing is kind of ambitious. I don't know. Maybe it is ambitious. It's starting to rain. Maybe it would be better if I just in this rainy summer evening watched a nice movie while I ate my pizza. That also sounds kind of nice, frankly. Not that I wouldn't like to sit here and game while also somehow eating pizza in front of all of you. Monday we're watching the DPRK movie Comrade Kim Goes Flying on my stream. Looks like a super wholesome time. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Have you gone full beard? What do you mean by that? Full beard. It's been a while. Okay, it's been a while since I did stash only. Not sure if I can pull it off again. Well, BBT, I mean, this is literally all I can do. Even if I wanted to go full beard, I cannot. I literally cannot grow a beard. I've got a little something down here, but this is nothing. I got nothing here. So this is what I got. This is what I got to operate with. Uh-oh. It's the woke police. The woke police are coming for me. Stalin would approve. I mean, there's a long legacy of mustached socialist anti-imperialists. It's a little Parenti, the glasses and the mustache, you know? Hello, Farflight. How's it going? What is up? Good evening. Excuse me. You're on later than usual. Yeah, I did. I'm doing an all-day stream. I'm going 7.5 hours so far. I would like to make it to 8. I would like to make it to 8 hours. I think I can at least throw on a little Cyberpunk and kind of get reoriented and then at least get back into the vibe of playing. Oh yeah, I saw the once a bore, never always a bore, right, Larry? See, Elon was crying about the chant Melem was leading in the stadium.
You can count on me.
They're
You're gonna
persecuting
have good old
farmers.
Rob to talk you through all this.
All the white farmers that are still hoarding all the land and all the wealth, crying to the president. The loser. BBTTXU, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for that. 4 gifted subs, BBTTXU. I don't know how to... Do I just call you BB? I don't know. That's maybe a little intimate. 1 sub away, though, from the elite tier of the friendship triangle system. That's very exciting. Very, very exciting. Malama replied to him and said, "You're talking shit." I didn't see that. Do you have a link for that, Larry? Whoa. Oh my goodness. Now it says patching 16 gigs out of 59 gigs. Okay, this is not... Cyberpunk is not happening tonight. Cyberpunk is not going to happen. Unfortunately. I'm going to go ahead and pause that. I think that's just going to take too long.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh shit. Hello. BB. Thank you for another gifted sub, bringing your total to 5 gifted subs. And as everyone knows, that makes you officially an elite member of the Friendship Triangle system. Love it. I love that for you. And thank you again for the support. I really appreciate that. That is really funny. He replied, "Obolela masepa." It means you're talking shit. Okay. That's right, Johnny. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? 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 Yeah, so I don't think Cyberpunk's gonna work out tonight. I gotta update it, but I will try and get back into it. I'm gonna try to get it back into the Cyberpunk mindset because I know people were enjoying that. The Cyber Grind set, that's right, folks. That's absolutely right. I'm shocked you haven't played any of the Avatar games on stream. Well, I remember they made the Avatar game to coincide with like the original film. I never played it though. It seemed kind of cool. There was a whole like morality system, different paths and different stories that you could open up. I remember, but I never played it. And I know they're planning a new one, but I don't know if have they released like the new game? I know they're planning a new game.
Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. I gotta be honest, I never really expected us to get an Avatar game. I never really thought that it was something that was needed, but we got this first look trailer a couple of years ago, and it instantly piqued my interest. It looks absolutely beautiful, but we hadn't seen any gameplay until now. Just a couple days ago, we got another more detailed look at the game. It's gonna be coming out this December in just a few months.
I'm going to have to play it, aren't I?
See what we're going to get into. The official game overview trailer. Captured on PS5, mix of gameplay, cutscenes, and in-game footage. I mean, let's be honest.
Do I have to watch this guy? Who's this guy? Who is this? What am I looking at here? Why do I want this guy? Mix of gameplay and
welcome to Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, a first-person action-adventure game that invites you to explore
I don't love that it's first
world of
person.
Avatar in an immersive open-world experience.
I don't
I'm
love
Didi
the first
Gingfeld,
person.
Game director, and I'm excited to reveal what's waiting for you on Pandora. The story of our game begins when the RDA expands their operations to the western frontier. John Mercer, one of the leaders of the RDA, abducts you and other Na'vi children from your home to teach you the ways of humans, hoping to
Fucking
mold
sky
you
people.
and turn you against your own people. But his plan is interrupted by the Battle of the Hallelujah Mountains, and you are put into emergency cryosleep. When you awaken, 15 years later, you are a stranger in your birthplace. Knowing the dangers posed by the RDA, you set out
Far
to
Cry
take
with
them
Avatar
down
aesthetics. It
and
does
look
seem
to
pretty
secure
cool.
the help of other
I'm gonna
Na'vi
have to play it.
planets.
I'm gonna have no choice but to play it.
Initially, you're perceived as an outsider, so you have to reconnect with your lost Na'vi heritage to gain their trust. On your adventure, you'll find your own path as you discover what it means to be Na'vi. You'll explore new
I'm gonna
regions of
just
Pandora,
ruthlessly
which will
destroy all
open
these
new
sky people.
biomes. The Kinglaw Forest is a lush rainforest brimming with life and dense vegetation in the shade of awe-inspiring floating mountains. This is the home of the Aranahe, a clan of peaceful weavers who will guide you on your first hunt and on your first flight.
You can skill sky people with chat. That sounds
Aranahe will
great.
show you the way to the Rookery, where you can bond for life with your very own Ikram. The Ikram is a devoted companion that you can name, feed, and customize.
This is cool.
Experiment with acrobatics and feel a rush of adrenaline as you dive from the sky and explore the open world of Pandora from the air. If you travel north, you'll get to the upper plains, an expansive grassland filled with contrasts and open views as far as the eye can see. The nomadic Seswa clan live here in symbiosis with gigantic beasts called Sakru. Earn the clan's trust, and they will teach you the art of riding dire horses. And further west, the mysterious clouded forest, where hidden in the mist, nothing is as it seems. Here lives the Kamatiri.
I can't wait for the next
a
movie.
clan
It's
of
too long.
healers with their own dark reasons to stay
It's
hidden.
too long.
RDA operations are threatening the balance of Pandora. They build facilities of all sizes to exploit resources at any cost, spreading devastating pollution. In the process, animals are hurt and poached. You'll need to stop the RDA from ravaging your home, and when you are ready, you will take the fight to them. As a child of two worlds,
Oh, I'll
you
take
can
the
learn
fight
to
to them,
master
alright.
multiple combat styles. Your powerful instincts allow you to get an overview of the battlefield, mark your enemies, and identify weak points. Traditional Na'vi weapons are versatile and precise. You can use the longbow to hit long-range targets, or the staff sling to set
I'm going to
up
be
traps.
ruthless against these sky
For a more
people.
explosive approach, you can leverage your human training and
This
go
looks
for the
pretty
blast
cool.
of an assault rifle, a shotgun, or go bigger with the occasional rocket launcher. On foot, you can also rely on your incredible strength to take down AMP units. Above the clouds, your Ikran will help you in aerial combat against the RDA. Destroying RDA facilities will have a tangible impact on your world. With the pollution removed, Pandora heals. You will be able to harvest the best
Purge all the
quality
sky
material
people.
again and craft
I'm
better
going to be
gear
playing
and
that
weapons.
Kill the Boar, Kill the Farmer song.
You will also
Wait,
find
let's play
ingredients
it.
to cook
We'll watch it.
and make meals to get stronger. As you keep discovering what it truly means to become Na'vi, you'll improve your skills by connecting to Awa through the TRRS plant and learn from the memories of your ancestors. Skill upgrades can improve many aspects of your character, such as your natural agility
Okay, I'm
to
on board
move
with
through
this.
the world, your stealth approach when hunting or fighting, or the handling of your weapons and mounts. Avatar: Frontiers
Sign
of
me up.
Pandora is a captivating action-adventure game designed to maximize the power of new-gen consoles and PC. You will be able
That
to play
might
the
be an
full
issue.
story campaign in single player.
I think it's PC and
or with a
PS5
friend
as
online
well.
in two-player co-op. We invite you to explore
I haven't really
this world
considered
of
getting a
wonder
PS5 yet, but this is the one thing that
Become
might
Na'vi.
make me
and take down
think
the
about it.
RDA to protect Pandora.
I did get a pizza decadent. Shit's gonna be here in a couple minutes. I think my PC would probably handle it on like not crazy high settings. This is a game that probably would be really cool to play with the graphical settings like maxed out though. Yeah, okay, this looks really cool. I'm gonna probably want to play this. I'm strongly considering watching Avatar: Way of Water tonight now just from watching this. Do I dare? Do I dare eat my pizza and watch Avatar: The Way of Water? That's an interesting prospect. That's an interesting prospect. Let me just check one thing, actually. Sounds like you just planned your night. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I got a couple of movie options that I could look at. Oh. I just upgraded my graphics card not long ago. I need to watch Avatar 2 as well. Have you seen it, Larry? It's so good. It's just unbelievably good. Oh, Larry. Oh my goodness. It was amazing when we watched The Way of Water in the Discord server. I had a fantastic time doing that. It was so great. My son loved the new Transformers movie. Yeah, my son didn't see that one. I am taking him to see the Ninja Turtles movie on Sunday. Jake ticked me off the whole movie. Well, it's good though, I think. Like, he's a flawed character. He keeps making mistakes throughout the whole movie. He keeps fucking up. But that's one of the cool things about it. It's not really even about him. It's about his family and his kids and him like repeatedly failing to learn the basic lesson of what he's getting wrong until the end of the movie. And he's like, all right, now I kind of get it, you know? At least I think from a storytelling perspective, it still makes sense. His like constant stream of L's that he takes in the movie. I saw TMNT on Saturday. It was fun. They nailed the teen aspect. Yeah, the art style looks really cool. Yeah, it seems really good. My son's really excited to see it. I'm going to go take him on Sunday to watch that. I want to. Lots of my fellow native comrades tell me I'm missing out. Yeah, I mean, because it's a movie. Like, if you've seen the original, you know it's a movie whose central premise is that like total brutal violence against settlers and like like people that are part of the like extractive, exploitative capitalist system, propped up by the U.S. military, need to be violently and ruthlessly destroyed. Like it's a major mainstream film is unambiguous. Its messaging about the brutal violence which should and inshallah one day will be inflicted on Western imperialists. It's so explicit in this message, and it takes the whole first 2 hours of the movie just getting you to absolutely detest the Sky People so much. Just with everything in your being, you just detest the Sky People, and then the final hour is this explosion of violence. And it's so satisfying. It's fucking great. Okay, my pizza's on the way here. It's almost here. I'm watching this with the wife. The first opportunity got me hyped. It's fucking so cool. And I mean, it really does too, like, take a really somewhat bold decision of like creating these new characters, Jake and Neytiri's family, and it really spends the film like focusing mostly on his kids and like their experience as they go through this crazy big change. And it works. The kids are fucking great, and you really, I personally, anyways, really bought into that whole family aspect, which gives it this real emotional weight to it. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the trilogy coming out because it's going to chart these kids' kind of like epic journey throughout all these crazy experiences. I'm so hyped to get 3 more Avatar films. The science fisherman guy was the perfect lib. Absolutely, yeah. The guy, I may be part of this like violent settler colonialist project, but I feel really bad about it. The whale is also fucking fantastic. Payakan. And like another cool thing too is like if the original film is about like it's about like the East India Company or a mining corporation that's backed up by military power. The second one it's about these things like this kind of like resource extraction and the violence and exploitation behind that, but it's also explicitly about like settler colonialism. It's like we're no longer just here for the resources. Earth is dying, and we want to settle the whole planet. So it's explicitly about kind of that phenomenon. My pizza's going to be here any moment. I'm going to stick around for 7 more minutes, folks. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and initiate the extended goodbye now. I'm going to make it to past the 8-hour mark. And that I think will be enough streaming for today. And I think I'll be able to say goodbye, knowing that I left it all on the field today. Rob's still streaming and I missed all of it. And guess what, Sean? I got to delete the VOD because we watched a video that had violent images and even images of a woman's breast at one point, which we know is unacceptable on the website twitch.tv. It never happened. Oh, absolutely, Comrade Cauliflower. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a fishing part in Pandora too that's incredibly pertinent to the bizarre Silicon Valley obsession with life extension, for sure. And it's a combination of that and like the whaling industry, of the previous centuries. And it fucking rocks. And you absolutely know that Australian whaleboat captain guy. What's his name? Scoresby, that's right, Mick Scoresby. And he's going to be back in the next one too, and he's not going to be very happy. Meanwhile, I'm under streaming gore-filled documentaries that are behind a paywall. Awesome. I mean, I'm going to cobble together some highlights of today that people can watch if you missed the stream. I'll just probably not do the documentary part. That you had to be there live for that. Just give me 1 sec. It's not barbecue chicken, it's bacon and mushroom and onion. Beginning Italian hand gestures now. So folks, just a few more moments. Again, there is still time for you to support TRRS with a subscription or a gifted sub. Going on 8 hours, 8-hour stream. Is that worth an extra measly $5 to subscribe to this channel? Or to gift a sub? 8 hours? I know most of you do, other jobs that are 8 hours every day, which I also think is impressive, and I think you should be rewarded for that. But I don't actually have a salary because I'm on here on Twitch.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
BB, thank you very much for another gift sub. Very kind of you. Thank you. Started the stream with eating, ended with eating. Exactly. And that's the thing. I didn't think I could eat pizza and play video games, but I can at least eat one piece of this pizza while just hanging out with you all. It's very good. It's really good. I do need a beverage. You know, I don't think I have any fizzy water, unfortunately. And I only have Diet Coke. Do I dare have a late night Diet Coke with my pizza? See you, BBTTXU. Thanks again for the support today. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, just to your question, Sean, I will be back tomorrow for a lengthy one tomorrow. Maybe not 8 hours. You know, maybe not 8 hours, but I will be around for definitely a couple hours tomorrow. I'm trying to make up for kind of the lost time a little bit. I will try to come to the stream and watch the DPRK movie on Monday, as it always depends with childcare stuff for me. We will see. DC does go well with pizza, Dr. Dune. That's right. And honestly, like, if you do like these longer streams, and some of you do, and honestly, I think it's so cool that there's people that have been hanging out with me here most of the day. I know people have been in and out or whatever, but over the next couple of weeks, like I said, like my streaming schedule is really always dependent on childcare and like picking up my kid. And I usually have a cutoff where I have to do. But over the next couple of weeks, he is like staying elsewhere. He's staying with his couple grandparents over the next couple of weeks. So for the next 2 weeks at least, you know, after this one, I will be able to do some lengthier streams, which will be fun. I like doing these longer ones. Am I going to miss him? Yes, I am. I'm really not. I'm used to being with him every single day, which, as you know, if you're a parent and you have kids, you know, is like hard. But I also, I love my son a lot, and I love hanging out with them. It's always the weird thing about being a parent, where you kind of cherish the free time to yourself, but at the same time, you're like, no, I wish he was here right now. You know. You do need breaks, you do, but you know, I still miss him. You know, I love my son a lot, but he's gonna have a great time hanging out with his grandparents. Chin chin. The Forbidden Night Coke. Night Coke. Tremendous. Working on a night coke. All right. Well, you know what? Let's bring the gang on over to our friend Famous Horse, I think he's doing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Yep, he is. A friend of the stream, Famous Horse. Give him a raid. Thank you again, everybody. Still 1 more minute to support the stream if you want, folks. If you want to reward me for making it past the 8-hour mark, you have 1 more minute to subscribe to TRRS or gift a sub or friend coin or tip or whatever you want. But I really, really do appreciate everyone hanging out today, and the support that I got in this community today and every other day. I appreciate it a lot, folks. I will be back tomorrow. Again, I don't know if I'll be here for 8 hours, but I will be back tomorrow for definitely a little bit of a lengthy stream again. I may have Aaron tomorrow. I'm sorry that Aaron, aka Posada's Trap God, aka Cosmic Slop, didn't work out today. I'm seeing about tomorrow. Or next week. Okay, that's pushed back to next week. I just checked now. He'll be coming next week, but that's going to be fantastic too. I'll figure out something to do tomorrow. I'll figure out somebody to come talk to me. I'll find something cool for us to do tomorrow. Thank you again, friends. I love you. Thanks for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Goodbye.